There you go. Yo, do you need armor? Do you have armor? Follow me. Yeah, the scuba gear is actually the best armor in the game, I think, right now. It's better than adamantite. Unless they changed that, I don't know. Okay, then you're good. You have plenty of armor. It's just me that needs a little armor. I'll just get some Quebec armor. There, I have a small bit of armor. Should I put away the incandescent double blade or just take it with us? Oh, it falsified me for speed hack. Yeah, Dissy, do you have food on you? Oh, okay. I have corn. I'll just live off the corn. Oh, we need more of these carts. Oh shit. What's the command for buying him? It's probably action equals buy or use, maybe? Name equals... Oh, buy rails. Yo, is the rail shop gone? Does it just like not even exist? I'm gonna look in spawn for this. Oh, it's still here. What's the command you use? Oh, list screen. Maybe it's shop. Action equals shop. No. Oh, you just have to put in the name. You don't even have to put it in action. Okay, that's how it works. Oh well, we got rail carts. It costed me like 5 to make it. Some piglets nearby. Oh, maybe we should tame horses. Do we have any apples? Oh man, you sold your apples? Yeah, here's a Quebec village. Oh man, I shouldn't have put away my essence of life. I could have used it. I could have got myself decent food. Oh well. We need like a way to just leash him to something. See a sheep over there. There's just like random shit floating in the sky. Yo, Brambleclaw joined. Should we go back to find him at spawn? Or actually, we could send him a TPA request to us. How do we do that? TPA here. Yo, Bramble, do you have a cart? We might need to get him a cart. Yeah, tell him that Dissy, tell him the command for the cart. Oh, so here's some corn for you.
Yeah, the stupid voice chat settings keep turning off, man. It's annoying.
I just said, like I said, keypad minus, and I don't have quite that much issue with it. But I think when I switch servers, it still fucks up.
That's what I do too, but it always resets itself. I don't get it. I really don't.
Do you have a cart?
No.
You can buy one.
For how much?
$5. 5 loosh, I mean.
Okay.
Yo, do you have food on you? This sword, I mean, or whatever the heck it is super cool. Oh yeah, you should pick up the corn then. Well, maybe that's why I don't have as much issues, because my mic is always just, like, in. And I just press the physical button to mute it if I need it muted. Yeah. I wonder how do I can probably... Oh, there we go. That's how I toss an item. Are you ready, Bramble? Oh, it looks like you are. You got a cart. Yeah, I hear no Hytale music out here, which is kind of odd. I don't know if I just need to turn up my music.
Really? Mine's playing.
I must have turned it way too low, maybe even downright off. No, it's at 50. Yeah, I don't hear any Hytale music, and I don't know why. I definitely should be able to hear it. Weird. Ambience and music, that's all 100. Master volume, 100. UI volume. Everything's 100.
I'm hearing some different music I haven't heard.
Yeah, 3D audio sounds cool on my headset. Yeah, I'm hearing absolutely no music, and I don't know why.
Weird.
Yeah, did we just collect a new memory? There's some, like, blue jellyfish here, and also yellow jellyfish. Oh yeah, I got a blue jellyfish memory now. Oh, I got yellow. Oh god, how am I gonna get up? Now I can hear music. Yeah, there's 4 carts here now.
Oops, yeah, I got one and threw it down.
Your head is on backwards looking at me. I think I'm missing like the ocean music, but I hear desert music at least. Oh, sand lizard. Yeah, let's like kill everything in here. Fire here, but it's like off. It says new loot test discovered. Oh, I got it. Yeah, there's a halberd in here. Which stores have food?
Yeah.
None. The Quebec villages. Right. The Quebec villages sell it, but we need Essence of Life.
Oh,
I have lots of...
Not really any...
Here, I got some berries. Do you want some berries?
Thanks.
Have some chicken.
Yeah, Dissy, is this thing useful to you? Look what I got in my hand.
I like a sword or daggers more.
I got it in a chest.
Yeah, I'm good with the sword too.
Yeah, you sound robotish.
Yeah, there's a second loot chest somewhere around here. I'm not sure exactly where.
Has the loot for everyone been working properly?
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh, I found a third. It's pretty similar to what I got in the other one. Oh, I got a potion. I swear there's a loot chest somewhere in here and I just don't know where.
I feel like if you're stealing from somebody, it's nice. That's what I was worried about before, is feeling like I'm stealing from somebody else that could be looted.
Yeah. Yeah, did you find something in a loot chest?
I'm trying to find a way up there.
Oh, that one's empty. Might have already been looted.
Yeah, I got that one.
Nice, I got a lot of stuff here, including thorium. Yeah, I really like that a lot.
I guess we might as well keep going on the train. How am I gonna get up there? Well, it just needs to run and jump, that's all.
We are in a block game.
Got a tortoise memory.
Wish the train was a little faster.
Yeah. It should be, because I think the horse is the same speed or faster than a train.
Yeah.
And considering the effort needed to lay down a train, it might as well be the quickest transportation method. Should be quicker than a glider.
Yeah, for sure.
Slightly
Glider, a little
better.
quicker. Yeah, no, you use a voice changer, buddy.
Mean it's unless it's built into my sound driver.
Maybe, who knows?
I think he has, like,
do that.
I think he's literally using a headset as a mic somehow, and it's actually working.
It probably has a mic that you can't see. I just have a headset like that.
Oh, our voices sound cool in the tunnel.
Yeah, they did a lot of audio effects for voice chat, unlike minigames.
Yeah. Yeah, why is this part glowing?
I don't really know. It's probably
Where's
due
it-
to lava or something.
Yeah, I can't even see the light source.
Yeah, hey, it's there.
At least we can see, I guess. Yeah.
We're either over or under a volcano.
Yeah.
It's on the map.
Yeah, one of the two. I thought it was probably lava.
Yeah, these trains are gonna be super cool. We gotta get them all the way out to 10K.
Oh, yeah. I like the design, by the way. It's nice.
Yeah.
Kind of blends in nicely, too. It doesn't look too unorganic.
Yeah, should we kill this Void Spectre? Or just, like, ignore him?
Unless he attacks us, I don't see the need.
Oh, you gotta... Can you shoot bows while on this? Oh, I can... I think I can throw my spears. Oh, that's... That is awesome!
Yeah, they allow just about every action on the train, including daggers and sword.
Oh, that is so cool. We could have armed convoys.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, I thought that would hit any for a minute. That's a pine tree.
Yeah, we could remake Mad Maximus. Oh, I got a hyena memory. Oh, it's raining.
Yeah.
I like how my blade finger just helps illuminate stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, another open part.
Looks like you're gonna hit a pretty open part for one. all you guys just been playing the games instead of admin mode.
Yeah, maybe we should check that out. Oh, you're at the end.
Yeah,
oh my
I
god. Your car. It's where is it? Did it break or no? Oh, there's a ladder here, by the way. Somebody.
Yeah.
It's easy to get
Just
up
went
there.
right into the ocean. That's funny.
Is it still there? Like, did it break?
Yeah, it's
or?
in the ocean. It's
Oh my
in the
god.
ocean. I just
Yes.
don't bother getting it.
He has scuba gear. He could go get it.
Yeah. How did you get scuba gear, by the way?
Just gotta buy it. Buy it from the shop. I think it's really expensive. Oh, there it is. I see your cart. It's like stuck in some seaweed. I wonder if cart spam like that could become an issue and lag out the
Hey, what's the
server.
scuba diver shop called? What's the scuba shop called?
Buy hyphen scuba?
Okay.
I just got creamback armor.
Okay, all 4 pieces is OP. I use almost no oxygen.
Yeah. It's seriously... It's good for the oxygen aspect, but it has way too much armor. Yeah, let's check out that Farron village nearby. Are there any chests to loot? Oh, I'm burning.
I expect there should be a little bit.
Well, this is a cool area. Except the chairs are not oriented correctly.
Chest over here.
Yeah, this dude's fighting me. Whoops.
Most of them haven't touched me.
Holy, what is this? Yo, bro's all upgraded and shit. Got him.
Do you have an in-combat mod on here or something?
No?
I think that's vanilla Hytale now. Darktail had it, but it looks like it's vanilla Hytale because it told me I was in combat.
Oh, and that's high essentials. Like you're in a combat for a certain amount of time.
Oh, okay, so high essential that's on that now too. Interesting. Cool.
I wonder if it says that for me or probably not because I'm an admin.
It will. I hit you by accident. That's why. Darktail 1 when I've seen that on yet. So.
Oh, what's this? You can climb up this. Oh, that's kind of weird. It's doesn't seem to be really anything. Did a player do that, or is that how it generated? Yeah, I got 1 apple now, by the way. By the way, apple farming is probably the best way to make money on this server right now. Yeah, are we lagging out? Yeah, what happened there? Is your mic unplugged again?
I died.
The whole server also lagged out.
Yeah, probably because TPA.
Where's Disty? Did he die?
Probably lag out. He hasn't got in yet.
Yeah, I guess we all lagged out. That was wild. I don't know what caused that. Was that better maps or like?
I think it was TPA system when I sent you the request.
That would be surprising. Well, if it is the TPA, we gotta talk with TLV dev to fix that. Yeah, there's one of them shamans here. And he's got different colors and stuff. Like this, it's kind of like Darktail, I guess. Except he's not a green one, he's like a bluish one? Holy shit. I'm almost dead. Hell, you gotta kill him, or they're gonna kill me.
I killed him.
Yeah, does anyone have better food? I just got corn. Yeah, that's all I have. I have lots of it, though. I guess we'll be good for a bit.
Corn and berries and 5 apples.
Yeah.
What's corn?
All 5%.
Yo, where should we explore next? Should we go try the other highway? What's that blue thing? Yeah, Azure cat mushrooms around here.
Have you tested DJ's shop yet?
Nah. I've been continually just working on stuff. Yeah, what's up here? The water is like a little weird here. And there's like a red flower.
Yeah, it looks this way on purpose. It looks this way on purpose.
I don't think that red air flower is purposeful. There's a scorpion here. Oh my god, something hit me hard.
I think thorium armor is the only one with poison protect.
Yeah. Yeah, should we explore the Northern Highway?
There's a northern highway?
Yeah, we could go spawn, I guess. Unless you want to, like, retrace your steps with the carts. You just leave the carts where we left them. Yo, should we teleport back to spawn or nah?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, that worked. 5,000 blocks out.
Yeah, we should pick up some Essence of Life while we're here and use that at the next Quebec shop that we see.
Speaking of which, did you ever put the stove down for spawn?
Oh, I gotta make a...
The others?
Sorry, what were you asking about?
If you put a fully upgraded Jeff stove down at spawn like they did for the other benches?
Nah, not yet. I gotta get that done.
Yeah, I put one of those down just so people can have an option to at least use it at spawn.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have like a restaurant. I'm gonna have a hotel with lots of benches, etc. But I need CJ to help me out. It's taking me forever to build stuff.
Yeah, he'd probably be more than happy. It's just get that ass on here.
Yeah.
That's all it is. By the way, this is backwards, so it looks kind of funny.
What is?
This bench here.
Oh. I gotta make a sickle so I can actually harvest my stuff quick.
He's probably still on Hytale right now.
Yeah. Oh, this lever's already made. I thought I had to put it on the tanning rack. Alright, so I got lots of Essence of Life in here, and there's also some corn. You might want to take that. Yeah, what's the hot... Oh, there we go. That's it. Shift click, I guess.
Empty bottles. What?
I could scrap those halberds for more iron. I might do that.
Doing very bad things to this Rebecca.
How did you get him dead, by the way? Into digital?
Yeah. And I froze him so he stays there. He looks back and forth at us.
Yeah. Oh, this one's from the expansion pack here. Hey, buddy. What do you have a jack on the nose?
You get those 4 essence of life on the floor?
Maybe. I got a ton of essence of life. Like, are you talking about the greater essence of life? Because I got 4 of them.
Yeah, I tossed those at you earlier.
Oh, yo, this grows fast. Oh, yeah, it's because we slept. That's why. Yeah, I think Dissy has a cooking stove up in his base. We could cook some corn.
Oh, you have the base now?
Yeah, I'll pop there.
Oh, I thought that was...
Wow, I like the step up. This is nice. Creative thing here.
Is there no cooking table up here? It's like a restaurant. Where's the cooking table? Somebody's gotta make a cooking table.
Campfire.
Great. This place looking beast mode, man. What's going on?
Yeah, do you have your backpacks upgraded, by the way?
Nope.
You should work on that.
Next we need cinder cloth.
Right.
I was gonna wait till I can retreat, run away. Tactically retreat. Yes, that's the one.
I guess I'll leave the iron sickle here.
Good, buddy. What's that blue place down there?
You know the scaffolding stuff up here? If you run across it, it works. Like this, you can just run across it. Even though there's all these gaps.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
If you go slow enough, you'll fall through. But as long as you're fast, it'll be fine. Yeah, your life's low. You should eat some. Oh my god, it's even lower. Do you not have any corn on you?
Nah, I don't have anything on me.
There, take some of my vegetables. Yeah, Dissy, do you have this stuff needed to make a cooking table?
He needs an upgraded table. so you can make pies.
I think it's in here somewhere. Oh, he needs just some stone and a tree log. That's all he needs.
Cool. Yeah, but he still needs the pie recipe, which he probably doesn't have yet. I mean,
yeah, we got.
Not bad, but
Yeah, we gotta head to Quebec Village.
how expensive is the pie recipe from Quebec? Is it that much, really?
I think it's a greater essence of life that it costs. Maybe 3 of them.
Ooh, shit. So it needs 300 essence of life, essentially. Yeah, that's kind of costly.
Yeah, it sounds windy up here. There's like a wind ambience.
What is this stove? I don't see it.
Over here.
Oh, it's It's right here in the front.
There's also an eagle or something flying around nearby.
Yeah, you need the high recipe. Okay. Damn. Okay, so where's the closest Quebec village? You guys know?
I mean, there's one south, but we already went there. I want to go north, and we might run into one of... Who knows?
Right. Well, I'd rather go to one we know.
Okay.
Mostly out east.
Yeah, just so we can get out of the way real quick.
Alright, let's just get to the Quebec village, and then we'll head back, I guess.
I mean, as long as we have enough to actually purchase it, but yeah. I'd assume we should. Let's see here. Zoom in this map looks like shit. I think I see it, yeah. This is a blue little camp sign. Yeah, I think I see it.
What are we supposed to be looking at or seeing?
I think it's the blue camp sign on the map. Is that right?
Correct. That's Quebec village.
Okay. Alright, well, let's get ahead and...
My map's all screwed up. I can't see shit properly. Oh, there's one east, eh?
Alright, well, I'll just follow Lizzie. Like the entrance is all stone right here. Nicely decorated. Give us recipe.
Yeah, I can't interact. Oh, I guess I gotta be closer.
Oh, it's only 50 essence of life. That is cheap shit. That is so cheap. Wow, this is cool.
You can get both the recipes.
Yeah, these are cheap. This is not bad at all.
Yeah, does anyone got a farmer's workbench? I got 5 essence, like greater essence of life. Yeah, what's the command to fix a chest again?
Shit. Yeah, I don't remember that. That one looks like it needs fixing. Hold on 1 second, let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna go to Kurt Forge. So it's /generate LC, which I have access to, so I can do that real quick.
Oh yeah, you have it.
Alright, here you go.
Yeah, what's in it?
8 pieces of wood, wheat, 2 essence of life, 1 lettuce seed, and a shit sword.
I feel like these Quebec villages are too tiny.
Yeah, Usually every house would have a chest in it, but I'm not seeing any chests in their house. There's literally nothing in their houses. That's crazy.
Yeah, do you guys need the whatever, the apple pie, Caesar salad, or any of that?
I got some random other shit. But yeah.
Yeah, he had grief in the village.
Yeah, he's just there minding their tree now. Like, who cares about their tree? Doesn't he? I mean, at least he kept their house.
I want the Quebec lanterns. That fell on the ground.
Alright, wanna go put those recipes in?
Yeah, who needs the recipes? Was it Dissy that needed them, or no?
Yeah, we're just putting them in his workbench.
Here.
I have one, but I don't know which one.
I got like a crude hatchet. At least I have some pumpkin pies now and some wild berry salad, and I still got plenty of corn.
Alright, CJ's responding. He said, okay, tomorrow.
Yeah, let's get back to the railroad.
Okay, let's go put those recipes in and then go back. Put the recipes in and then go back.
Oh, he might have used the teleport.
Yeah. Recipes! Why are they not here?
At least vegetable skewers here.
Oh wait, I need to put the pie. I'm the one that has the recipe. Dumbass me. Alright. There we go. Alright, there's one pie. We got it. All the salads are there too. Cool. Only thing that's annoying that we need is spices, but we can buy that in which shop now?
Quebec villages, they have them.
Oh, you didn't even put it in one of your shops, I did. Okay.
It's in the bench.
I'll
Any
harvest.
type of vegetable and any flower. Nice. Okay, that's actually easy. Any type of vegetable and any flower. Yeah, that's not bad. I can still be grabbed that easily. Nice little, interesting base up here. Pretty big too.
I'm gonna run over to there. Yeah, what's the TPA command, by the way? Yeah, I got stuff. Here, I'll just... Where's the thing? Spices, blah, blah, blah. We can make pies. If you have the receipt. Alright, we're gonna need carts. This here, do you have a cart? Oops.
Not yet. Give me. Not yet.
Someone should totally remake Mad Max in Hytale with all the different vehicles and weapons and so on from Mad Max. Are we just waiting for Bramble?
Think so.
What's the command to send a TPA request to somebody? Oh, it must be TPA here, maybe?
Yeah, just TPA.
It's weird that the autocomplete doesn't finish for it. Yeah, /TPA doesn't work for me. What command did you use? Just put like an extra
/TPA with an enter.
Oh. Did you use /TP?
no name after it.
Oh, that's cool. So it brings up a GUI.
Yep.
Do I have to explain it? So you don't have to type a player name anymore, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it works with a player name.
I'm gonna tell the dev. Alright, make a bug report. There, I made a report. Alright, should we just go without Brambleclaw? What happened to him? Where is he?
Uh-oh, he's staring at the statue.
He's mesmerized. Now, do I still have corn on me? Better take the corn with me. I think when they make infinite skies, they should have like more and more hostile stuff the higher up in the air you get.
Like poison shooting insects?
Worse than that. They should have something like a void creature, but it's just gigantic, absolutely gigantic, like a Zeppelin type thing. You could board it and so on, but there'd just be so many creatures.
Stare at the moon to get a swarm.
Oh, there he is, I think. Let's go, we gotta explore.
I gotta go do something.
Do you have a cart?
No.
You're gonna need a cart.
Maybe buy one. Hopefully.
Are you broke?
I don't think so. No, not scuba. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you're pretty close to broke, but you just have enough.
Yeah.
What have you been
We're
buying?
gonna have to waste some money on a lot.
Yeah.
I just spent 80 on scuba gear.
I didn't know. The Northern Highway's even prettier.
You know you forgot to build into the prefabs again?
What? Ladders.
Lighting.
This had lighting. Somebody just broke it.
Yeah, so you built the lighting into the prefab?
Nah, but it was there. I just been putting it on manually.
Yeah. Next
I've been making
it.
it.
Next
They
time
need
you
it-
prefab, I would add lighting.
Yeah. For the tunnels.
Yeah.
No need for light. You can't steer in there.
Right. Well, mobs also don't spawn in the dark. That's not a rule in this game either, so it's not a big deal. It's just nice.
I just been putting them at the entrance and exits.
Yeah.
I'll just make a lantern shop, I think. I already sell copper ingots too. That can be used.
Well, again, like I said before you invest anything more into shops, I would still check out PJs to see if they think it's worth it still.
Yeah, Void Eye. That's a number. You guys both have bows?
Yeah. Thanks to you with the kit thing. How'd you get that spear, by the way? In the shop?
I got it in creative. It's just too cool to not use. It doesn't have crazy damage though.
No,
might-
not really. I've tested it before.
Yeah, I'll have to delete it though at some point because some of these like creative only things are super glitchy and need to be worked on.
I agree with that to a certain extent, but actually a lot of them are not that glitchy at all. Such as the glider, it's gotten more glitchy, which is kind of surprising. But in the last update, it wasn't glitchy at all. It was actually just fine.
Yeah. Yeah, what's that thing? What was that we just went over? Oh, that's a polar bear. It's like in the I don't know. It's glitched out. Yeah, there's Praetorians here.
Oh man.
Yeah, look at that in the distance.
Yeah. I don't know what that is. It's probably a giant fat ass camp of torques again. Or not torques, what are they called? Outlets.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah, outlet camps.
I think there's 3 of them.
Yeah. I know the Frostlands have a lot next to each other as far as the Outlanders. Yeah, it's like 3 of them. There's 2 little ones and one massive one farther in.
Oh man, this doesn't go very far. Oh dear. This needs to be worked on. Yeah, did you guys die? Yeah, this is a pretty big ocean. Hopefully they're gonna have big oceans again.
Minecraft 1.7 update.
got loot out of that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Good, good, good.
Yeah, there's a snapjaw that's like... It's underwater, but it's not doing well. It's like it's above water. I think Hytale ruined the snapjaws. I count 3 of them in here.
Yeah. On a torque.
Yeah, this whole area is full of stuff.
Disconnect this.
Yeah. Here's one. I got myself some boots.
Got some health potions.
Yeah, I forgot to bring torches.
No, I thought we would have disconnected.
Oh, found another loot chest.
There should be a lot here.
Yeah, this is a really good area to loot. There's not that much stuff to fight, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could loot the other ones. We could try that other one nearby.
PJ probably has sent in the market pod now. Because it's been a few days, so he probably hasn't in.
You should check. Oh, look.
Yeah. Because he put it in that other pod.
Yeah, this one's a good one. I got a decent amount of iron out of that.
Yeah, I really like that mod. That's a good one.
Oh, and here?
This place is loaded, man.
Here's another one.
A lot of loot. Yeah, this place is still not generating enemies probably, but man, thanks for the loot.
Yeah, I don't see any enemies being generated. This is all screwy. And the fish don't spawn correctly here either. Shouldn't there be like ice trucks around here?
Yeah, I met one, but that was it.
There's one by himself over there.
Rotting. What?
Okay.
I mean, that's good.
Yeah,
Okay.
is every chest lootable, like, individually by each player?
Yeah, it is. That's another thing I like about this mod a lot. It's for each individual player.
Because I was starting to think you guys must be missing the chests and not looting any of them.
No. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, what's over there? Let's go to that thing.
Oh shit, yeah, that's a big outpost of Outlanders. That's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun place there. It's Outlander crazy. I fought some massive Outlander camps. I killed all of them by myself, solo. Only done it about once or twice though. It's fucking hard to do a bow and arrow most of the time. One time I got to the point where I got a... Is that bow called? That's like kind of automatic. Crossbow.
Yeah.
Dropped one. I'm very happy with the loot from there. I got plenty of that black cloth too. Probably one of my favorite places for loot. Boy, I think we're gonna have to scaffold a little bit here. Maybe not.
Sure, it's pretty here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna end up having to scaffold. I'm gonna go up.
No, don't scaffold. Try over here. Yeah, over here you can probably walk up. Come here. Where I am.
Alright, it's time to fight. These guys are no joke, so yeah.
Do you have any food on you?
Yeah. What the hell? I just opened the door and the thing fell.
No, that's retarded.
Yeah, let's get a fire. I got me some apples in here? Okay. I need a backpack upgrade so bad, it's not even funny.
That thing took me 2 days to grind for medium leather.
What, the backpack upgrade?
Well, just the backpack.
Oh, fuck. That's terrible.
The medium lever is hard to get.
Yeah.
The first upgrade needs 40 of the red cloth thing. Cinder cloth.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is pretty bad.
Yeah, there's some shadowy scraps here.
Yeah, that's why we put a lot of that crap in the shop, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna TP to spawn to dump off my loot and it'll come back.
I don't even have a base yet. I guess I'll just set a chest down there.
There's a couple chests in the spawn that I'm just using. I don't care if other people steal my stuff.
Right. This is a nice little building, by the way.
TPA back to this one.
Yeah. Alright, there we go. Time to fight.
Yeah, this dude has both daggers and a bow, and he can switch between them. Oh, broke another one of those things. Oh my god, I'm so close to dying.
Damn it. Wow. Yeah, that loot chest just generated again, so I got double loot in this chest.
Oh, I got an Outlander bow?
Yeah, those things are actually pretty decent. I fought with that bow a lot. It was pretty good to me, even when it broke.
I don't think I have arrows for it. Yeah, you can bash with the bow.
Arrows. Here's some arrows. I got like 3 stacks. You drop it out here. Oh shit, I dropped off at the base. I don't even have arrows now.
Oh, that's dumb.
That's terrible. Yeah.
You could TP. Oh, I got 50 crude arrows now.
Cool. I'm sure I'll probably get some around here, most likely.
Are there any chests up there?
You think there would be, but it's actually pretty cramped up here.
It'll give you that alert if there is.
Yeah. It's actually kind of nice. I like that feature of this mod. I'll steal this, because I like these things. Okay, what do you?
I'll just leave it. I'll put a shop for them to be obtainable. But you can also get them from the wind. You know the Windrunner weld? You can get an infinite supply of them. That way you don't have to grief the world.
Oh wow.
Yeah, just keep going into the Windrunner weld and you'll be able to get them.
By the way.
The welds?
Yeah.
I'll show you later. I think you need to collect a certain number of memories first. Yeah, this bow is good, that Outlander bow.
Let's go. Hey, where are you going? Oh, you ran away. There you are a little bit.
Holy shit! Oh my god. Yeah, there's a ton of guys in here. Does anyone have a health potion?
I have 2 of them, if you can hear me.
Oh yeah. There's one building that has a ton of dudes in them.
Well, they're gonna die.
I almost died.
Or we're gonna die.
Yeah, there's a thorium helmet in here.
Alright, that's good.
It's better than my Quebec helm.
That's cool.
Yeah, why does the Quebec cuirass have physical resistance of 9%? That seems pretty excessive.
I have an iron helm if you need it.
Yeah, follow me into here. Guys, follow
Oh,
me.
you have help? Okay.
Yeah. Holy shit.
There you go.
Yeah, there's some.
Let's go. Hey, don't bite my ass. You ain't supposed to be doing that.
There's an Outlander shield in here.
Yeah, I got one of those. Oh, crap. Okay, yeah, I got my ass burned, please. I hope these entities are respawning, because that was another issue that I didn't like. That's something we'll have to pay attention to. The other servers, I didn't notice that either. Like, they didn't respawn.
Yeah, there've been a lot of Outlander camps that just have no respawning.
Yeah.
How many chests are in there?
There's probably about 3 in here that I know of so far. There's
but in the
two that we can go to.
Yeah, there's one way up
There's
top.
right there. Yeah.
I want to get at the ones Dissy's going at.
Yeah. Like a million in there. Ooh, nice iron daggers. Thank you.
There's a thorium battle axe here.
thinks he's after right now. What? Oh shit, there's two in here. See that every day. An outlet. Now, compared to my adamantite gear, this is shit. I like them. Especially for starters, so they're pretty good. They really are. I love them.
Yeah, how do we get the one that's way up top? Oh, I can kill the spider.
Nice. I'm gonna grab this low tier gear. Bond.
There's gotta be some way to get on the roof here.
Oh, there is. Just gotta find that way. Alright. There is plenty of loot in here. I will say that. Sword? Who dropped the sword here?
That's all my trash.
Okay.
Want a Void Grimoire? It was on that had the stole set.
I love Grimoires, those are cool. Rise of the Dead. I don't know if that one actually works. I'm pretty sure I tested that one before and it doesn't seem to ever work.
Yeah, this you should keep stuff like the swords because you can scrap them for iron ingots.
Yeah, once they're low, you can just scrap them instead of throwing them. And then you can get the iron back and make another one.
Is there any way we can get up there without having to build and edit things?
Maybe. Ooh, what's this? Got another chest.
There's one on top of the beams here.
I have 3 shields in my wheel now. That's funny. Alright. This is... There's nothing in that chest. Alright, I don't think... Oh, you can climb the chains, by the way.
Yeah, I know, and I'm trying to get up top there. Because there's a chest up there.
I killed myself. Yeah. I think we're gonna have to go outside and climb the roof. Which might still require editing. But you can always chop down the scaffold. Which is a little annoying. Ooh, you know what we should do? OJ?
What?
We should add gravel to this shop because you can use it as scaffolding, and once you drop it down, it falls down easily.
Oh, that doesn't work. It only works in Minecraft. Nah, in here they act like solid blocks once placed by a player. Oh, I found the way in.
Naturally, they do fall. Where? By the way.
Oh, there's 2 of them up here. There's like there's another secret one in here. This one with all the cobwebs, I wonder if there's a way...
Damn, man. Nothing in there. Where's the other chest?
Up above.
Quartz loot's down here.
How come you're able to get up there and I can't? It's like, what the hell? You're able to jump up there.
That's weird.
Maybe if I use my keyboard, I'll get a success.
Yeah, I would use the keyboard for that. Make sure you grab shit down here.
Yeah, I just had to use the keyboard. Controller's a little whack.
Don't change the drop later to full inventory drop, by the way. I think what it is now is perfect, because I dropped plenty. And they're valuable, so yeah.
What's this lead to?
Apparently nothing. Let's check if there's something on here. No? I don't think there is. Looks like it's just yeah. A little bit of a stake there. Continuation.
Oh, chest.
Chest.
Oh, it's got doomed Outlander daggers.
Yeah, those are decent too. I've fought with those. One thing it doesn't let me do is open a chest while you're in it.
Yeah, is your inventory full?
Individual loot. Get there. Yeah, definitely.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like you can't even pick up that pickaxe.
I'm taking low tier gear so I can put it back in a chest that spawn. By the way, I would like it if you made a little storage room just for spawn. So I can put a little gear down for free.
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to do that.
Yeah. We gotta put a ton of buildings and stuff in there. Make it like a city.
I know they can buy it, but I mean, why not? Just take the free gear that I find and go put it in spawn. You know, why not?
Yeah.
They don't want to use it for gear, they can just scrap it if they're doing it for themselves that way. The statues are interesting.
Yeah, I have a statue shop at spawn. There's just gear everywhere.
Gear, nice. Yeah. One of you were throwing it down all over the place. I'm gonna pick it up. Alright.
I'm gonna go to spawn and drop my stuff off.
Yeah, we need some chests and spawn soon.
There's a bunch of them everywhere.
Now we're back to spawn and de-loot.
Yeah. Yeah, better map. This is all screwed up for me. Really screwed up. I wonder if I should just remove better maps. It tends to have a lot of problems.
Oh, been working okay for me.
Maybe I just need to rejoin quick. Wow, better maps is even worse now. If you look at the map, what do you see?
Yeah, it's keeping it filled in where we've been.
Yeah, Bramble, do you find better maps is screwed up? For me, I see nothing.
Yeah, screwed up, but I can still, like, see spots on the map. Oh, it's normal now for me. Nice. Yeah, it's working again for me.
I'm pretty sure this whole place is super looted. I can't... Let's head over there, I guess. To the mountains.
It looks like it may have restocked just now.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's another place a little southeast of us.
Yeah.
Usually in the Frostlands, there's a ton of these places. All over the place. That's what I like about this place. The map is not letting me move around. That's kind of weird. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Alright.
I can drag it left and right, not up and down.
Yeah, same problem. Like that. Why?
Yeah, high five is cool. Do the high five emote. I wonder if it'll cause us to interact.
Map zoom settings. Cave mode personal. Yeah, can I turn that on, please? Enable cave mode personal. Okay.
Man, it's probably hard to get them perfectly in sync. It's not like Fortnite. Wish it was more like Fortnite.
Yeah, the map is acting funny. I think that's a normal with better maps, though. It's just it likes acting funny.
It'll fix itself on a restart, this is always a problem when you discover a very large area. But where's one of those temples? I want to go to one of the temples because I got a lot of memories. Oh, I just realized my backpack is full of loot too. That I never emptied out.
Backpack.
Did you get the backpack upgrade?
Not yet. Did we go after this place over here? I don't think we did. Man, there's literally one right next to us. That's funny.
Where?
This one over here. Did we already go there?
No.
Do it. Hi, bitch. You wanna get stabbed?
Oh crap! I got no arrows. Yeah, I got some more memories.
I have one key to turn in.
Nice. Dead boys. Yeah. Good job. Repair kit. Nice. That'll come in handy later.
There's so much thorium in there. Oh, there's one in the basement. What's down there? Like, how do you get down to that area underneath us?
I scrolled down there a minute ago. What is that?
Oh, there's a wolf.
Not bad, not bad.
Alright, how do we get out?
Yeah. I think we're building up. Okay.
Should we check out what's up in the mountains? What the hell?
Oh, when that happens, makes me so happy.
Oh god, it's pushing me into your loot. I'm like picking up all your loot. Yo, can you drop off all the loot? I'll hand it to you and you can just take it on over.
Alright, yeah, sure. Just drop it off.
How do I...
Crap, 21
How do I... There's gotta be like a way to mass drop them. Crap, I get... What's the...
Actually, I think they're sure.
Just drag them out?
Is there no mass, like, drop all?
Ah. No.
I think you can hover over them and press G. Yeah, you can hover over everything and press G.
How does it work on the controller?
Whatever represents G on the controller, a drop. Let's see, I can go to settings.
Yeah, you should drop all that off.
So it's the down arrow. Alright, I'll go drop it off. Oh, damn. That's a lot of shit. I can't hear. I can't hear. Oh, what? Why did it not teleport me?
Just go to the warp and then come back quickly before it despawns.
Yeah.
I'll do TPS up.
It didn't warp, and now it's making me wait 7 seconds, so, yeah.
I can quick warp.
That's
actually have a lot of it.
Yeah, I got a void heart. Yeah, should we go up into the mountain? Let's go into the mountain.
Big ass fucking yeti up here.
They often burn on their own campfires.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was that?
This is this much.
Did you find silver?
A lot of it, yeah. Big ass fucking vein.
Oh, there's the Yeti camp up there.
Oh man, the red restores a lot of health too. A lot of it. Might have crafted 21 pieces.
Hmm.
Oh shit. Shut up, Hamlet. Literally just turned this thing up.
Oh, there's another Yeti over there.
Yeah. Honestly, surprised they don't provide loot chests in the back for Yetis.
Hmm. Yeah, where's one of those temples that we can take the memories to? Hey, there's like a Viking village nearby.
Another mod I'd like to add is one where it adds a Brambling race, and it blends in with vanilla really well. They pretty much act like a skeleton or any other race in the vanilla game. I wouldn't be surprised if they added them in naturally later. You hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be interesting later. We can look at that. I forget which mod is most followed to that race, but yeah. Actually, no, I think PJ provides that. Yeah, PJ provides that, so you can add them. You can add them for him. I definitely do for him. Yeah, this is already fun, but his mob events and zombie nights definitely make the server a lot of fun. I might test that tonight too, because tonight and tomorrow I have off, so I can test things with you, so we should take use of that. Yeah. Wow, I've never seen one of these generations yet. Literally, I've never seen this. Have you?
I've seen it many times.
Yeah, I haven't come in contact with this one yet.
Wow, some blocks just break
Yeah, that was kind of
when you
funny.
interact. They really gotta fix that with these generations.
Yeah. Another free sword. Nice. Wanna fight, bitch? Let's go.
Oh, there's one in here, I guess I haven't looted.
One thing I would consider adding to the self-props shop, if you haven't already, is having the ability to sell regular props that are not eternal, because you find a lot of them through looting. Just saying. I've got so many random seed packs that I probably won't even use, so it'd be nice to be able to sell them.
Oh yeah, that's probably the main thing I gotta use PJ's thing for is a player auction.
Yeah, and that's another thing, yeah, it's definitely heavy of auctioning, so I'll probably like that.
This High Essentials has a player shop, which is like kind of based around a chest or something. I don't know. I haven't really used
I don't
it.
personally like it very much. Yeah, I don't like
The
it.
player shops. They suck.
Yeah, I don't like it. I haven't used DJs yet, but it definitely sounds much easier.
Yeah, should we check for dinos? Do you have a pickaxe?
I'm having big guys.
If we go over there, we could look for dinos. Oh, I got knocked off while trying to accept the TPA.
I don't like the bitches here. They're kind of vicious. Like that void-sized little faggot over there. I hate those things. They hurt. They hurt a lot. Oh, by the way, the void size is actually really OP. Another thing I'd love to add to the shop for a high price because they're really good.
Yeah, I'm not interested in adding OP stuff to the shop unless it's like obtainable in the game. Because otherwise everybody will need it.
Well, that's the point. That's kind of the point of like shop is adding stuff that you can't actually get.
Yeah, but I could put the AK-47 in there, and that would be OP.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, there's a
void size below that. AK-47 is even worse. I mean, I'm not against AK-47, but void size is more like natural to the game.
They need to at least add ammo for the guns. Like the fact that it has unlimited ammo is retarded.
It's not unlimited. It runs off of arrows.
What? Really?
Yes, they use arrows. That's what it is. That's why
Maybe
it's
it.
like unlimited
Oh,
AP.
maybe just because I use it in creative mode, it seems unlimited.
Yes, in creative you can shoot it unlimited. You don't need arrows. But when you're in survival, it requires arrows and ammo.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an undead cow, a gym. Oh, a new one spawned as soon as I killed the old one. There's a giant Praetorian.
Oh, I hate these things. Oh my god, you see how he moved right there? Damn. That guy jumped all the way across the place like that. That is crazy. Bitch, get stabbed. Got that little void size faggot over here too. Yeah, that weapon right there, that's a good weapon. I like that. It's just a bit much as far as what it can do. Now for harder mobs, it doesn't exactly one tap. It still takes a couple hits, but it can one shot most normal enemies. No!
What?
Almost killed my ass, man. Cow.
There's a health potion.
Yeah, I got myself good. Thanks. Take that anyway for later. I don't want the boom powder. Damn it.
Oh, there's a loot chest somewhere in here. Yeah, it's got bamboo and jungle. Over here's the chest.
Nice. Another health potion. Nice. And cinder cloth.
Yeah. Where should we explore to get the dinos? Yeah. Is there a way to jump down? Do you see a thing that lets us jump down?
It's good to find a nice opening to a cave, like a pretty large opening, and then go all the way to the bottom of that cave, and you'll just jump right into the biome. Works every time for me. Yeah, having success doing it that way. Just find a decent opening and then jumping down all the way in the... It's gotta be in a thick area in the center of this biome, though. Otherwise, it probably won't lead you anywhere.
Yo, there's a toad. Toads here. Let's kill the toads.
I hate those things so much.
There's 2 different colors.
Let's go. Wow, he was a little too easy to kill.
Yeah. Is this where we should explore?
This might do it, yeah. This should do it. This looks like a perfect cave entrance here. I hope. It's not guaranteed you'll find one, but most of the time around here you do. I need torchlight. Shut up, dog. Yeah. Okay. This does it. Yeah, that was not a good idea for me.
You should have waited for me to TPA you.
Yeah, I was on low health, so for me that was not good. I lost a lot of loot there.
Oh dear. Are you gonna try to get it out or nah?
You can. I don't think. I'm pretty sure it burns. Alright. Alright. I still got the armor because it never drops your armor. Beast mode, dude. Shit.
Oh, there we go. There's what we need.
Yeah. I'm gonna should be around the corner.
Yeah, there's a Venus flytrap. What's a Trilodon? It said I discovered a Trilodon.
Yeah, so where's the entrance?
Don't know.
Let's try mining through the
Build
wall.
another Dino.
Try mining through the wall here.
There's a lot of dinos spawning just on the edge here, which suggests to me that there's nothing in there. I'll check. I'll just check in admin mode. Yeah, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, Bramble, there's nothing that going that way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I see that. I got my ass hit.
Yeah. We would have had to dig quite a while to get to here.
We're gonna put a teleporter down here. I don't know if you could just, you know, like feel like doing that, but that'd be cool.
Yeah, there's somebody near me.
Alright, you want your shit back?
Yeah.
I think this one's yours. Take that first. The fucking Snapdragon?
Oh, I just beat the Snapdragon with my bow, like melee style.
That's funny. Yeah, little bitches are annoying. I hate them. They're over here in the water. So I can actually drop this to you.
Yeah, the water's pretty here. This would be a great underwater base.
Alright, well, keep your shit then.
What did I even have?
I didn't look like it was that crazy.
Yeah, set a bed
Yeah,
here.
it's
There
pretty
might
much
be,
the shit I had.
there'll probably be a bed somewhere around here.
Yeah. Can we set like a TPA here or something? I don't know. Like a teleporter maybe?
We can make portals at spawn.
Yeah, let's do that. Set that one here. It's usually kind of annoying to get to these places, so it's just nice to have a teleporter. Man, stop stabbing me. Yeah? Thank you.
Bed is your best bet to get back here at in the meanwhile. Well, we'll find one in a tree.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I need food. Do you have food?
Yeah, I could get that. Oh my gosh, dude!
Oh God. She's too dizzy now. I got 40 memories to restore.
Yeah, do slash back and see if it works for you.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you should be able to do that since you're at it.
Yeah, you're gonna drown.
Scuba gear saved me.
Holy, there's so many. And this guy's actually tough.
Yeah, I know. Those little Rex is doing my ass, man. Yeah, this T-Rex is doing fucking ass. Got a fat ass head with weeds on it.
Oh, they're all gonna drown. Easy to get hides out here.
Because they're doing things that they don't normally do before.
Oh, you know what? Never mind. I just fly through. the amount of admin abuse is not good.
Hey, I could do admin abuse, man, because I could just set a fucking chest down and generate chests.
Yeah.
Chest again, buddy. Just what I need to apps.
Yeah, we gotta find a bed. Oh my god.
Yeah, I need a bed pretty bad too. Look, you just sit here. I put this down and generated a loot chest. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What type of chests
So
you normally
conveniently.
generate here?
Like jungle-looking chest.
You might need to do that.
Yeah. Man, you always get chased by a fucking dinosaur constantly.
Yeah.
They like
I've
you.
lost all my food, I think.
I think I have like one piece on here. Take this. Or don't. Yeah. I don't like my food.
In here in these crystal trees, maybe we'll find a tree house.
Maybe. I like that I can generate that. We got another judge over here. Right. Well. Oh, okay, so these chests do generate here. Hey, at least I'm using the correct chest.
How do I get out of this well? Do you have any rope on you?
That's a good idea. Rope? No.
You sure?
Yep. I can set these back down. No, it's not going to look as proper. Okay.
Help! I ran out of arrows, I think, no. Are there any treehouse?
There is, I've seen them around.
By the way, you know what? There's a crystal shop, right? You can just buy as much crystal as you want in the spawn. You don't have to. You don't have to ruin the beauty of this place to get the crystals.
Yeah, I haven't touched any. Alright.
What's this?
Treehouse.
I'm not sure what that is.
It's a treehouse. Yeah, this is one of my favorite places in the underground here.
Oh, there's a bed. You should set your bed here.
Yeah. Is there an actual one in here? No. Okay.
I didn't set my bed, so you can do it.
Okay. Mine too now. I actually would turn one of these into a house for myself, honestly.
Did she set bed? Oh, good. now you can start building in this area. This can be your base.
I think I stabbed that by accident. Yeah, I'm about to die.
Yeah, do you want food? I have food. What the hell? Something invisible attacked me.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Yeah, I'm being attacked by something invisible. What the shit?
Fucking
There's two gates there.
I hate those things. I wish I could eliminate them completely.
Yo, where's Dissy at?
It's fucking poison.
I got like 40 memories. I wonder if that's the limit.
Oh, another. Oh, it's a chair.
I'll just go to spawn and look from there.
Yeah, I think he's at spawn.
Yeah, Dissy, where's the memory place at? My maps are not working. I got 40 memories to drop off.
Just outside of my head. This way.
Holy shit, we're under attack and spawn? Alright, I'm like so close to death. Do you have like one piece of food for me? Maybe the chest has it.
Some health potions.
There we go. Okay. There's like stags here.
Backpack upgrade 2 is unlocked.
Oh, nice. There's so many livestock that I apparently haven't encountered yet. Yeah, the sheep that I encountered must have been sheared, because he looks sheared in here.
DJ put out another mod. It's called Talismans.
What's it do?
Correctly. So what it essentially does is it focuses on collectible blah 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 that grant passive stat bonuses and special abilities. So yeah, a growing collection of talismans, whatever they're called, with a different.
Yeah, you should restore your memories.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, you put out another one.
I just noticed none of the scuba gear is taking any durability damage.
I know it doesn't take any durability loss.
It's invincible that way?
Essentially, yeah. But
What about it?
protect you.
What if he gets hit?
From damage? It doesn't protect you from damage, so it just never breaks.
Huh, really?
Yeah.
I thought it protects from damage too.
No, it's mainly just used for swimming.
It has percentages for projectile damage and physical resistance.
That makes sense. They're only 5% each, so whatever they do.
7945? Too late for that much math.
DJs are almost completely up to date, only a few days behind. Hey, OD, where are you? Where do you go?
I'm having a hard time with emoting for some reason. Oh, it's because I'm crouched.
Statue's head.
Yeah, I can't emote while crouched apparently.
Yeah, I don't think that would work. Sir?
I got a new memory brown owl discovered.
Me too.
Yeah. So do you want to test DJ's stuff tonight?
Nah.
Up to date again.
Probably another night though. We're actually gonna start looking at it.
Probably a week.
Yeah, I know. Which one allows for the player auction?
That would be PJ Money, 4Lib, and Market. They're kind of one mod, really. Look over those again too and make sure they exactly have those abilities. Alright, is it in money or is it a different one? Description. Alright, adds coin, blah blah blah, adds personal loans as players, deposit, okay, rolling, assets, blah blah blah. Back to markets. What can market do?
Yeah, it's a thing called generators, level mineral generators.
Yeah, those are fun too.
Champions.
Generators is alright, but I feel like that's like a big thing to actually add to an Anarchy server.
Yeah, I'm guessing Blood Moon's still a mess.
No, it's actually much better than it was. There might be a few little odds and ends that might need a little fixing, but it's actually worthy of a server now. I feel. I've tested it enough and I think it's alright.
He has something called high skills.
That's more like an RPG leveling. If you wanted to add it, it wouldn't be so bad. But it feels a little bit RPG to me. Which I don't necessarily like.
What's like the difference between Blood Moon and Zombie Nights?
So Zombie Nights adds zombie events to the game where you could randomly get ambushed by zombies. Or just a normal, more large appearance of zombies throughout each zone. Mob events literally is any type of mob, and they can start an event on you, or a group of players.
He has some Minecraft mods too.
Yes, back when he was more Minecraft dude.
He has PJ Mob Events, launches random thematic mob events around the player, fully configurable.
Yeah.
Is PJ difficulty?
I'm looking at his market again, and I don't see the player auction stuff. So you might have seen that on it.
Have you seen his Forgotten Creatures mod?
That one's really fun too because it brings stuff that's in their code that they haven't actually like developed for yet, such as that Void Creature one. It brings that one. And then the Bramlican race that I told you about, that's also really cool. It brings that one too, as well as this Lizard race. So, like the mob expansion one that you liked, you would like that one as well. Are you dropping rotten potato? Rotten potatoes on me.
Thought you liked it.
Does it actually hurt me? I can't even eat it.
Yeah, I'm looking at PJ Market, and it's saying there's a bunch of problems with it. There's people complaining on May 28, May 27.
Right.
That's what I really need is a market, like an auction thing.
Yeah, the auction. I don't actually see that. Like, I didn't actually see that. I'm surprised they're complaining about the market, though. I don't know what they're complaining about. I loved it. I thought it was a good mod. Let's see what they're complaining about here. Same problem as GPA below. Added money and all other PJ mods to Mesh server all at the same time. Money balance was never applied to the market. What does that mean? I tried to reproduce the problem I have been able to get it to happen at. Fix it as soon as possible. Thanks for letting me know. Well, it's good to hear what's about it. I reset my world for some reason, and the market always shows all balance is zero no matter how much. I don't know. Wow, okay. I deleted both money. Yeah, see, their issues that they're mentioning, I literally have never had them yet. It must be breaking with the new update or something.
It's been updated like 3 times since update 5. And each little minor update now breaks things. It's like, and actually changes some significant stuff. I think they gave up.
I've never experienced this yet.
I think they gave up on pre-releases. They're just forcing every pre-release now.
Yeah, they're just throwing it out. Yeah.
Might as well, because the whole pre-release concept never really worked out.
They found more bugs the day after release than all 5 people playing pre-release for the last 3 months.
Yeah.
That's great. That's absolutely great.
I've made like probably like
The update.
I made probably like 10 bug reports in just like the last few days. Even today, I found several bugs. There's a lot of like stuff regarding regions and prefabs and so on that need to be changed. If they make certain changes I need, I'll be able to like put in the highways super easy.
Right, yeah, so somebody also made the suggestion to him, which I actually wouldn't be so opposed to. But Forlib, I don't know if that should be combined with those, honestly, because it's like a base code for all of them. But somebody suggested that he should add PJ Money, PJ Market, and PJ Forlib into one mod. Because they're interconnected. They're the ones that you usually start with, and then go to those other ones.
Nah, it doesn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah, I don't think it does either, because
I don't understand why PJ Money and Market are separate though.
Yeah, those I feel like that could be combined, but as far as Forlib, I don't think that one should be combined.
What I want to know is, can I use PJ Market and then skip the other two, and the market will allow like work with the high essentials economy?
That's what I would be curious to know, because it says it's compatible over the internet, but I want to see it working live, like real time. Maybe I should just go test it real quick. Here, join a voice chat so I can, in Discord so I can test this.
What are you trying to test?
I'm gonna test tools and PTJ.
Just tell me about it later. My eyes are burning and I gotta get some water and stuff. I'm gonna go AFK and spawn.
Sure.
I'll make a bug report, I guess, about that. Yeah, hello? Yeah, did you test out the auction with High Essentials Act?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, I tested the mods together, and they are not compatible. Their currency's not converting to each other. So I posted a decent reply to PJ telling him we would very much like it if those two were compatible, because they're pretty much the two biggest current economy mods.
Yeah, hey, let's
So-
wanna test the let's I want to test out one in mod right now. What's it called?
Which one?
It's the one that gives extra mobs.
Oh, that one I've tested. Yeah, that one is one of my favorites from his. It's pretty nice.
The one with the slimes
And it's not too heavy.
the balloons and stuff.
Oh, the mob expansion mod? Okay, yeah, that one's by a different guy. Yeah, that should be fine too. Should be up to date, I think. Oh my gosh, this mouse tweaking is annoying.
I gotta put on my headset because people on YouTube are gonna be pissed about the echoing.
Why? Why is my mouse doing that?
What's it called?
Mob.
Oh, it said better mob expansion. That's it. It was
Yeah,
last
better mob
updated
expansion.
10 days ago. Let's check the comments.
It should still be compatible even though it's 10. It's in update 5. He updated it the day of. And since then he's put another one or two updates out.
Yeah, but it was last updated 10 days ago.
That's not that bad. It's still compatible.
There's a guy complaining about something on May 28th.
He probably found a bug that's more minor. But it caused some issue for him. There's also another mob expansion, one by PJ. It's called Forgotten Creatures. It's not necessarily new mobs. What it is he takes mobs that they haven't added necessarily into World Generation yet, and he brings them to life. So you could use that one as well. I think the added ones is the Lizard Race, Ramblican Race, and whatever that other one is.
I see no response to the guy talking about issues on Hytale server 0.52, and that was 2 updates ago.
Yeah. Sounds like he is responsive. Okay, I think the mouse is probably dying.
Yeah, if we started, is there any potential for us to have a bunch of shit in the world after I remove the mod? Remove the mod that'll just linger in the world? That'll be like messed up.
No, I've done that already. It usually doesn't cause
With
any
better
issues at
mob
all.
expansion?
Yeah, I've already removed it once because I had to for something else. I think it was out of date or some shit. Yeah, it didn't cause any problems. A mod like that, I don't think should cause any issues, I think, so.
I'll just do a backup anyways.
Oh yeah, do a backup. Always backup for any mod testing. Mod testing. That's fucking better.
What day is it today? It is June 2nd, I guess?
My birthday's in a couple days. 19.
Oh yeah, I got a backup going.
Yeah, I meant to mention this to you earlier, but I'm thinking about bringing the miser back anyway. But I don't necessarily know if I want to do it because if I end up needing to give the ownership away to somebody else, I don't think I trust. Well, first of all, I don't really have anybody. Second of all, I don't think I really trust anybody except you to take responsibility for it. I'm wondering if you would want to do that if I needed to hand it off instead of shutting it down.
I don't even know like how long I'm gonna be in it because I'm still worried about this whole situation with the censorship. By the way, my video blew up, eh? Tons of people have been watching that about the Hytale censorship and they're mad. So like that's all gotta be sorted. Like for all I know, in 1 month or no, they're either gonna be reasonable and they're gonna like solve everything and the Hytale's gonna be like have a glorious future, or they're just gonna like bring the ban hammer down and just wipe out all the servers that are anarchy. I don't know.
Well, if they do that, they're going to lose a lot of publicity, and they're going to piss at least a quarter to half of their customers off.
They're also going to piss
Like,
off the people who have a lot of programming skills and know how to like make a cracked version of their game, and know about the vulnerabilities and exploits and like
If they do that, it's going to be close to game over for them. So
yeah, I already talked to a guy about this for 1 hour who's like, I was telling him that I'd rather go like the legalistic route and just be like, hey, this is suppressing people's religious freedoms, this is suppressing, you know, their rights. But he was just like, I'm just gonna go full hacker mode, and I've already found vulnerabilities in there, and I can make a cracked client, and they won't make any money then, and you know, like if they keep these anarchy servers within the ecosystem, then they can potentially have a slight bit of control and make money. But if they're gonna exile these people, then they're gonna have a breakaway.
Close the game over for them. Yeah.
We gotta
still survive, but they'll survive. But it's gonna piss a lot of people off, and they're gonna lose a lot of. Yeah, it'll be terrible if they do that, so they better not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find a mouse.
Yeah, and they're trying to do this shit early. Like, come on, we tried to escape Minecraft for Hytale.
Yeah. Minecraft just for Hytale.
Yeah, just because of these specific reasons, like the censorship and whatnot.
Yeah, Minecraft censoring, and that's why they're part of the game here.
Alright, what's this thing called? Better Mob expansion? Yeah, Bramble. Oh. What if I can jump from here without...
Yeah, I'm trying to see if the... Trying to see if the flying barrels are showing up, because that's the closest indication to make sure it's working.
Is there a config to turn on and off stuff, and are there any commands related to it?
There should be commands, and you can also delete entities from the mod itself. Which is quite convenient.
So what are the commands?
Let me go to the mod here. Better. Oh, they added the bandits in, unless I didn't see that before. It looked like players, almost. I don't see anything related to commands, but it has a config and you can delete entities off of it.
Yo, High Essentials X has something called Infinite Stamina
That's funny.
as a command.
Right, they integrated that in. But yeah, it's not command-based. You can go in the config and delete entities.
What the heck does item state do? That's a Hytale one.
Item state? That sounds new, to be honest. I've never even heard of that yet.
There's also something called Land Discovery.
I bet I know that's what they do. Hey, were these bandits entities in here before we tested this mod?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't feel like they were. They look like players.
There's a model selection page. There's a money command. Oh, what's more? Set held item to max stack size. That's a High Essentials thing.
Yeah, part of the reason they're not compatible, by the way, is because they both use the same command /money. And High Essentials is dominant. So, that creates a problem.
There's something called packs, and its commands are related to asset packs. Perm, that's a thing apparently, and that's part of Hytale.
I think that's new too.
What, the perm thing?
It sounds like it, yeah.
Maybe we can get rid of lucky perms.
What about that? Might not be developed enough. We'll see. Yeah, so the other one I would check alongside mob expansion is DJ's mob expansion type of thing. It's called Forgotten Creatures or something.
I have Rechunk installed still, apparently.
Really? This is surprising.
It doesn't work though. Just says there's an error.
I think so.
Yeah, not updated in 4 months. I might as well just remove it. One less mod. I really wish I need it, but man, it's not working.
Oh, the Slothian race is even here. Wow. Okay, yeah. I gotta send this to you. Because if you like the mob expansion, this one, it actually does quite a bit. And it's done by PG. He does good
I
quality.
gotta just close my window. It's night and I think the moths and bugs might be coming in.
Yeah, check out that one in your Discord. I think you like it. And let me check its date-ish. I think it's completely up to date. Let's see here. Yeah, it's up to date enough. Looks like he needs to update it in a few days.
Yo, can PJ do the rechunk mod?
Oh, that would be awesome.
It's a
He's
simple
already
thing.
a lot, though, so yeah, he may not do it right away, but yeah, I think that would be great for him to do. Develop. That's kind of a heavy mod to grade, though, so it might take a while on that one. Check out the one in your Discord, because if you like this one, you'll definitely like that one, maybe even more. He adds races, but he doesn't just add races, he actually takes ones that are not developed yet, or added into the game officially, and brings them into the game.
Yeah, that's actually entirely in line with my philosophy for this. Because I'm not opposed to adding stuff that's part of the game. It's just stuck away in creative. I like how what do you call it? Darktail, like instead of doing this, you do dashes.
Yeah, you do dash. I actually really like that a lot. Yeah.
That needs to become part of Hytale.
Check out the one in Discord though. I think you're gonna like it.
It's kind of retarded to try and block with like daggers.
Daggers. We got a shield for that. We're good.
Well, you can't use a shield with it. It's just like in real life, you wouldn't block with a dagger. You'd just move out of the way and dash around.
Daggers, you have to rely on skill more because they're dual wielders. So.
Oh, he's got the cobalt. There we go. We can upgrade this.
Hey, dude, check out the one in your Discord. I think you like it.
What are we trying to look at right now?
Just look at it. If you like the mob expansion one, I think you'll like that one a lot. And it's not even adding. He adds new races. He does the Brownpin race, but he did a lot of adding stuff that's tucked in creative or in the code.
It was like a mushroom race or something?
That sounds added. But there's, I think Brownpin is either added or another race that they haven't officially added in yet.
Wait, Shadow Knights are in?
Yeah, Sloth race, that's actually from Hytale. The Knights, I think he might have just added onto the already existing Knight.
Really? Like where do the sloths come from? I've never seen them.
They're talked about, they just, you don't ever see them.
Oh, yeah.
I forget where he said they actually came from though. This void creature, all the way to the right, that's one that they were supposed to add in, but haven't.
There's a Bramblekin shaman. Mushy, a small fearful predator that flees when threatened.
Yeah, the Bramblekin, I almost wonder if Hytale is planning to add that one. It feels very vanilla, but I think it may be one that's just created by the mods community. The lizard race is just pretty much added to the dino area. The Syrians or some shit? Yeah. I think I'm pronouncing that wrong.
What the heck's a Grooble? He doesn't have pictures for everything. And a mannequin?
The ghoul, that's also already part of Hytale, like you can spawn it in the entity tool, but I don't think it spawned anywhere naturally, so he also puts that one spawning naturally. And then there's this zombie giant weirdo freak. He makes
Yeah, does he have any mods that adds in the thorium shovel? To like, as a craftable thing?
Let's see, Seeker. I don't think he has anything related to them, too. Okay, so here's some hyper pickaxes. I don't think that's gonna be related to shovels. Yeah, it pretty much just adds tools that have enchantments built into them.
It integrates automatically with champions and mob events.
Yeah, a lot of his mods integrate with each other.
What's mob events? This might be better than the shit that I have on right now, because the thing I have right now is not very vanilla.
Yeah, I'm trying to say that, buddy. Mob events, I think you're actually gonna just love. I put it in my server and I had an ass ton of fun with that one.
But what does it do?
Read it. I personally loved it. I thought it was fun. And same with Zombie Nights. It does the same type of thing, except it's mainly based on zombies.
Is it kind of like the Red Moon stuff, but better?
Yeah, and it integrates with Blood Moon perfectly. It's actually a very good combination with Blood Moon and Zombie Nights. I put all three in there, and it was fun. It was a little bit chaotic at times, but it wasn't always crazy. It'll actually make
it has an
people
achievements thing. That's something I want from High Essentials, is an achievements.
Yeah. He has a little bit of achievement system, a little bit, and he rewards his players in the system as well. When I did the market thing, I didn't find any errors. I think what it is the fact that we have updates in Hytale right now. So I think it's breaking his mods.
So main thing I need to know is PJ Mob Events doesn't add any non-vanilla stuff like creatures, does it?
No, not that I know of. I can go look at it again, but it should just use regular mobs, and then it might add, like, per se, armor pieces onto the actual
Shit, this is better than what I got going currently. Maybe I should...
I know.
I don't even know why I don't already have this in. Okay, I'm just gonna go creative mode, because I need to see if there's, like, any of those balloons flying around. I don't see a config for this.
Music.
Yeah, I don't even see any of the mobs like spawning at all. Like I don't see any new mobs whatsoever anywhere after flying
That's what I
around.
was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Like I was like, okay, where's our barrel dudes? Like I don't see them. So I hope it didn't break his too.
I'm gonna make a comment.
See if it's in your entity tool as well, like if you can actually access the entity. That's a good way to figure out if it's at least coming up in that part. Oh look, there's a different color berry bush down here. Look at this. Blue berry bush. I haven't seen that yet, unless I'm just nuts.
Oh, that's something you can buy from the Quebec villagers.
Oh, cool. Oh, I like that color. It's nice.
It's called the wet berry bush.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like them a lot. I've used them a lot. What the hell's this? BME? There's all these BME creatures. Bandit?
Yeah, that's probably his. Yeah, there's the bandit. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so they're in there. For some reason, they're not spawning. I wonder if it's because it's in an existing world.
Like, do you see a
Possibly,
Minecraft
yeah.
slime?
Yeah, I see that one, yeah. There's also some other looking slimes, too.
How do you see them?
I don't know how I've seen them. That's kind of funny. Usually I can't see your entity tool. There's the red slime. Hey, buddy. Can I slap you? Oh, I can interact with it? That is so strange.
It's not actually placed yet.
Yeah,
Well, let's
that's
place
funny.
one.
New memory slime. I get a slime.
What? You get
Wow.
memory? Oh, look, there's a balloon.
Hey. I think a good theory would be that because you messed with the entity tool, it made it work.
Yeah, maybe.
You get what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it may have activated it.
Yo, what's this thing?
Oh, I've seen that in the mod too. Yeah, that's like that turtle thing. I don't even know what they're called. I don't remember, but yeah, they have some purpose. I think they provide flour pretty much. There's one around carrying flowers on their back.
Maybe I'll just.
There's some type of turtle.
Yeah, maybe I'll just leave it in until someone complains. Besides green vanilla, he wants everything completely vanilla.
I don't understand that really. Like I understand it to an extent, but Hytale's one of its biggest purposes, like I've already said before, is to be modded. Like people might be against that, but Hytale that was a big reason why it was created.
Alright, what were those
Minecraft
PJ
are hard
mods
to
I
do
was
that with.
looking at?
Mob
PJ
events.
mob events. Definitely want to add that, I think. I gotta check comments, though.
I think the whole economy system thing, you might want to wait. Either here's what you do. You either replace your current economy system and put his in, or you wait on his economy system to have compatibility with your current economy system. You know what I mean?
Thing about my current system is, like, I need the high essentials thing for so many stuff and the portals and everything, so I
and
need
that's
it
the problem.
anyways.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait till he gets his auction working with high essentials, and then I'll add it. Either that or TLV will develop an auction beforehand, but I don't know. Whoever beats to the chase.
Oh shit, dude! I know what you do. And this is if you want to start over again from square one as far as shops and everything. What you can do is because you can. I looked into context. You can disable the economy part of it, like all the shops and everything, and just replace the PJs, but still have a high essentials in here. You get what I mean? Because I looked into configs and you can disable economy.
Yeah, I know that. I know that's one other option.
Mm-hmm. So if you wanted to really do that and just replace the PJs, you actually can't do it. And
I
just leave his mod
just
and
want to
everything
wait
else.
on these guys to make shit compatible. Because I do like having
Yeah,
the NPCs
yeah.
at spawn.
I know, yeah. I knew that's probably something you liked. That's why I made that massive comment to him. I'm like, dude, if you can make it compatible, he spent a lot of time on it, and I don't think he wants to give it that easily. So, yeah, I just told him if you can make their currencies compatible, me and him would both love that. I feel like they could do it.
Yeah, there's somebody complaining
take a
in
little
the
work.
comments. He says, at the moment, our problem is that after events, player houses and even the whole spawn area can end up full of mobs. Oh, well, that's not a problem. Fuck that. Yeah. I don't care if that happens.
Yeah. I personally didn't mind because I just killed all of them, so... I mean,
Yeah, he just wants
killed
the
them
thing
all
that...
and done.
He wants the thing that stops him from spawning inside player houses, claimed areas, or protected spawn zones.
Dude, World Protect can literally completely avoid that. Like I turned World Protect on, I said do not spawn entities in this area, and it blocked it out.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So this Stir Friesen guy has something different, maybe.
Yeah, he probably does, yeah. He just needs to switch up his claim
Anyway,
system
I don't
pretty
care if the spawn becomes absolutely full of 100 mobs. It'll be funny.
Me either. Maybe
The game's not my issue right now is like we just spent a few hours like going through all the dungeons, and other than like the dinos are pretty jacked, but everything else is too easy.
I know, that's part of the reason why I added. That was the biggest reason I added all those mods into my server when I had it, is because I played vanilla for a while, and I was just like, you know what? These vanilla mobs are just they're too easy.
Yeah,
I mean,
PvE single player is too easy, and PvE cooperative is even easier. Like, it's just... I want it to be a genuine struggle, and like there to be you have to actually plan and have good gear to like go into some areas.
Granted, I was using Mjolnir, but
Oh my god!
by the way, that's a very fun advanced weapon. If we
Mjolnir.
ever want to do that later, but that's just that weapon is so fucked up, jacked. It's crazy. You can disable certain abilities on it too, and create your own separate recipe from the original recipe I had. Like you can just erase the recipe and create a new one. It's actually pretty cool. I'm surprised how customizable they made that weapon. Whole mod on its own. It's crazy. I need water again.
It says the mod includes warp blocks, which can be crafted at the PJ mods bench, but these blocks affect mob spawning, not the area they can enter. Have you tried using them to see if they might help with your problem? I'll keep the restoration in mind for future versions of the mod. Thanks for your mind. What's this about warp blocks?
So those are one of the custom blocks integrated with the mod. What it does is it literally just acts as a spawn anchor. And it doesn't repetitively do it, it just does it once. So when you set it down, it spawns the event. You get it? It's like a spawn egg from Minecraft.
Yeah, can it work without those, if I disable those?
Yeah, it's just going to randomly happen to the player.
Okay, that's good then.
And an admin can force it, and an admin can enforce it too, by using the control panel.
And is there a way to keep out the PJ mods bench and word blocks and stuff?
That I do not know, but it's possible there may be a way, yeah. The description will probably tell you that. I mean, really, if you know what you're doing, anything's possible, but yeah. Dark Tale shows perfect example of that. Don't know. Yeah.
So forgotten creatures and PJ mob events, so they're pretty like sticking to vanilla.
Oh my god. I can't believe I'm saying it. Yeah, I care about vanilla. I do. Like the vanilla part of the game, but at the same time, I also don't care. Like not as much as other people, per se. Yeah. I feel like a new experience is fine by me. It's more fun to the game, in my opinion. After a while, the vanilla game, as many players
it
have
needs
already
PJ
experienced,
core
can get
lib,
boring.
so...
Yeah, core lib is needed with any of his mods. Core lib is the base code for all of them. It's like a house foundation for everything else. That's why. Like,
yeah,
does
Zephyr work nice, or is it still shitty?
That's what Dark Tale is using. They took Zephyr and broke it down and integrated it in their way.
That might explain why people move around like crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe is it working right now? Let's check on CurseForge.
It's possible. I don't remember how to spell it properly though. Kind of a weird spelling. Here it is. Found it. Let's see. He may not, to be honest. Okay. He did it on the update day of release, but he hasn't done it since. So I would say it's probably about low to mid chance that it will work on the current server date.
It says it was updated 6 days ago.
6 days ago, really? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I see. The release, yeah. It's possible to work. It definitely is. 6 days ago, so it should be fine.
Are you sure
as I
you're
warned
using
you-
Zephyr?
I tried, yeah. I was just about to warn you. I warned you before. This mod is nice and it's fun, and Darktail is using it. But you have to know what you're doing, and it can get pretty frustrating pretty quickly with this mod. But once you know what you're doing a little bit with it is fun. But it's honestly a very frustrating mod. Like, yeah. I was annoyed with it.
There's so many new
You
mobs
know,
I'm seeing
I might be
show
able
up
to.
here.
I know, yeah, it's pretty cool. And that's just with better mob
There's like
expansion.
there's a whole just pack of just dedicated slime mobs.
Yeah, slimes are a big variety in themselves. I remember seeing one that did not even look like a Minecraft slime. It was just this little giant blob with like 3 different layers to it. It was
So
pretty cool. It looked like an actual just Hytale. If Hytale ever added it, it looked like a Hytale slime with what they would.
Right, they should be added.
Which one's mob events and what?
Forgotten whatever the hell.
Creatures. Did you add for lip?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, that's definitely needed. The one I would add in conjunction with this, and the one to consider later, would be Blue Moon, first of all, and then the one that you can consider later, because it's pretty similar to mob events, is Zombie Nights. It's pretty much another mob event attack, except mainly based on zombies themselves. Go ahead and trigger a mob event. It's pretty fun. I mean, I'll probably die several times, but whatever.
Minimum day between events 1, max day without event 5.
Yeah, it's got a lot of configuration, and you can just sit there and sit for forever. I like all the configuration that you can do. It's nice. I wonder if you've had anything since I last checked.
Oh, there's this shit about money, kill reward. And it's all like, it gives a lot.
economy system.
So, is there a way to disable that all?
No, they just won't get it. Like it's just going to be non-existent because they can't actually get it. So if you had market money, well, probably don't need market, but honestly, you would need market because that's how you spend currency. But if you had both of those, they would integrate with each other, and they would get rewarded and be able to, of course, use some money.
There's also a whole XP thing.
That's optional. That's more of an optional thing. And it should be disabled by default.
There's a thing called Hound Hunt.
I don't even know what it is. Hey, do they have a bounties? No, actually, I'm sure that wasn't a thing. Yeah, bounties is a thing.
Should I remove the one with the floating barrel since it's like I can hardly save my server semi-vanilla if I have that on?
Well, it's like I told you before, I don't really care what people say as far as like wanting vanilla. I would even just say take that off your name. It's like
I might
feel like we're gonna end up
just
going
do
out of that route. Yeah, I was gonna say like I feel like we're gonna be going out of that route anyway, so which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I would leave the barrels in. I think certain people will like it as well as other ones not liking it. So people are gonna just say what they want to say. Everybody's gonna have their fucking opinion. So when I hear there's a lot of people that are looking for a little bit of a new experience, as well as just playing the vanilla game, but they want some more newness to it, so it feels fun again. And then there's still people that want the vanilla experience. They die hard vanilla. There's a mixture. I'm gonna put this one in.
Is there a command to trigger this shit?
Just imagine people coming on this for the first time. They're in like an hour and a half. All of a sudden, they get triggered by this fucking event. And they're like, what the hell? This is not for Hytale. I'm just getting ambushed out of nowhere. What? I'm having fun though. I did like slash back like 3 times in one of the fights.
Yeah.
I died like 3 times. I think one of my personal favorites, especially because he adds custom music, by the way, I don't know if I ever told you that, to make it even more immersive, as well as custom, well, not custom, he just adds weather into the event.
Yeah.
And it was the Frost event or something, I don't know what it's called, but it's just winter.
Yeah, do you have to be in a certain area for certain events to happen, or can, for example, Sand Awakening, can that happen anywhere, even in the Emeralds Wilds?
I think any event can happen anywhere, but I haven't necessarily tested that either.
You should ask him.
Have it. Yeah, he might have it based on the fact that it's supposed to be in certain areas. I don't know. I'm gonna go look at the description here. Oh boy. Okay, so what's my fucking on again? Yeah. Give me that shit. Fridays or something. Immersive facilitated Hytale weather, title announcements, and okay. 15 press. Bands, bands,
Third.
Oh, Froststorm, that's what it was called. That's the one I like a lot, that I played with. Yeah, he doesn't even mention anything about where it can happen or can't happen, so... Yeah. Yeah, PJ money is not necessarily required, but he suggests installing it for the reward point thing, so the players can get rewarded for surviving events.
Is Mushy like a hidden creature?
Mushy.
It's like a mushy.
Oh, the mushroom guy? To be honest, I have no idea. I actually don't know. That might be a creature they haven't developed yet. It's possible.
Do you think we can trigger the event by just doing the day forward? Because it does a max of 5 days.
You can do that, but I'm pretty sure the admin's just allowed to go to the panel and literally trigger the event right then and there. Because I did it. I'm pretty sure you can just start it.
Oh man, there's one event that's just insane for the amount of number of entities that go into it.
Do the Froststorm, I like that one a lot. We could just do it and spawn down here if you want.
It's called Champions Tier 3. Veteran Champions.
Oh my gosh.
Nearby. It's insane.
Oh,
what's
the
in that
champion.
one.
The Champions mod is also another one that's good to put in conjunction with mob events, Zombie Nights, and Blood Moon.
What does it do?
It pretty much takes regular mobs and makes them more challenging and amplifies them. Does that make any sense? Almost like a boss. Because right now in Vanilla Hytale, there's not really a good boss mob.
There's the Champions Tier 4.
Yeah. To be honest, that actually probably has to do with the Champions mod. It might be almost like
From what I see with the Champions event, it just spawns a shitload of dudes.
Yeah. Well, the Champions mod was installed. Those I bet my ass that would have to do with a lot of champion mobs.
There's a Champions Tier 5?
I don't even want to know what that is. Sounds like hell, literally.
It just seems like it sends like every mob in the game at you, pretty much.
Holy fuck.
There's an Outlander event. Oh, there's Champions Tier 1.
What they mean by champion is the player being the champion that beats them.
Champions Tier 2. It's a lot.
Yeah, you should have.
Yeah, it's crashing.
Yeah, I noticed you're taking out to Discovery again.
Really?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it's gone again.
I'm gonna have to restore from the backup. It's just it won't start up. I never even tried to trigger an event.
That's fucking crazy. Let me check the creatures one and see how behind that was as far as updates. May 28th. That's weird. Let me check the map.
Huh. Yeah, are you try talking a bit? I think your voice might be coming out the wrong speaker.
Hello? Hello?
Ah, it definitely is.
Yeah, mob events is even more up to date. I don't even understand why I did that. Creatures is one day behind mob events. Strange.
Okay, hopefully now I can hear you for the correct stuff. Oh, so uh, it doesn't recognize decimal values for that.
What doesn't?
Yeah.
What doesn't recognize decimal?
There, I made a comment about it. I tried adding in a decimal value as a reward for the money for PJ Mob events, and it crashed. So he's got to
Oh,
update that.
dude, I could tell you why. You know why?
Why? What?
Because PJ Money is not in there. No wonder it crashed. Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah, you don't have the mod that can provide that reward. So it's not even gonna
I don't
try.
understand why it's not just disabled by default or something until it turns on.
It is. It is. It's just gonna show that it's there because that is from another mod. But if you don't have the mod installed, that is not even gonna happen. That reward thing is not gonna happen because the mod is not even installed. They're just gonna get the event without a reward. Now, I do suggest adding that in later if you ever want to consider that, but you don't have to have it. So it's not something that's just gonna magically happen. No, you're good.
I restored from the backup and it's still crashing.
I might have to do something deeper then. Strange.
Yeah, what the shit? I still see the mob event stuff in here. I guess it's not actually restored.
It wants to stay.
Yeah, I think it's doing it now.
Cool. Yeah, it says it's restoring from backup. Yeah, that actually makes sense. It crashed now. I'm actually not surprised. It's probably messed up some of the config or some shit, and then it's like, okay, you ain't coming back on.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, if you want to do that, you gotta add the other mod in, the currency mod. And then probably market as well, because you can't even use the currency without market.
The better mobs one, at least that one seems to work without issue.
Yeah. And so will the Forgotten Creatures, too. I actually really liked the Forgotten Creatures one, because it didn't just add new creatures, it added a few new ones, but it also just worked with what was already there, the vanilla creatures that aren't actually available yet, and it just brought them into the game. That's what I was impressed by. I like that.
Really?
Wonder when I'll see those Slothians. I wonder where they put them.
Right? Does it show up in Discovery now?
Let me exit. Man, you got 14 joined now. Cool. You still have your stats from my recently played tab. My favorites still shows all the stats as well. God damn, some of these people got some psychotic stats.
Yeah, damn it. I have to do the Discovery, I think. It's amazing how quick it removed from Discovery. Let's see, off status.
Yeah, I don't see it in the list anymore. Only I have access to it because it's from my recently played and favorites.
I'm gonna re-authenticate everything.
Huh. Oh, I noticed he has a High Essentials X assets now. Is that model also by him? You there?
Hold on, I'm just trying to do the authentication stuff.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, I'll be in bed in 28 minutes. 2 a.m. Oh, Rechunk still has to go bye-bye, by the way. I got added back in from the backup.
What, it's not already deleted?
The backup brought it back.
How long ago was that backup made?
Hopefully not too far back. Our pies, so that shows that we were definitely still at a more recent time.
So is it showing up yet?
Server?
Yeah, in the...
Oh, discovery list, I'll check. Okay, so it still seems pretty recent. Good. Alright, let me go back to main menu.
It says 19 players have joined.
Mm-hmm. I still think it's hilarious. There's a server called Fight Club. We ought to see what that is one of these days.
I think it's coming up again.
cool.
So not only is it version updates, but just freaking retarded crashes and restores can knock you off the discovery.
Discovery is still very buggy right now. That's ridiculous. That might actually seem why it looks like censorship. They may be doing a little bit of that, but I think it's also due to glitches.
In my case,
Okay, yeah, yours is coming up again.
glitches and a lot of other people, but that one server legit got, like, censored, denied.
Actual censorship, yeah. Yeah, you're coming up again. Through search as well.
I need some builders, like, fill out spawn. If you go creative mode and, like, make some buildings and they're actually made by you and they don't have entities, I'll put them into spawn if they're good.
Sure.
I need, like, a bunch of different things in here. Yeah, have you seen the parkour course yet? Have you tried it?
I don't think I have. I don't even know what you're talking about, literally.
Oh, it's in spawn. There's a couple parkour challenges. One is to get up to where the pink crystal tree is, and the other one's to get up on top of this thing.
Oh, the tree itself, that's cool. Let's see if I can spot it here. I think I'm going crazy because I don't see anything for the crystal tree. Man, I tell you, if I'm getting fucking sick,
I drink like this immunity tea stuff every single day for like years now.
That's good.
And I also take a bunch of nootropics to help my immune system, because fuck being sick. Like the Purica 8 mushroom blend. Really helps with cognition too.
Damn it. You want to add PJs back in there?
Not right now. I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, same actually.
And I can't have my server go offline.
Yeah.
That other mob thing though with the slimes and stuff, that seems to work pretty good.
Yeah, the reason the other one crashed is because you tried to add the economy in. I think if it by itself, it should be fine. But yeah, we're gonna add that in later.
They said it was caused by a decimal point crash.
Yeah, you were messing with the money section, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what crashed it. The reason being is because it's not actually in there. Like the money mod that you're putting it in there for, it doesn't exist. So, yeah.
Yeah. It's possible to get up on this thing. I don't know why I'm struggling so hard at it. Maybe I forget whether I was doing it with keyboard or with the controller. I try with the keyboard. Maybe I need to be in third person. There we go, I got it. I guess I had to hold shift. Oh, I screwed up. I screwed up an easy part of the parkour.
I wonder if you could give me access to, so I don't have to like integrate it through the file system in the kinetic hosting, I wonder if you would be able to...
Yeah, I made it. I made it to the top.
Right. Man, I wish I could take the supplements right now. Damn it. My throat's trying to go off.
This better map mod causing my other server crashes have been going on for the last long while. It's all like it keeps screwing up, and it doesn't really add that much to the game. It causes a lot of problems. I think I'm just gonna remove it.
Better maps? Yeah.
Yeah.
At least for a while. I feel like it does too.
Let's see what version it's on right now. They already have a pre-release? Or no, wait, that's some old pre-release version. 1.35? And then there's 1.36 jar. None of these versions make sense. What's it talking about here? I'm gonna look on CurseForge.
CurseForge usually shows better results. Or version shit.
Why
they don't even go by version.
1.3.6. Is that just like the version number for Better Map?
Yeah,
Last update was 6 updates ago.
Yeah, they're talking about the version of their mod. Oh, okay. Well, that actually kind of makes sense why it's causing problems. The last time he updated it was May 26th, which was literally the release date of Update 5. So that's probably why they've already released 3 updates.
It's not just that; it's just shitty in general. Though it's been nonstop. Like I mean, it can be so bad that it. Whoa! What the fuck, dude? A chunk reset. Yo, look at that. Do you notice that?
What the hell?
We're getting chunk errors.
That probably had to do with the backup. This is actually kind of cool to just have this randomly here. I feel like we should blend it in somehow. I don't know how, but it's kind of funny.
What the fuck?
We've got this random fucking trunk in here. Only thing I would do is get some grass and fill in this ground right here. And then we could find a way to blend this in.
It could turn into a park.
Yeah, just like this weird looking park.
Kind of needs the cliff removed, I think. I think
so. I don't think there's a good way we could get rid of this unless they literally shredded it down manually. And then just turn this back to the original
how many
stone.
other random chunk errors will come across now?
Check the map. I think the map will show it. Okay, apparently this is probably the only chunk error. Yeah, this is the only one. At least in spawn, that is. Who knows, we got shit elsewhere.
What the fuck, dude? There's chunk errors everywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
There's like...
I see some around.
You gotta see
yeah,
what's...
I see them. I see them from the map perspective.
It's like the chunks got scrambled.
Yeah.
Literally, this chunk should be here. And this chunk should be here.
There's some over here as well. Damn. It's the backup shit, I guarantee you, because we had to back up it fucked something up.
Yeah, I have a chunk of like my... Like these chunks, they're not in... Oh my god, you gotta see this.
Put me in creative for a short time. Just put me in creative for a short time. Luck perm.
There we go.
Yeah, but I die instantly because I take damage.
Look at this. This chunk here literally belongs here. And this chunk belongs in another spot. The chunks have been swapped around.
Yeah, I can't see it though, but because back on my bed, which is all the way in Dino. You're gonna have to put me in creative if you want me to survive that fall. I've lost 2 portions of loot here. Look, it deleted the railroad as well.
It didn't. The railroad is here. It's just
it's over there.
This chunk should be here. Or actually, wait. I don't even know. This is a... Oh my god, my whole world has probably been scrambled right now.
I think it may just be in certain surrounding areas. I'm gonna go check more around the map. You go further out, you don't see, from what I'm seeing, I don't see any chunk errors. But around spawn there is. Is this chunk error here? No? Yeah, they're mainly around spawn. I don't see it too much elsewhere. But there's like 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, there's a total of 5. There's one. There's one in the mountain.
They're everywhere. There's even just like random default terrain that's just scrambled everywhere.
Damn it. I think it probably has to do with us having to back up. So it probably fucks something up. Is there one where you currently are? Can't even do one tiny small edit without the game trying to fuck itself up.
God damn, yeah. Just a little experimentation and it's a big problem.
You have to be afraid to do shit because of that.
Yeah. I don't get why that chunk is fucked.
I mean, it's not like a dramatic big deal, because I feel like we could just shred that down and then use Boulder Tool. If you ever experiment with that tool, it's actually
I'm not
going to
do that. I'm going to use a command to just reset the chunk, but then I'm also going to have to rebuild part of my thing here.
Yeah, which sucks ass.
What chunk am I in? I'm in chunk -29.
Got 11 minutes. Before I hit sink.
Yeah, this is a reminder to like not fuck around too much and just try to keep the server up.
Yeah. Oh, you shouldn't have to worry about that. You should be able to do things a little bit, but it's not letting you.
Oh yeah, rechunk won't work, but there is a chunk command. Chunk info. Load a chunk in the world.
I think his creatures one. Let me go back to that one, but I'm pretty sure that one acts like the better mobs expansion one, where it doesn't actually have a command-based thing. I think it just adds the creatures in. Let me see. If it's like that, it should work the same as better mob expansion, and then you don't have to worry about it fucking anything up. Let me see here. Okay, so yeah. You there?
I fixed this chunk by and this chunk by regenerating it, and then I just re-added my prefab for that. So
Alright,
now I just gotta. Here, I'm just gonna put you. How do I set you to fly? Player.
You're gonna have to give me a creative ability.
There, you can fly.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
Alright, help me find
Yeah,
chunks.
it's pretty cool. You just get to fly. That's it.
Yeah. Help me find the chunks that need to be reset.
Okay.
I can't believe it. Like, the whole point of a backup is that you get everything restored to exactly how it was before, and instead I'm getting a world that's corrupted.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Alright, there's one over here. Let me go over here. Alright, where is it?
Yeah, do
Down
we have
here.
better maps off yet? Shit, I don't think we do.
I think it's still on. And because of that, the map's outdated. Because of fucking better maps. By the way, a little side note for PJ's shit. Forgotten Creatures, that one that you like? You hear me?
What about it?
So that one acts pretty much like better mob expansion. It doesn't have any commands or anything to mess with it. It's just it'll make it to where those specific creatures just generate in the world. There's nothing like actually command based with it. So it acts the same as the other one. So you should be fine with that one, but the mob event one you might want to possibly wait. But we'll see. But that one should be safe to add. That one also uses base code to bring creatures to life in the game, so that one's probably even more friendly than per se better mob expansion. So probably actually better.
Are you able to spot more chunks that are screwed?
Yeah, I was going to one that I already know of here. It should be over here somewhere. Yeah, here's a fucked up chunk right here. took a massive chunk of the mountain out of it. Put all this different shit in there. Connection closed. What the hell?
Oh, by the beach there? What the fuck?
Yeah, I went over the chunk and it said connection closed, and then kicked me.
There's like a whole...
This is so fucked up.
There's a massive thing in there with like rooms and loot chests and everything. Speaking about loot chests, are the loot chests working?
They better be. A part of spawn, there's like a little piece of part of spawn in this chunk right here.
I'm not seeing the particles and shit. I'm not sure.
Make sure that area is protected.
Anyway, I'm gonna it's 7 -1.
Yeah, so that chunk in spawn over there, it ripped it from this mountain over here and put this piece of spawn in here. In the mountain.
Oh, you found spawn? Oh, what the fuck? What?
Yeah, it ripped a piece of spawn and threw it in here. And then put the mountain piece over there.
Oh my lord.
Uh-huh.
I'm so confused by this. Does this mean that a piece of my spawn is like here, or is
broken?
It just did it just copy it?
That's what it looks like. It looks like it just copied and pasted and then threw this over here. Because when I go over here and try to like break this chunk, even though it's supposed to be from the mountain over there, it still says I can't break it like it should. So there's nothing wrong with the World Protect. But
yeah, but it looked like a corner piece, and I don't see any missing corner pieces on my world. So it copied, I think, a bit of corner.
Yeah. Oh, I spotted the piece that it copied and threw over there. It's this chunk over here if you come to me. It almost looks exactly like it. If you look below here, it looks like it took this chunk and used this one over there. It's got that same mushroom wood down there.
Any issues with this chunk or no?
No, this one seems fine, but I'm pretty sure it's the chunk it used.
God, I wish they just had it on RocksDB on release, because it didn't take them long to bring out RocksDB.
I know, I really wish it was working with servers, because I feel like servers are in dire need of RocksDB. They're having so many fucking issues with this regular one.
Okay, let's see about selection. Oh my lord. A little experiment and it doesn't go back to normal.
I actually don't even mind that chunk like actually being there, but the fact that it did it in the first place it's quite annoying.
How deep does my floor even go? I don't know.
Be cut off in 2 minutes, so good luck to you. I'll just watch you finish up here. Yeah, the one that you should be able to add without any problem from him right now is the Forgotten Creatures one. You should be fine there.
I don't know.
Because that one acts the same as Better Mob expansion. There's no commands or anything related to it. It might have a config, but that's about it. It acts the same. And it probably is better, honestly, because it already uses base code from the game to bring certain mobs to life. So, yeah. should be fine. About, so you might want to wait on that one until you can add the economy system for it.
Yeah, where's the other ones? The other chunk airs.
So the chunk that needs to be fixed that due to that is over here. This marking on the map here. Select. You're gonna have to reset it.
Is better maps gone, by the way? Yeah, this looks way
Yes,
better without better
gone.
maps.
Yeah, tell me about it. Main thing that we're not gonna have that better maps did is saved exploration, I think is what it's called.
So what's fucked up here?
I'm still traveling to it, I think, or no?
I think I
it's supposed
fixed this. I think I fixed this chunk and it just.
Oh,
yeah,
it got reset. Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna
okay, so this
rejoin.
is back to normal. Yeah. I think the server needs a restart for the map to update. Okay, let me see if there's any other ones.
It's still like that. Maybe it's because it needs to be unloaded and reloaded or something.
I think the server has to have a restart for that to actually go away.
Oh, there's another fucked up chunk
down
here.
Yeah.
I think this one I fixed though. I hope it's just like around spawn and like maybe something when we just joined the world it screwed up. This is kind of weird. What the hell is this?
I think no, okay.
Guess it's a type of tree.
So it looks like that one's fixed as well. Okay, I don't see the error anywhere, so it should be fine.
I still gotta fix these floating things in the sky here.
Floating things in the sky? Seriously? Oh yeah, Monday I don't get cut off. I forgot about that. I actually could be on here longer, even though I probably shouldn't.
That's cleaned up.
Good.
I guess they're all gonna look like weird squares that don't fit with anything. I gotta check my mods here though and do a restart if there's still that rechunk thing on. It's still there. I'm gonna get rid of it in case it's causing problems. I'm not sure if I accidentally removed a mod that I shouldn't have. I'm not sure.
You took that weird shit down here next to the road out. Yeah, there's like 2 pieces of road just sitting there in the ice.
Yeah, it feels pretty barren now. I don't have that many mobs. I don't have better map. I still have the
That's
config
good.
for that. I wonder if I should just delete that.
Delete
Or
which
just
one?
keep the better map config, or just keep it.
I would say get rid of it for now because it
That's
may
the.
cause
It's
issues.
got all the configuration stuff for a better map.
I mean, you could save it to your PC as well, but
Since
as
you
far as
can
like it being in the
archive it,
right, you can either archive it, I guess, or save it to your PC if you ever want
I
to use it again.
archived it.
Yeah, but I'd get rid of it as far as actually being in the server.
Yeah, I don't think. I think when it's archived, it just gets moved. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Shit! I still see it here. What did that even do? Did I archive the wrong thing? No.
Yeah, I just download it to your PC, put it on the PC, and then get rid of it.
There, I
Pretty sure you can
downloaded it, and now I'll just move it to the recycle bin.
That's what you should do with your configs too. Like if you ever need to do something, save the config to the PC, and then you can upload it back, replace the other one.
Oh, and JoxWorks OK. That never even worked. I'll just move that straight to bin. I don't even need to worry about everything. Oh, this is so gay.
So High Essentials X assets, is that something he added to his High Essentials X one?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
He was asking a while ago about do we know anyone who's good at making assets?
What are assets essentially, by the way?
I don't know. I think it's 3D models and animations.
Oh, okay. So he's probably talking about the NPCs that he uses for the shops.
It's probably
He might be
UI
having to do with
files
that.
too.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's the NPC thing. I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, server's gonna probably need a restart for these chunk errors on the map.
Yeah, loot. I'm glad loot for well, can you test if loot for everyone's still working, or if that we have no loot chests now?
Let's see here. Let me go to maybe over here. Hopefully this has some chest. But the command that I have access to will tell me if it at least works there as well.
I just need to
Oh,
do a
restart,
restart.
okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Maybe I should do a full stop and then start.
Maybe. I'd add creatures back for a little while too. Once I know it's stable, chunks are fixed.
Man, I kind of need like a second server just for experiments because I can't even do a proper backup.
Well, you could use mine if you want. Like I was saying, like
Is it still running?
I can keep paying. Yeah, it's still available to me. I just have to cancel the request. Speaking of which, I need to check the ticket.
Another thing we could do though is I could upload the server every once in a while. You can download a copy of it, and then you can run it. I don't know if it'll be any different than a dedicated server. Hopefully, we can just go on it and test shit. When you know how you're able to join people's like single player worlds.
Yeah, you can use my server as an experimental lab, pretty much.
Yeah. We'll just have
Until
to
we
run
actually want to use it.
We'll have to run copies of this server and then test stuff on it and see if it crashes and.
Right.
Oh, I see something weird up here. Oh, it's just all that corn that we left when we were like adventuring.
Funny.
I don't see any more chunk hairs. I see an interesting building though. Holy, a couple of interesting buildings. I couldn't see him because of better maps being shit. You know, I have it set to load a huge amount of area. All the other servers have like, I think, like 16 around the player load.
If they don't load shit,
Because
that's something that pissed me off.
Yeah, it's more efficient that way. What the hell is this? Oh, that's just adamantite. Yeah, you don't.
I like being able to fly, but still getting
I leave it super far. What they should have is some kind of dynamic adjustment for that, where if there's very few people on, you all get to see super far, and if there's a lot of people, it'll lower the vision. I don't know if they can do that.
Yeah, for performance use, yeah. To go by performance, exactly.
But how would you make it dynamically adjust? Because it seems like it's a static thing where you can just set it to one thing and then that's it. Yeah, Are you still flying around, by the way?
Yeah. Generate LC. Yeah, tab.
You hacker.
There we go. Generate LC. And boom. Here we are. Alright. Shut the fuck up, dude. Eat my dagger. Thank you.
Are you finding like loot chests that are not working correctly?
This one I had to regenerate, so it's back to being a loot chest. I don't know how many are like that, but yeah, that one specifically, not a loot chest. Or at least it didn't make itself known to be one. It was empty, so it probably already got looted. Wasn't added to the system when we added this mod, so I just added it.
Was it near spawn?
Yeah, I think it was one of the ones that got looted.
One of the ones I'm doing here has particles. Yeah, if you find any loot chests, fix them.
Yeah, for a reason I wanted that command before, so I'm glad you gave it to me. That way I could fix chests or create chests if I wanted to. Already done that a little bit.
What?
Yeah, down in the Dino biome, there's a few areas that were missing chests. I just plopped some down from my wood that I had.
I found something really weird. Maybe it's just natural generation, but it's just
TPP.
It's a perfectly. Oh, it is natural generation. It's like a perfectly square stash.
What the fuck is this over here?
Or square, whatever you call it. TP here.
And for some reason, it keeps kicking me. I think High Anti-Cheat's noticing that I'm hacking, in a sense.
Yeah, do you see this?
I just TP'd to you.
This is perfectly square.
Yeah, that is kind of strange. Oh, this down here. Okay. I thought you were talking about the mountain as a whole.
The whole shaft is like a square shaft, a perfectly square shaft, so it made me think it was artificial. Oh, it leads, by the way, into a really cool Dino area. Big...
Shit, wow. That's a pretty fucking cool entrance.
You just gotta put some ladders and stuff.
Yeah, actually take that and modify it into a nice entrance. I would totally do that. Mark this area on the... Yeah, let's do that.
You can't. It's not on better maps anymore. You'll just have to remember the coordinates.
I can create a map marker. That's me.
Oh, that's part of Hytale then?
Yeah. They did it recently.
Oh yeah, you make that then.
I think it was update 4 possibly. Because people were complaining to them en masse about it. I wanted to see what that weird building was at spawn. Now I'm all the way over here. Are you able to slash back a player or only yourself? You there?
What?
Are you able to slash back a player or only yourself?
Only myself, I think.
Okay. Man, that's too bad. Wanted to see that cool tree. Because I found this massive ass tree and I was coming up on it. I didn't know what it was. Guess just TP me.
I teleported you back and it just kicked you from the server.
Yeah, it's sensing cheating. That's what it is. I'm a regular player.
Now it says no previous location to return to.
Well, I turned back to it, so they failed. Failed to block me. I beat him. Yeah, there's this massive ass tree over here. Wow. Quebec's are nuts.
Oh, it's a swamp
Kicked me again.
Quebec village shit in.
Yeah, they kicked me again. Wrong, you don't like me flying or something? Is that bad?
Yeah, I think the Southern Highway goes a lot further than the than the Northern one. Oh, dude, the cave.
Wow, this Quebec village is impressive. What I want to do for this village though is add some loot chests in here because there's literally not much worth for this village at all.
They have such massive cave systems now. Like there's.
I know, yeah.
It's crazy how much caves there are now.
Mm-hmm.
Like before, there used to be big areas that were just was pretty much solid.
Yeah, I'm gonna craft a couple chests here for sure. Hello. You gonna craft my chest or lag out, bitch?
There's some weird generation here. Can I TP you to where I am?
Have you already TP'd? Because I might explain my lag. Just not letting me craft the chest for whatever reason.
Oh, we're lagging out.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, I was gonna craft a couple chests and put some loot chests down for people in this village. Four should do. Yeah, for now, leave me right here, because I want to fix this. Okay, there's one. I feel like there should definitely be a reward if somebody goes up here.
Yeah, what are you doing right now with this stuff about rewards? What are you trying to do right now?
Oh, I'm in the Quebec village.
Oh, you're just looking for something that might be already there, generated?
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Based on dropless. Okay, whatever.
And this goes desert for a long distance. I hope World Gen V2 totally mogs this generation.
Generation's already pretty fucking good, so Gen V2 is gonna be nuts.
You know, before I'm just seeing nothing but deserts going sub, which is kind of odd. You would think it would like alternate between the different biomes. Oh well, I'm gonna go right till I get to the freaking what do you call it?
Oh, I don't think this one's added to... Yeah, this one's not added either. Yeah, I'm fixing some chests that are not actually added to the generation.
Are you near spawn again?
Yeah, I'm near spawn in this massive swamp. Quebec village here.
Probably like all the chests too that are underground are likely the same problem.
Yep. Most of the chests in the world are added to that, but there's a few that are not actually in the system, so I'm having to... It's mainly the ones around spawn, of course, because they've already been looted. Alright. Go up here. What's up here again?
Use keyboard for this, I guess.
Plopping right there. Can I do that? No. That sucks. I think I'm gonna fix that. Oh wow. That's actually crazy. Whatever. All right. Sure, he's just massive, man. Massive tree. I don't like sometimes how when you enter these buildings and touch Jesus, might like maybe a few things, and then things just break. That's kind of irritating. You're not trying to break or mess with any of the generation all the time. You just want to look at things, and then something will break. It's annoying.
Why is Discord being retarded? You know, at Windows 11, a lot of times I try to select the bar for like moving the window around and drag it with the mouse, and I can't. So I've had to learn to use the Windows key Shift plus arrow key thing to move window around, because constantly Windows 11 is a piece of shit.
Yeah, I recently switched back to a Linux distribution again. I went to Fedora because it runs Hytale really smoothly. So yeah,
I want to go back
really
to Linux Mint Cinnamon.
That's a good distribution too. But for if you want to run Hytale at a very smooth pace, Fedora is highly suggested, and it works at identical as Bazite Linux as well. Bazite, the more gaming oriented. Reason I didn't go with Bazite is because Bazite has less customization for file systems. So I went with Fedora. Because that was what Bazite was built on anyway, so I went with them.
Yeah, probably next winter when I have more time, I gotta like just change over my operating system, add a couple extra hard drives too. I'll probably just go dual boot.
Right, yeah, for Windows needed specific things, and then just have Linux as your main thing, yeah.
For the longest, everything pretty much I use on like Windows is just stuff I learned about from Linux, or it's a Linux equivalent.
Yeah, most of my shit can run on Linux as well.
The only reason I ever switched back to Windows after being a Linux user for the longest time is there was just an issue with audio not working on my computer, and it was related to my motherboard. So it was like, and I looked at the years and years of people complaining about the exact same problem, and that nobody was addressing it. So it was like either get a new motherboard, or or just like not bother, because nobody's ever gonna fix it.
What's this? I really like this Quebec village. This is pretty impressive. I hate when I touch things and then things just fall apart for no reason. So fucking retarded.
Yeah, I know. Many of the prefabs that generate in the world are like that. Usually any log beams, it acts like it's a tree and it just bursts to pieces. It's so dumb. They gotta fix that shit.
Whole generation to be fucked up.
Well, this is an interesting biome that I haven't quite seen before in the desert.
Yeah, a lot of them like that.
Most of these biomes I've definitely seen before. It's just this one weird chunk here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even anything too elaborate, but I haven't seen this generation before.
Fucking pisses me off. Like, this. It's a nice house, and it just fucking annoying.
Yeah. Every place you go and explore just explodes. And there's the NPCs also.
I didn't want it to.
I want the NPCs to try and repair stuff. You know, there should be like a severe thing that you have to do to annex them from the area.
There was a mod that was in. There was a mod that was in the competition thing that focused specifically on that, where the villages actually developed themselves.
Yeah, but that was like villages, right?
That
wasn't like the prefabs. I think that the prefabs should get maintained.
Same, yeah. Yeah. I'm just going in here and setting down some chests and stuff. Make it worthwhile going into here. But buildings decide to keep breaking on me. This building got destroyed too. Probably when one of our other players touched things.
Oh god, I'm clearing like 3,000. Oh, that took a little bit. It wasn't too bad though. Could have been worse.
I actually ran out of wood. I'm gonna have to go farm a little bit. Okay. Alright, so this building over here, let me stay around it so I don't forget. I like the tree physics as far as it makes it much easier to gather wood. I don't want them to get rid of that, but they need to fix the prefab bullshit for sure. Without getting rid of the tree physics.
Ugh, 3D audio sounds terrible when you got just one ear muff on.
Alright, there we go. Creating a loot chest, by the way, I just found out that only works on regular small chests. It's not going to work on a large.
Is it the zone that the chest is in that determines the loot? Or is it the type of chest that determines the loot?
It's the zone. So it'll generate what is appropriate for each zone, including a Quebec village. Yeah, that's what it's based on.
They really need to make the world more dynamic so that Quebec villages can just pop up in certain areas and that they can be utterly destroyed and you don't hear the music anymore. Because it's just weird when someone's building and they completely cover over a truck camp and you hear the truck camp music, but there's not any sign of a truck camp and no trucks even spawn anyways.
It's very weird. It really is, yeah. Something that direly needs to be fixed. Alright. This village is spruced up a lot now. That's good. Yeah, essentially what I did here in this little Quebec village here is, you know how when you go into a Quebec village and there's literally nothing worth anything in the village except the scenery? Like, that's pretty much what the village for, is just how it looks. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
You're basically you're still in adventure mode but flying, right?
Yes. That's the ability I have right now. So I just went in there and put some chests down to make it actually worthwhile going in here, because that's a constant problem that I've heard complaints about as well.
It hasn't kicked you for a while.
That's because I'm being gentle with my flying.
How are you able to put down chests? You're just like making them out of materials you find?
Wood. Yeah, I'm using my resources. Wood is not that hard to get, thankfully, so.
Probably be
Especially if
quick,
you find a
actually.
good massive tree. Yeah, I just went in there and put some chests down. There was plenty of room to work with. Because I know people hate that when they come to these villages. I don't like it.
Yeah, I prefer if you just fix chests, not add more of them.
Well, I'm not trying to do that most of the time. Most of the time it's just I'm fixing them. I just did it for the village because that's an issue that I know people don't like. So I just did it since I have the ability to. Alright, it's not going to be a normal though. That one is done. Ooh, I bet you my ass this one's looted. Oh, kick me. Right. It's over there, okay. Please, just let me get over here, please. Don't kick me. Dude, shut up. Okay. I'll make sure it actually is one. Okay. That one was not looted yet, but it also was not a loot chest, so it's in the system. Oh, that's cool. Dude, guess what?
What?
Anything that's a container can be classified as a loot chest. Which is something I didn't pay attention to before.
What else is a container besides chests?
Yes. Which is actually part of Vanilla Hytale in the first place. I forgot about that, so
But
loot for everyone, make sure
are you talking about jars or something? Like the clay jars? Or what is there?
that I don't know, but these little bins here that can hold things, you just don't know how to actually put things in them. I think that's only prefab generation. But they can hold things, these containers. I think they might be barrels or something, but yeah. They're considered loot chests by Loot for Everyone, which they actually are, but we can't actually fill them in the vanilla game.
Oh, there's those cool rams here that you can ride.
Wow, you guys give this place nothing? That's crazy. Alright.
God, this area here looks so cool. Oh, and it's got a shitload of azure kelp in it.
Alright. Come on, guys, just leave me alone. Yeah? Funny, he's like still being attacked while I'm in survival flying. Are you here?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even notice.
I think I can fix this another way.
Fix what?
Oh, there's just this chunk here that shouldn't be tunneled, but I need like a smaller section to put into it.
Generation is kind of weird too. Yeah, some of their prefab generation is kind of funky. Just a little bit. Like, what is this?
The amount of finicking I have to do for the highways is crazy.
Yeah, some of these chests around spawn, they actually still have their loot in them, but they're not considered a loot chest by the Loot for Everyone, so I still have to set it anyway. But what it will do is still keep the original contents in the loot chest. It'll just add it to the system.
I should probably just save this thing that I'm using right now as another prefab.
What is it?
Just a shorter chunk of bridge. I could use it every once in a while.
Yeah, might be a good idea. Alright, this area's good, cleaned up. Alright.
I wouldn't obsess too much over fixing the chest, either because we might crash the whole server and lose everything again, or because at some point spawn is just inevitably going to be grief to hell or transformed.
Well,
Oh, hey there, I
entirely
got this
focused on it,
short
but yeah.
section.
The bears, like, love constantly chasing a rabbit whenever they see one.
Hmm.
Look at this. Have you seen something like this?
Like what?
This is interesting. There's a little bone appearance here. Huh. I don't think I've seen this in a generation yet. Small, but interesting.
What the shit? I'm not even like bothering with the under the ocean columns. The columns don't go all the way in, but like nobody even really notices. Maybe I'll fix it up when I got all the highways done and I have like nothing else to do.
Right.
But I cannot edit in iron bars without them facing the wrong directions. It's really dumb.
Spider's animation is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all the animations got a nice upgrade again.
Spider is just crazy. Interesting animation there. I feel like the mines are different too. Quit it, fucker. Oh my gosh, she's
There's a pink
bitches.
tornado here. Yeah, I was excited a bit there for like the new mobs, and now I'm like not wanting to try out anything for a while. Oh, here's another.
Well, don't do that. I honestly think the other one, though, the mob events, I'd understand if you don't want to try that again, because I think that one's a little drastic. But I think the creatures one that he did is essentially the same as mob expansion one. I think that one is fine.
I think I want the mob events one more than anything else. Like that.
I know, yeah, that one is such a fun mod.
Like I want
I love
it to
that
be
one.
more challenging and for there to be random vanilla mobs to just spawn a whole bunch.
Agreed.
The other ones that are more concerning because they either add stuff that's not part of the game at all, or they add
Shit, I deleted my pickaxe by accident. Damn it. Oh, that's not good.
how did she do that?
Left it in the chest. And then I came back to where it was stored and then turned into a loot chest. And it erased that pickaxe by accident. So,
What type
yeah,
of pickaxe was it?
Hytale. It's the only one I have.
Adamantite?
Yeah, it's the only one I got. That was dumb. At least I got the axe. Oh. I wonder if those need help over there. Let me go see these. I think these need help. Oh, okay. I think these are good. Good to go. Oh my wow. There's an ass fuck ton of loot in these houses. Well, shit, if you're gonna do that, then... Man, this is a nice house. Holy crap. This might have to be my place here.
Here, did you receive one adamantite pickaxe?
Yeah, I did actually. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna turn this place into my place. Just put my spawn point here. This is nice. I think I'm gonna need a bed again though, because my bed's elsewhere. Actually, I might be able to find it real quick. Let's see. I think it's that one up there.
I actually need my deep bridge for once.
Okay, let me bring it over here. Yeah, I like some of these treehouse generations. Like some of them make some nice treehouses. Just make it feel so cozy you want to live there. This one I can't resist. I'm gonna have to take that one. Man, that's some bullshit loot there.
There's like a random calcite deposit full of gold here. There's some like fucked up generation here in the desert where caves hit like water, and then instead of the cave being full of water, it's just air. It looks
Right.
strange.
Yeah, I love the dino biome. It's nice.
I want to get to the world border. I'm like 4K blocks away, I think. Maybe 3K by now. And go back to my shorter. Oh, I'm gonna need this short section one again. I mean, it's just a big sandy desert. Oh. I found a Klops hideout.
Really?
Yeah, I saw this weird thing that was clearly artificial. Sticking
mean
out
by
of,
that?
sticking out of sand. Well, it was like a wooden floor, and it had edges on it. The bench is not facing the right direction as usual.
Funny flying, I'm taking no fall damage.
Yeah, he makes a whole bunch of noises and he's punching me. I don't know why he's so mad. Like, why are you so mad, bro? Why?
I have no idea.
He followed me right out of the house.
He not very happy with you.
Keeps trying to punch me. I don't know why. Is it because I have a weapon out? Is that his issue?
Possibly.
Is it maybe because I opened his chest? I don't know. Yeah, he's probably too dumb to find me here. Oh shit, maybe he's not.
He's started right here.
Yeah, these NPCs need to be able to climb better. Oh, he's
Agreed.
finally starting, I think, to go back to his house. He's like storming around angry. What the fuck? He just like fell asleep in a weird spot on the sand near his house. He's raising his fists.
You know people are gonna rig the system a little bit with the loot chest, right? I mean, I don't give a fuck, but they are gonna kind of like rig it a little bit.
How?
Use it to their advantage.
How?
Like for instance, if they have a base, and how do I word this? They could make a base around a loot chest, and it could just constantly respawn.
I don't care about that.
Me either. I'm just saying, like they're gonna use that to their advantage.
They still have to force it to go through one in-game day.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wait on it, but
There's easier ways to get rich. The biggest way is probably apple farming.
yeah.
Well, there's like a whole mine here right along the highway. There's some weird
There's another
generation
treehouse up here.
That's really cool.
There's a lot of tree houses next to each other.
Oh, there's a couple mines all close to the highway here.
Start with the tier 2 saplings unlocked at the level 3 farmer's workstation. These are camphor, gumbalb and birch. As logs are able to replace the
falling apart in real time, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu recently testified before Congress and said, quote, "There is no question whatsoever that Iran is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons. No question whatsoever. And there is no question that once they acquire it, history shifts immediately. If you take out their regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region." Now, the comments seem unsurprising given Netanyahu's war hawkish nature, but what if I told you that he didn't recently say that? He actually said that in 2002 while testifying before Congress regarding whether or not the US should invade Saddam's Iraq. See, people like Tucker Carlson, Thomas Massey, or even Nick Fuentes have spent the past few months pointing out the clear similarities that exist between the Iraq War era and this looming potential war with Iran. Similar messaging, similar strategies, similar timeline, but what if I told you that the similarities don't just end in coincidences? Sure, we could talk about how funny it is that Y2K is making a comeback around the same time as a potential reboot of the most important and fundamental war of the turn of the millennia, an event that would go on to decide geopolitics for the next decade, if not beyond that. That's been done to death before. No, today, I want to show you that we're not just seeing the same strategy today that we saw with the Iraq War so many years ago, but rather,
strange.
folks, it's the same exact people.
Okay, so forget what I said earlier. For the big chests, you can loot chest them. The thing is, you have to look at them a certain way, period. Apparently. You need to look at them a certain way, and then it does it.
For those of you familiar with
It's just a little finicky.
lore, you know that I live in and around New York City. A beautiful city that I hate going to and very notably dislike having to travel to, but it's also considered one of the central capitals in the world Jewish community. Well, folks, over this past weekend was in fact the Israel Day Parade, the day in which they celebrate Israel's independence. Now, this is a holiday, or I guess holiday. It's a holiday for them that travels around the calendar because they base it off the Jewish calendar. And this year, to say that the Jewish community showed out in force would be a kosher criminal understatement. They went absolutely insane this year. And one of the big things that was coming out of this event was renewed calls for war in Iran, for regime change in Iran. You saw lots of Shahist flags, the Pahlavi dynasty flags. You saw a lot of rhetoric coming from individuals and influencers at this event talking about the need for regime change in Iran. Now, all of this comes fresh off the heels of Trump's latest attempt at peace largely falling apart. Something that is of no surprise to any of us, seeing as they were attempting to make peace while actively bombing the coast of Iran. I get it, being president is hard. I imagine running governance is difficult, but I'm pretty sure even I could tell you that if you're trying to make peace with somebody, you probably shouldn't bomb them. Nonetheless, something has struck me during this time that I think not a lot of people have talked about. And funny enough, in the modern day and age, I play a role in this thing that I've noticed, which is the role of media in warfare. The information war, the psyop war, whatever you want to call it. I mean, the utilization of the internet, of television, of radio, of print in order to push agendas towards public support for war. Now, this is something that extends well beyond just getting the public to consent to going to war, but rather it extends into government and getting a government to be okay with going to war. And I'm sure you can tell we've been seeing a lot of justifications being thrown around. Regime change is one of them. They're constantly telling us that the women of Iran need us to swoop in on our beautiful stealth bombers.
So the boxes that spawn that have like an assortment of shit.
We will bomb them to freedom. This is the line that you get sold a lot by these Pavlovists, by these Zionists. And now that sounds silly, the idea that we would go and do that. But regime change is not a new thing for us. We've changed regimes before, all throughout the Cold War. Honestly, the Cold War was basically just the regime change wars. That's kind of how we fought the Soviet Union, was we just kept taking out their guys. But when it comes to the Middle East specifically, we've already changed regimes, both indirectly and directly. And a lot of people are beginning to cite the time in which we directly changed a regime in the Middle East. That being, of course, Saddam's Iraq. Saddam Hussein obviously being the Ba'athist leader who ran Iraq for several decades. Secular Arab socialist leader, was part of a grander coalition that was against the state of Israel and acted as one of Israel's main adversaries for several decades. Judging by my audience demographics, I imagine all of you were around for the Iraq War. I mean, I'm 26 and I was around for the Iraq War and the aftermath of it. One could even argue that the aftermath of it is still going on today. And so we know a lot about the Iraq War, about the narratives around it, but I've noticed there's a stunning lack of information about who created the narratives. We've all heard that the WMDs might have been fake, that, okay, no, they actually are fake, that there was no yellow cake. We've heard all this before, but no one ever gets to the root of who made up those lies, who actually lied to the government, who lied to the American people, because it's very easy to say, oh, well, they lied, oh, well, government lied, oh, well, the White House lied, but the people who run those things, they have names and they have agendas. Agendas and names that I think should be of interest to us, the American people, who had to live through the fallout of the Iraq War and the fallout of a potential Iran war. And let me tell you, in my research, the things that I found were so unbelievably stunning. I wish I could have filmed my reaction. I mean, there were several times in researching this video where I audibly said out loud, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Yes, somehow, surprisingly and unsurprisingly, much of the Iran war messaging we're hearing right now is coming from the same people who put together the Iraq war messaging. And so during this time in which we're building up into Schrodinger's Iran war, I want to take a moment to go over the history of the Iraq war, the history of how it actually came to be, and then talk about how the same people, the same actors, the same messaging is being utilized today to potentially bring us to war in Iran. If the war in Iraq was any indication as to how a war in Iran would go, this is clearly the most pressing and important event of our time. Because see, the Iraq War not only defined the politics of the region moving forward, it changed the world forever. Folks, before we jump into all that, be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell to get notified every time I make a new post. Be sure to follow the second podcast channel and watch my latest episode with Arthur Kwon Lee on the Interstate 78 podcast. Now, folks, with that out of the way, it's time for us to meet the four horsemen of the Saddam apocalypse. Now, in order to understand the Iraq War, you have to understand who the neocons are. I've done a whole video talking about neoconservatism and Reagan, I mean, all this, okay? Neoconservatism as a movement, deeply, deeply Zionist, deeply, deeply Judeo-Christian, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. People have heard the word neocon. Hey, they don't understand that it was an institution.
Can you give me a few
like
cards?
Neoconservatism, the way in which it worked.
By that I mean like maybe 10.
All around Washington, D.C. and Manhattan that all worked together.
You there, dude?
A few what?
Minecarts? Maybe even like 10 of them?
Nah, why do you need minecarts for?
Because I've recently found out that you can, well, actually I already knew that, but you can generate chests based on their contents. So it will stay within those content parameters. So this chest that you have near the minecart entrance right here, and it has a minecart in it, if I turn it into loot chests, it'll generate minecarts. You get what I mean?
What? How
Yeah,
does this work?
exactly. So this...
Don't turn it into a loot chest and we shouldn't have any problem.
No, what I'm saying, it's good, what I'm saying. If you keep the minecarts in here and put more in there, it will just automatically generate, or at least it should from what it's been doing, minecarts. It's just going to be a minecart chest that generate minecart.
Yeah, but I have a shop for people to buy the minecarts, and I don't want somebody to exploit an infinite minecart thing to crash the server.
You know, yeah, that's a good point. Fair enough, yeah. Want that
So
money anyway.
I literally fought it over. I thought, okay, Rails won't ever crash the server, but minecarts could, so I put it at $5 a minecart. So at least if someone's gonna crash it, they're gonna have to put in some serious effort.
For sure. Sure enough. But the spawn chests are now generating, so...
What are you talking about?
The ones that just had like assortment of bullshit in the front here, they're loot chests now, so...
What are you talking about? These are not supposed to be loot chests here. Oh no, is there a way to undo that?
Yeah, break it, put it back.
Bro, can you stop doing this stuff? I gave it to you to fix things, not to cause problems.
Oh. Oh, you made a clay shop? A clay, okay.
Yo, chests are all broke now.
What do you mean they're all broke?
Like, are we lagging out or what's happening right now?
I am not personally lagging, but what happened?
I can't interact with this chest. I can't interact with any chest.
Well, let me go test that real quick. Oh. What?
Oh my god, dude, you used that?
Yeah, it's crashing.
Oh my god.
It is literally crashing.
Please just don't do these things. It's for the stuff that's been generated naturally.
That literally lagged it out. That's weird.
Oh my god, I'm lagging out. I might have to remove the mod.
I think that's gonna further break shit if we do that. That's
yeah, but
fine.
It's lagging out.
Opening.
I can't place a chest here. And I can't put finally.
It's fine now. Probably because of World Protect. It was probably fighting World Protect and created a lag issue.
Is this one still a loot chest?
As long as he mined it, should be fine.
I don't see the particles, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
As long as you don't see that, I'm pretty sure it's not that, so you're good.
What's happening to your dude?
It's because I'm trying to open this chest to make sure it works. And it's just automatically kicking me every time.
Every time people
I guess that one has to be removed then? Let me go ahead and take the items out of it.
Dude, you gotta,
yeah,
you gotta
I
like
can't.
ask about stuff like this. There's not supposed to be loot chests in here.
I didn't know that was going to cause that much of a dramatic issue for this one here, but okay. Lesson learned, I guess.
I would just stick to exclusively, like, the stuff that's generated. Like, the reason we have that is because some of the world got generated.
Mm-hmm. So I guess for this one...
Are there any others, or is that it?
No, for around here, that should be fine. Yeah.
There's a loot chest here, I think. Did you turn this into a loot chest? Like, I saw particles over it. I can't
exactly see... Where are you, over here?
The sand-swept chests are in here. Did they get modified?
Oh shit, that building, yeah, I think I turned one of them at least into one. I think it was mine on the left side. The one that I put my shit in. Yeah, I think it was probably fighting this World Protect, that's why it was trying to crash me.
I don't know, just it's there for like specific purpose. You just got blacked out again.
It's because that clay chest again. So I guess that one probably needs like selection tool removal or whatever.
Are you able to open any chests without it causing issues?
Yeah, all the other ones are able to be open. It's just that one specifically. That one doesn't like people.
Do Quebec chests even naturally generate in the world, or no?
You know, I think that's only... Or actually, Quebec chests are not even in the Quebec areas that much. You'll see them, but not in every case. But yeah, the only place that I see them actually generate, and that's once in a while, is the Quebec villages.
Yeah, it's all fucked up. Like, I can't even place a chest here without it doing something weird.
You're saying you can't even place a chest?
Yeah.
Okay, that is strange. All the other chests are being normal. Including this one over here.
It won't let me place it, and I don't know why.
It's because this area is where a chest was. I had the same issue back in Dino biome, and I had to place it somewhere else for it not to act like one anymore. So you're just gonna have to relocate the chest to like maybe on this corner here. I don't know. Maybe put him right here and then put the chest over here. But then it would just be right next to this one. Yeah, if it's in the spot where the chest was, then it causes an issue.
Why is this an issue now?
It's like it senses there's an entity there, essentially. It's kind of strange. Reminds you of the entity tool. The one chest seems like it looked fine. I mean, I prefer two, but it looks fine with like one. Or you could do it split.
Is there anything there?
That's what's funny is there isn't. It just thinks that there is. I literally had the same problem in the, what is it called? Dino biome, if I could say things correctly.
Were you messing around with the loot chest thing there?
No, what I did is I mined a loot chest by accident. Well, what was supposed to be a loot chest, and then I put it back.
So you were.
And it gave me similar errors to this. So that's how I found out.
Is there like a refresh thing or something or for loot chests?
Yeah, there's a reset command. All it does is reset the chest. You can also do delete as well. Let me go seek. Which is actually the command you're probably going to want. Let me go to loot for everyone right here. So you can delete. Loot. Oh, come on, just show me the command. Set. So it's called to delete any loot chest with. You just used /delete and then LC. All one word. I can't use that one, so you would have to do it. Probably would have to do it in this area, I guess.
Reset loot chest. Look at a loot chest and reset.
Yeah, but I think in this case you're looking to delete it from this area, so you would use /delete LC instead of reset. Because resetting it just resets the content of the chest. Instead of waiting for the next time when it resets.
So the delete else. Does it give like a confirmation message? It says loot container deleted.
Yes, that's what you want to see. Yep, there you go. Yep, you good?
Should I give you that command as well?
It would probably help in many cases, yeah. Because if you do ever want me to remove one from a certain area, I can do it.
Alright, LP editor. What's he called? Oh yeah, helper. Loot. For everyone. Delete LC, that's the one, right?
Yeah, /delete LC. One word.
And in the permissions, it's called memstar.loop for everyone.command.delete LC.
Yeah, that's correct.
There, you should have that command now.
I'll test it. Because I think this one.
I don't know if I want any testing.
Well, I think this one is still a loot chest right here, possibly. So let me.
There, I just hit it on that one.
Please look at it right. Okay, so this one's no longer. Okay, good. I'm gonna go make sure the other one isn't. Yeah, you just did it. Okay.
It says nothing if nothing happened, I guess.
It'll say, please look at it registered loot container. This one's good too. So it's good. All of them are gone from around
here. Are there
here.
any others? Any others?
No, except for those 1 or 2 in that little camp building where we have the beds and the 2 chests. Yeah, over here. I'll walk over to it. Next to this farmish area. Go ahead and take care of those. Okay. That one is good, supposedly, so we don't have to worry about that.
You know what's weird is some chests, when you break them, they break down again into their small variants, but some stay in their large variants and can't be put back into their small variant.
Yeah, I know, it's strange.
That really needs to be made consistent.
Man, I wish I told you about the delete slash so we didn't have to mine the resources up. My apologies. Man, that sucks. It's alright though. One day when we get farther into the server, I feel like a little dungeon setup like Darktale did would be kind of fun. Later we could build something like that. I don't know how CJ gets so creative with this. He went crazy. What the heck? What's sort of loot chest sound? I probably got a refresh or something.
They have a thing called lever backpack and big backpack in creative
Yeah,
mode.
those are still not usable, yeah. Oh yeah, that's one thing I would like to do, is go to the Azure biome, or whatever the fuck it's called, Blue Forest, and farm me some of that wood.
You can just plant the trees. Just, you're gonna need some
That's
life
true.
essence, and you can buy the azure trees.
Right. That's true.
Should make a tree farm near spawn.
Yeah.
What do you need? I'm trying to figure out what you need for the last backpack upgrade.
You mean as far as, like, materials?
To craft it. Do you just need storm lever or something like that?
You know, I never mess with that too much yet, because I've usually just been able to get it through other means, so I don't actually even know the recipe. The bench will tell you. At least it should.
Need to be near an upgraded bench.
Man, this biome is out. Wait. Here. Oh, there might be an ungenerated chest right here. Let me go check this one. Okay, this one's good. That's fine.
Oh, there's some kind of building generated here.
Hmm.
It's like a giant library, I guess.
Oh, I've seen that, yeah. That's actually a pretty cool building.
Oh, it's the sand version, though. Not the tower one.
Dude, man, you trying to gang assault me? Shit.
There's just like a completely secret room here with... What the heck? With a chest.
Now they're killing each other. Man, these entities are funny sometimes.
Yeah, they have infighting now, just like in Doom.
Hmm.
There's so many cool buildings generated here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like the scale of things is still way off. Everything just needs to be massively scaled up. Oh, I found something really cool. I don't know if you ever seen this. Can I TP you here? Alderson yet. EPA. Yeah, arrows still fire when you have it in the backpack. I did not know that. I've been keeping my arrows in the inventory all the time when I could have just had them in the backpack. Just realized that now.
Actually, it's still more like an inventory, which is nice.
I have, like, seen, I think, this in all other biomes, but not the sand.
Got my repair kit back, nice. Actually, I'll take the wood too. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a golem down here you might want the memory of.
Mm-hmm. Good, these are generated in.
Well, we're very far out. I'm almost at the world border.
Mm-hmm. So I would expect it definitely works. Good.
Yeah, how's this guy healing?
Healing? That's strange.
Oh yeah, a lot of these golems, when they go walk back to their spawn point, they get healed. And it's like instant too. It's really annoying. So you walk away a bit, they start walking back to their spawn. I'm gonna collect my memories.
It's not letting me teleport to spawn.
Really? Which command are you using?
Warps. It's probably because I was in the air flying as an anarchist or something. I'll use it on the floor this time.
Your role as an anarchist is helper.
Oh, yeah. Shut up, bitch. Damn it.
Yo, there's a golden sword in here.
Really?
Yeah.
You gotta show me that.
And there's like double loot chests beside each other. There's just so much crazy stuff here.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there's...
Give me to you so I can see this.
There's also loot chests I can see under the sand because of the particles I can see it.
You dropped my repair kit, bitch!
Yeah, there's buried loot chests everywhere here.
TP me too, I wanna see it. Yeah, I like my new spawn point, that's nice.
Treasure.
Nice.
There's just insane amounts of treasure in this area. Wow. Oh, and there's a bowl, yeah, it's a bowl made out of gold. A golden bowl. It's like, what do you call it? It's Moloch. Moloch from the Old Testament. Oh, and there's another weird golden statue here. I think it's a Scarrick.
I don't like Scarrick. They're disgusting.
Yeah, oh, there's so many, and there's another one. It's a serpent, a golden serpent. This whole
TP
area-
me, please.
Nah,
TP me.
you'll just have to discover it one day. It's actually near
You
the.
suck.
It's close to the highway, like it's right beside the highway. So you'll find it one day when you go down the Southern Highway. It's crazy how much gold there is in there, and chests and everything. Oh my god! If you wanted like
Yeah, that biome has a lot.
if you wanted a loot chest base, that would be the place to put your loot chest base. Because there's like 4 loot chests like beside each other.
Yeah, they could just like take that over and be like, this is our reset area where you constantly collect loot.
How close am I to the world border now? Like,
Yeah,
I still got a ways to go.
I need to craft those teleporters so I can get back to my house and spawn point and all that shit easier.
You gotta start
I
like
was doing
making a
that.
base.
Yeah, I was doing that, and then you TP'd me. I need to get to that Azure Forest.
Can you warp?
I mean, I can warp to spawn, but that's about it.
That's what you should be able to do. That's the only warp
Yeah.
there is.
Mm-hmm. I just need to get the teleporters crafted so I could put some more warps elsewhere. Yeah, now it's not letting me again. Why are you denying my teleports, system? Hmm? 19 seconds. Bitch.
There's like some floating trees here I probably should deal with.
I don't like floating trees. The loot chests are still resetting each new day, right?
Yeah, in-game days, so you can make it quicker too by sleeping.
Which I think I'm about to do.
It's daytime though.
Oh wait, people could really rig that. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, it's morning apparently, is what it looks like. It's saying like 9 hours and 46 minutes.
Did the time change? Like, did you actually manage to fall asleep?
Mm-mm. It says it's 9 hours and 46 minutes till I can.
I heard some like strange music. I don't know.
Well, for me, it is almost 4 in the morning, and I'm already gonna regret that pretty bad, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off. But anyway, you have fun.
I'm just trying to finish up the Southern Highway.
Alright, fun. I love being back on Linux.
to form policy, which then went into our government. You can think of it less as just an ideology and more like a faction that lived in our government. They were also sometimes called the War Hawks. This is because of their strong support for war, and more specifically, their strong support for war in favor of Israel, or aligned with Israel. Reagan was when they first got into government, and it was Bush in the Iraq War that largely took them out of government, or at least put them sort of underground in our government. But as we flash back here to the late 90s and early 2000s, that was a time in which being a neocon, that wasn't a bad thing. That was a good thing. People at that time loved the neocons, and they specifically loved 4 very, very important neocons who become the center of our story. Richard Pearl, a prominent defense intellectual and former Reagan administration official known for advocating a hardline stance against the Soviet Union. He was part of a coalition at the time called the Cold Warriors. Paul Wolfowitz, former US ambassador to Indonesia who served several senior foreign policy positions under various Republican administrations. Douglas Feith, prominent lawyer and foreign policy advisor. And David Wurmser, a Middle East analyst and author. These 4 characters, united by their shared neoconservatism and Jewish background, decided to get together in 1997 and form PNAC, or more aptly, the Project for the New American Century. Now, many people call this New American Century. This was a think tank, a policy institute that would come to define much of our policy moving forward. I mean, this is, when you talk about neoconservatism, when you talk about Zionism in our government, Zionist factions in our government, you're talking about PNAC. They played an unbelievably important role, founded by these 4 guys. They did so because 1 year before founding PNAC, which would, like I said, would go on to inform the government, write policy, Pearl, Feith, and Wurmser would all be signatories on a very, very important historical document, the Clean Break Memo. Now, I've talked about the Clean Break Memo and the Yan'an Plan before in several videos at this point, but to sum it up for you at home, the Clean Break Memo, specifically a memo written for the new Prime Minister of Israel at the time, Netanyahu, regarding what they call the clean break, meaning the breaking of Israel from US aid, weaponry, etc., etc. Now, that actually might sound good. We don't like that Israel has our money. We don't like that they have our weapons, right? Here's the problem, though. The Clean Break Memo, which is inspired by something called the Yan'an Plan, something I did a whole video on, they specifically talk about how if they're going to do that, if they're going to break away from the United States, they need to destabilize all of their neighbors. So all of the neighboring Arab countries need to become destabilized, have regime changes, bombed into oblivion, etc., etc. And that's not something Israel is capable of doing. Israel is very capable of fighting the Palestinians because Palestinians don't really have a lot of weapons or defense, but the other countries around them, that's a very different story, especially at the time of the Clean Break Memo. See, because the way the Clean Break works is that the United States is going to do it for them. They want the United States to go fight all of these wars, and eventually at the end, they'll have gained so much power through having all their adversaries removed that they'll no longer need the United States to fight their wars. At which point you have the clean break. They break away from us. They've satiated themselves, they've sucked enough out of us, and now they get to go be a fun, fancy superpower, dominates the center of the world island, and well, we get to be more on that later. So these guys, they signed the Clean Break Memo, and now they've formed this think tank. So that's already, okay, we know what their stance is. They really like Israel, and they really want the United States to fight wars for Israel. So we know this now. But that's not like a new thing. That's not that crazy. I mean, okay, there's tons of people in our country who want us to go fight Israel's war. I mean, Ben Shapiro, I talk about him a bunch, and I mean, he's no real like threat to us, right? I mean, Michael Rappaport is one of these guys. I mean, what the hell is he gonna do? Here's the thing, though. This is how think tanks work in DC. A lot of people who work in think tanks go on to work in government, and all of these guys got involved in the White House during the reign of none other than everyone's favorite, President George W. Bush. Richard Pearl specifically would become the chairman of the Defense Policy Board from 2001 to 2003. That's bureaucrat speak for the guy was working with the Pentagon and the White House. He's kind of like an envoy between the two, and he was known for his incredibly strong stance in favor of getting rid of Saddam Hussein. He was constantly promoting Israel in this office, saying that we need to do more for Israel, that what we do for Israel is good for us. So much so that the guy earned the nickname the Prince of Darkness because he wanted war and specifically wanted to like bomb Baghdad so much that all of his contemporaries thought it was dark, like they thought he was psychopathic. Paul Wolfowitz would go on to become the Deputy Secretary of Defense from 2001 to 2005. Again, bureaucrat speak. That's the second highest official in the Pentagon. He was the one who specifically argued to our government that Saddam Hussein posed a threat and that we need to specifically enact regime change. It was Paul Wolfowitz who came up with this idea of regime change, of not only getting rid of Saddam, but ensuring that Iraq is never able to reform as it was ever again. Something that he said was in favor of democracy, that they need to spread democracy in the world. But you know, if we look at the Clean Break report, we look at the Annan plan, I don't think the guy was interested in democracy. I think he was interested in making Iraq weak, but we'll get there. Douglas Feith worked directly under the Secretary of Defense from 2001 to 2005. He was the Pentagon's top civilian policy official, put in charge of civilian planning, regime change planning, and was the direct overseer of the Office of Special Plans. Now, we'll get into that in a little bit. Basically, any piece of information that came out of the Middle East and into the Pentagon went through him first. Remember that. Okay. And of course, David Wurmser became a top Middle East advisor, specifically the Middle East advisor to none other than Dick Cheney, the new vice president under George W. So now the table's set, okay? The chessboard's in play. These four guys are now deeply embedded in our government, specifically in defense. And let me note, that's only four guys who I want to keep a track on in this story. We're talking like dozens of people were part of this grander coalition. You have to understand, under Reagan, they were called the Cold Warriors. Basically, they were the ones who really, really wanted to go to war with the Soviet Union after the Soviet Union started to attack Israel. Weird, that's a weird connection there. But then they join into the Bush administration and they become the war hawks, the neocons. They're in favor of attacking all these Middle Eastern countries because they pose a threat to Israel. It's kind of a weird connection there. It's a bit strange. And it turns out that the vast majority of them are, they're from a certain community, a certain group. That must be a coincidence, right? That's a coincidence. I mean, come on. There's no way, right? I mean, come on. This is the government as it was as George W. Bush takes office. And this is like peak neocon, okay? We're reaching the apex, the like climax of neoconservatism. And all of this, they're all in office, and there's a clear factionalism going on. There's the neoconservative faction, which is these guys promoting war in Iraq, but there's also the flip side. There's people who are against war in Iraq, and these factions are vying for control in the government. And it's looking like the neocons aren't going to win. They're not going to get what they want. They're not going to be able to convince the government to go to war in Iraq because a reasonable threat isn't being posed by Iraq at the time. See, Iraq, they're a strong military power in the Middle East, but they don't have intercontinental missiles. They don't have intercontinental power. They're not actually posing a threat to anybody in the West, let alone anybody in America. Then, unrelated to all this, arguably the most important event for the turn of the millennia would occur that changed the face of geopolitics forever. On September 11th, 2001, 19 hijackers from the Islamist extremist group Al-Qaeda seized 4 commercial airliners. 2 were flown into the towers of the World Trade Center in New York, 1 struck the Pentagon, and a 4th crashed in Shanksville after passengers fought back. Nearly 3,000 Americans were killed, making it the deadliest terror attack in US history. A day that would live on in infamy as we know it now, 9/11. Now, 9/11 deserves its own video because there's a lot of stuff that happened around that, stuff that I can't definitively prove, and so I've held off from making a video about it, but maybe someday we'll get to that. Lots of conspiracy, lots of secrets, I think we're all aware of that, but one thing that can be proven that is definitive is the events that occurred after 9/11, because these events were profoundly important and people don't talk about them nearly enough. See, because 4 days later, on September 15th, 2001, Bush would call a meeting at Camp David, where he would gather key individuals in his government, including Vice President Dick Cheney, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, and, most importantly, our friend Paul Wolfowitz. Now, Paul, alongside another infamous neoconservative figure, Donald Rumsfeld, similar origin, similar career, similar everything, they attend this meeting, which can basically be summed up as George Bush saying to his cabinet, "What the fuck do we do?" And it was Wolfowitz and Rumsfeld who specifically argued for the idea that Al-Qaeda shouldn't be attacked, that the actual cause behind 9/11, the actual cause was the state sponsor of terrorism, the country that was funding all of these terrorist groups, or at least they thought he was. They felt like he was. I mean, that sounds like something Saddam would do, right? Saddam, famously secular, socialist, ran an atheistic government. I'm sure that he would give millions of dollars to an Islamist extremist group thousands of miles away. And if you hear that at home and you're thinking, well, that sounds ridiculous, you would not share the opinions of George Bush upon hearing this. It's at Camp David that they all decide, okay, this isn't going to be a war on Al-Qaeda. This isn't going to be a war on any specific group. This is going to be a war on an idea, a war on a tactic, a war on an archetype. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is where it gets decided definitively that they should begin a war on terror, a global war on terror. And thus begins the GWOT, the Global War on Terror, the era defined by neoconservative warhawk policies and permanent forever wars, all decided by our friend Paul Wolfowitz and his crew. Now, this goes on for a while, okay? There's policy going back and forth. We start positioning troops into the Middle East, and it's very clear that we are in a lead up to a war. It's very clear that there's a looming war with Iraq coming, and we are constantly probing them, constantly talking to them. And it's the same neoconservative faction that we're talking about here that is constantly making allegations that Iraq might possess weapons of mass destruction. Because see, 9/11 wasn't enough justification. It was enough justification to justify sending soldiers into the region for peacekeeping and monitoring the situation. But it wasn't enough to justify full-on war. Because again, Saddam Hussein didn't fly those planes. Okay, it was like Al-Qaeda is not from Iraq, for those who don't know. And Saddam insisted that he did not play any part in 9/11, something that he took well to his grave. So what do? They so clearly want war with Iraq. I think we can go past being coy now, and I can just say that they wanted a war with Iraq. So how the hell are they gonna get this war with Iraq? Well, all of that takes us to a very, very interesting place. Now, Iraq might not have been a state sponsor of terror, but folks, this video sure does have a sponsor. All right, quick pause, because folks, this video is sponsored in probably the coolest way ever. MindWalk Holdings, Wall Street ticker HYFT. An actual stock has sponsored this video. This is probably one of the craziest and most innovative companies I've seen in a while. Everybody talks about AI replacing homework or making images, replacing your office job, but one of the biggest AI markets on Earth is drug discovery, cutting billions of dollars and years off making new medicines. Now, MindWalk is going after exactly that. What caught my attention is that this tiny company, we're talking around a $59 million market cap, which sounds like a lot of money, but on Wall Street isn't a lot, already has partnerships with 19 of the top 20 pharmaceutical companies in the world. And get this, AMD, yes, that AMD literally featured MindWalk on AMD's own website because their AI platform runs on AMD Instinct MI300X chips. That's not normal for a small company. They also just signed their first recurring SaaS contract with a major pharmaceutical company. Revenue was up 52% year over year, and an analyst just initiated coverage with a $5 price target, while this stock is sitting around $1.30. And unlike a lot of AI companies, they actually have real biotech infrastructure and wet labs validating the AI in the real world. So if you're into AI, biotech, or you like finding tiny companies before Wall Street fully notices them, go check out MindWalk Holdings, ticker HYFT, and find out more about this interesting new market. But hey, let me note, be sure to do your own research too, okay? I'm not a stockbroker, I'm a YouTuber who gets sponsored, but I want to say again, big shout out to MindWalk for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back into the deep dive. One of the most important things that Bush will forever be remembered for is his declaration and fascination with yellow cake. And no, I'm not talking about a sweet tooth he might have gained in Texas. I'm talking about yellow cake uranium. More specifically, yellow cake uranium that Iraq supposedly bought. See, because in 2003, a war is officially declared on an axis of evil. Bush very famously declares in this speech that Iraq, North Korea, for some fucking reason, and Iran, funny enough, are an axis of evil, hell-bent on destroying the West and obtaining nuclear weapons, citing this entire time secret intel that they received showing that Saddam Hussein was attempting to buy yellow cake uranium from the African country of Niger. Now this was an international scandal. I mean, how could this have happened? How could a state that is not a signatory of any nuclear pact break conventions and seek out a nuclear weapon? I mean, that's a horrific move. That's a move that's grounds for regime change. That's grounds for invasion. They're gonna need some serious evidence showing that this actually occurred. And so all of this begs a great question: where did they get any of this info? It's soon discovered by investigative journalists that they received the info from SISMI. That's the Italian CIA, if you will. An information broker is said to have found it, given it to SISMI, and then it's brought to the United States. Now, that's weird, right? That's like a weird connection. Why the fuck is Italy involved in this? Well, we do have a CIA listening station in Rome. That's just intelligence speak for like an office. We have an office in Rome that oversees a lot of stuff going on in the Mediterranean. And it works pretty closely with SISMI, the Italian intelligence agency. Now, it's revealed after a very short period of time that the documents are fake. It's fake intelligence. It's fake intel that's been fed to the United States. It's not real. Saddam Hussein never tried to purchase yellow cake from Niger. This becomes so much of a scandal that it's actually now referred to in retrospect as Nigergate. And all of this raised a lot of questions. Where did they get this information? I mean, it sounds so nonsensical that Saddam, out of nowhere, under scrutiny, would go and purchase this horrifically radioactive and controversial substance from Niger, damn near halfway across the planet. Where did they possibly get this information? Why would SISMI publish this? Well, funny that you ask. After Nigergate was concluded, investigative journalists found that all the way back in 2002, just 1 year before this information supposedly arrived, there were high-profile, detailed meetings in Rome between American neoconservatives and SISMI, specifically with one Michael Leiden, another Jewish neoconservative who had heavy ties to Israel, worked very closely with the state of Israel. He goes to this meeting and sets up a back channel between SISMI and the Office of Special Plans, a new office in the Pentagon that was overseen directly by our friends Paul Wolfowitz and Douglas Feith. This meeting occurs. We don't actually know what was said, but we know that a year later, these documents show up. And what's funny is that from the Italian side, from the SISMI side, one of the most important figures at that event was a man named Niccolo Polari. Now, Niccolo Polari is basically a spy. Like, that's really the best way to describe him, is he's like kind of a freelance intelligence officer, but he works for SISMI specifically. The guy's like a super spy, okay? He's all around the world. He works with several different intelligence agencies, and he's at this meeting between American neoconservatives and SISMI, the Italian CIA, basically. Funny enough, this meeting occurs, and then on September 9th, 2002, the head of Italy's SISMI military intelligence agency goes directly to Washington, D.C. for a now leaked secret White House meeting, bypasses all standard CIA screenings, and personally delivers the yellow cake document directly to the U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor. And wouldn't you know it, his name was Niccolo Polari. So let's recount. 2002, there's this secret meeting between the Italian intelligence agency and a bunch of American neoconservatives. Then all of a sudden, a little while later, one of the guys who was at that meeting, had those discussions, just shows up in Washington, D.C. with this document claiming that it says Saddam is buying yellow cake from Niger, and then all of his neoconservative buddies in the White House, they're able to bring him directly into the White House. He doesn't have to be screened, doesn't have to be questioned, he's just brought directly in. Surely, that's just a coincidence. But anyways, this takes us into the actual Iraq war. It's after all this that eventually Bush declares, yes, Saddam Hussein does have weapons of mass destruction. We are going to go to war. They didn't have nukes. There were no nukes in Iraq at any point. And yet all of these figures being catastrophically wrong about Iraq, about Saddam's intentions, you'd think that that would disqualify everybody. Funny enough, what if I told you that the same people from this story, the ones that are still alive at least, are all still involved well into today? See, we've talked before about specifically the Annan plan, and we've talked about why Iran is of such interest to Israel. You have to understand, the way in which Middle Eastern geopolitics works is that Iran and Israel are basically equals. Unlike the other Arab states, Iran, like, you can think of the Annan plan, you can think of Israeli foreign policy as kind of like a Mario game, where they're slowly progressing through everybody. They start with the Palestinians, then to Lebanon, then to Iraq, then to Syria, and they kind of go across, going from like the easiest to defeat targets all the way up to the big boss fight, which is Iran. This is because Iran is like 10 times the size of any country they've ever fought before, has millions upon millions of people, a gigantic military, and it can't really be bombed by air. And so that makes it like really, really fucking hard for Israel to fight them. But it also makes it very, very necessary because see, Iran is situated Strait of Hormuz. So not only does Iran have a shit ton of oil that they're producing, and it's also an incredibly strong military power, it's also situated at, as you can see in recent times, the most important trade point like in the fucking world. I mean, they closed the Strait of Hormuz for like a few days and it fucked the world economy. And Trump has been trying desperately to ensure that the market can remain stable and also we can somehow go to war with Iran, which, let me note, complete oxymoron. You can't have both. Either like we have a stable world economy that functions or this war happens, but we'll get there. If Israel can defeat Iran, then Israel becomes uninhibited. They can do whatever the fuck they want. And that needs to be remembered because, and I've talked about this before, I don't know how many times I have to rehash this, but the goals of true religious, like meaningful Zionism, the Zionism that is running the Israeli government, that is involved in a lot of governments in various different forms, it necessitates taking the lives of a lot of innocent people, destroying incredibly important things, basically just enraging the world's second largest religion, and in many ways, enraging the world's first largest religion. In order for them to be able to do all the things they want to do, the wholesale slaughter of Palestinians, the capturing of the entire Middle East, the destruction of Al-Aqsa Mosque, if they want to do all those things, they have to become so powerful that they can't be questioned. See, because right now, like, world governments could just agree, yeah, we're not gonna deal with Israel. And it'd be fine because Israel is not an export economy. They're a financier economy. And so you could sanction them very easily. But if Israel had control over, I don't know, the most important trade point in the world, as well as some of the largest oil, natural gas, mineral, and other critical resource deposits in the world, well, now you can't sanction them. Now you have to accept them. And they'll have like infinite money. I mean, think Saudi money, think Dubai money times 1,000. I mean, we're talking trillions upon trillions of dollars that they not only control, but will have in liquid assets that they can turn into bombs, into guns, into support. I mean, they'll be unstoppable. They'll be a world superpower. And so it makes sense that they're trying very, very hard to get this. And as you can see from the Annan plan to the clean break, to PNAC, to Nigergate, all these different events, they've been slowly building up over time. And now they've got it. Now they've positioned themselves here, just before a potential war with Iran. And we're noticing that it's very similar to the build-up to the war in Iraq, as at that time, war in Iraq was the big challenge. That was their first big hurdle. And as we all know, they managed to pull it off. And so now they're really focused on pulling this one off, being able to pull the wool over our eyes just one more time, take out Iran at the expense of basically our entire country, our young men's lives, our economy, the safety and stability of our country and our global standing. I mean, basically everything, but when have they ever cared about any of that? All the things I just described about Iraq perfectly fit to how they describe Iran, that it's a state sponsor of terror, that it has weapons of mass destruction, that there's these covert purchases and fundings going on, that it's for America's safety, that we need to change this radical regime. I mean, David Wurmser, one of those four horsemen that we talked about, he's literally Donald Trump's advisor on this war. Like right now, he is Donald Trump's advisor on the war. And he wasn't fired over what was supposedly a horrible miscalculation that had no conspiracy behind it. Wasn't fired for that, and now he is Donald Trump's advisor for this war. We did it for Israel. We did it for the Clean Break Memo. We did it for the Annan Plan. We did it because these people want to take over the region, because they have religious, psychotic aims to take over the region. And the actors in our government who supported all of this were not Israeli citizens. Let me note that. See, because those four horsemen that we talked about, none of them were Israeli citizens. None of them had property in Israel. They didn't live there. They had no family there. They had absolutely zero connection to the state of Israel other than, are you gonna make me say it? Are you gonna make me say it? Come on, like, do we, like, it's 2026, guys. Like, I think we can start calling it as it is, okay? Like, let's just call it as it is. The neoconservatives, they're revisionist Zionists. Like, they are Zionists. That is part of their thing. Like, they very clearly have this ethnic, nepotistic desire to aid Israel, and they don't care if it's at the detriment to America. In many cases, it's good that it's at the detriment of America. It's good that we waste money on it. It's good that we lose men on it, because they don't want us to then spawn as a powerful contestant to them when the boomers go and suddenly America wakes up to the fact that, yeah, they ran a fucking game on us. As we look from the beginning of the video at this footage of the Israel Day parade in Manhattan, some of the wealthiest people walking around showing off their Israeli pride, showing off a deep sense of Israeli patriotism, ask yourself, do you think any of them are gonna do that on the 4th of July? Folks, that is going to do it for us today on this episode of The Narrative. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to let me know down below what you think, what you learned, what you already knew, what you want to hear about next. Folks, let me plug at the end here my Discord. I've gotten a lot of questions about how can I get in touch with other Vrilliamites, with other people who are fans of the show, with other people who are fans of our takes, yada yada. Yes, if you go to my link tree, I do in fact have a Discord. Some of you have joined, but it's not like nearly as big as it could be. So please feel free to join the Discord. I'm in there fairly often. Be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell to get notified anytime I make a new post, and to follow the second channel, the podcast channel, as it's called now, and check out my latest episode with Arthur Quan Lee. But folks, with all that being said, as I always say, God bless you, and God bless America, folks. Until next time.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be discussing some of the new discoveries coming from Antarctica, one of the most isolated places on Earth. But specifically, we're going to be discussing something found deep inside the ice in Antarctica, because in this case, by tracing certain elements inside the ice in Antarctica, scientists were able to trace back thousands of years of the history of the solar system and basically learn something else about the mysterious local bubble we seem to be traveling through. And so in this case, by studying what's known as stardust trapped in the snow, scientists are now beginning to map exactly where the solar system is traveling through and what kind of an environment we're currently finding ourselves in. And the results are, once again, just a little bit surprising. But in order to understand exactly
mush of muscle tissue that you then press into the shape of a steak or a burger patty, whatever the product's supposed to be. The second is precision fermentation dairy, where you take the specific gene responsible for making milk protein in a cow, insert it into yeast or bacteria, drop that into a tank with water and sugar. The bacteria then multiplies and produces milk protein as a byproduct. Again, no cow, just a tank. And the third is cell-cultured cocoa. So this is where they extract real cells from cocoa beans, put them in a bioreactor, and 2 beans end up producing what would normally take 4 tons of cocoa and 10,000 square meters of rainforest. Now, the industry will tell you that this is the same thing as the real version. You know, that the cells are real, the proteins are identical, it's just a more efficient process. Well, that's their framing, not mine. Because something grown in a tank is not the same thing as something grown in a field or a farm or a rainforest. The end molecule might be similar, sure, that's debatable, but the process is completely different, and we deserve to decide what we put in our bodies. First, let's talk about the companies we've never heard of that are already in or almost in our food. The top 3 precision fermentation dairy companies in the world right now are Perfect Day, Remilk, and Imagine Dairy. 2 out of the 3 are Israeli. Just keep that in mind. Perfect Day, an American company out of California, it's already on shelves with Brave Robot ice cream, Modern Kitchen cream cheese. Their whey protein is in commercial food products right now. We've probably walked past it without knowing. Remilk, an Israeli company, FDA approved, already launched in Israeli grocery stores in January 2026 and eyeing a US launch this year. Imagine Dairy, also Israeli, also FDA approved. Danone, the company behind Silk and So Delicious, already took a minority stake and they're actively seeking US partnerships right now. All of them go into the same things, you know, all your favorite dairy products, milk, yogurt, ice cream, cream cheese, and they don't even have to replace the whole product. Just 5 to 35%, you know, enough to be there, but not enough for you to notice. Now let's talk about the chocolate, okay? Because this is the one that actually got me mad. Like, this is kind of what started this all for me. There's Celeste Bio. It's another Israeli company making the cell-cultured cocoa butter. Mondelez, the company that makes Oreos, Cadbury, Toblerone, Chips Ahoy, has invested in them twice. Already developed nearly a dozen chocolate bars using their fake cocoa butter. They are targeting 2027 for commercial scale, meaning they want to put this in our Oreos on our shelves come year 2027. Ew. And then there's Kokomoto, also Israeli, also the fake cocoa. No consumer product yet. They are still very early, but Cargill just signed a partnership with them in February 2026 to develop the cell-based chocolate. If you don't know Cargill, okay, they are the largest privately held food company in the United States, one of the biggest in the world, actually Tyson's biggest competitor and McDonald's primary supplier for just about everything, like beef, oil, eggs. Most Americans have never heard of them, but you might have one of their products in your pantry right now. I could do a whole episode on Cargill and the family behind them, okay? But for now, just know this is not a small fish writing a check, okay? This is a huge partnership between the US and Israel. On the meat side, the fake chicken is already here. Upside Foods, backed by the usual suspects, Bill Gates, Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, and Good Meat, both got full FDA and USDA approval in 2023 and are already being served in select US restaurants, so watch out for that chicken. But what's interesting about this one is the second it went public, the pushback started. Italy actually banned lab-grown meat outright in December 2023. Production, sale, import, all of it. Their agriculture minister basically stood on business and said, absolutely not, Bill. Hungary then followed suit, and we have Austria, France, Greece, several other European countries moving in the same direction. Then there's Aleph Farms, and this is the main Israeli cultivated beef company, okay? This is the big one, and get this, they are also backed by Cargill. Aleph actually got blocked here at home in the United States. Florida, Texas, and 5 other states banned lab-grown red meat specifically, because remember, we have the chicken here, we also have fake salmon. But farmers and the cattle industry saw it coming, took the fight public, and so the beef is out for now. But Aleph Farms was not too happy about this, so bet they're gonna try again. Then there's Believer Meats, another major Israeli fake meat company. They actually collapsed in late 2025. They just ran out of money, apparently. I only bring them up because they were backed heavily by Tyson. So I don't know if you're noticing a pattern here, but every Israeli biotech company seems to have a lot of American support. Anyways, the fake meat space, at least in parts of Europe and here in the US, has been very loud and public. People saw it coming and they did push back, which is exactly why I think that the dairy and the cocoa are taking a different route. So they're not coming through the front door, okay? They're coming through the ingredient supply chain as unlabeled components of products we already buy. And most people don't even know that it's happening. What's interesting though is that in Israel, it looks different. For example, Remilk, they chose to label their products transparently. So Israeli consumers know exactly what they're buying. They literally launched it as new milk. Here in the US, the FDA issues what are called no questions letters. So no consumer disclosure required, no labeling required. Same Israeli company, same product, different standards. So I guess we just gotta make sure we're reading that small print on the back of the milk. Other countries actually have biotech food companies too with FDA clearance, for example, Finland and France, but none of them have the American corporate muscle behind them pushing their products into our supply chain. Which raises the question I couldn't stop thinking as I was researching this, as I was prepping this episode. Why Israel? What is so special about Israeli food biotech? But before we get to that, okay, let's talk about why corporations are doing this at all, because what they're gonna tell us, or what they already are telling us, is it's all about sustainability. You know, less land, less water, lower emissions. Spoiler alert, that's not true. Cocoa hit $12,000 per ton in 2024 due to severe crop failure and disease in West Africa. If you don't know, Africa is like the main supplier of cocoa. Like 75% of the world's supply comes from Africa. Mondelez's margins got destroyed and they needed a way out of it. Lab-grown cocoa butter is that way out, because when you're growing it in a tank, you don't care about what the weather did to the harvest in Ghana. Same thing with precision fermentation dairy. When you don't need actual cows or actual farmers, your ingredient costs eventually drop through the floor. And we're not gonna see that savings, okay? Bet the prices remain the same on the shelves. Actually, they'll probably go up. It's the corporations that are gonna pocket the difference. Nothing new. But what I'm saying here is this is not about feeding us better or saving the planet or any other things that they're gonna say. It's about cutting their dependence on farmers and supply chains and natural systems they currently have to negotiate with. They want total control of what goes in the product, and they want to stop writing checks to people they'd rather not need. Essentially, they are greedy and they hate us, that's it. But okay, back to the question, okay? Why Israel? Well, the Netherlands actually produced the world's first lab-grown burger in 2013, years before any Israeli company had a commercial product. And like I said before, Finland and France have companies with the same FDA clearance as Israeli companies right now. So why is it Israeli biotech specifically that American corporations showed up for? And why is Israeli technology moving into American supply chains? Well, I'm sure you can guess it's because they are our greatest ally. I mean, that's essentially the reason for everything, right? But here's what that actually means in practice. The US has given Israel over $300 billion in cumulative foreign aid since 1948. I mean, that's what's documented, right? If I want to keep this legit, fact-checked, yeah. But regardless, okay, more than any other country in American foreign aid history. And for decades, that actually included direct cash transfers, like no earmarks, no strings, just money. And Israel used that stability to build one of the most government-subsidized food tech ecosystems in the world. So when the Israeli Innovation Authority, which is basically Israel's government venture capital arm, funds food tech startups or puts $18 million directly into a lab-grown meat consortium, that's possible in part because American taxpayer money has been subsidizing the Israeli government budget. But it gets more direct than that, okay? BARD. BARD is our joint agricultural research fund with Israel, run through the USDA with our tax dollars. They have put $310 million into Israeli agricultural research since 1979. Fun fact, it was built during the Cold War, the economic layer on top of the military relationship already established by Johnson and Nixon. But now it explicitly covers alternative proteins. In 2025, BARD funded 27 US-Israel research projects with alternative proteins as the stated priority. One of them with Aleph Farms and Tufts University, our tax dollars. So despite the Netherlands having the science first, no American government money because the Netherlands doesn't have what we have with Israel. But it doesn't end there. 4 months ago, January 2026, the US and Israel signed a new strategic technology framework, essentially a broad tech innovation partnership with biotechnology now explicitly named. It was signed in Jerusalem with Mike Huckabee in attendance and American tech corporation execs in the room. They're expanding it with our money. So when you ask why Israeli food biotech is the one ending up in our supply chain, the answer isn't innovation. It's not because Israeli biotech is better. It's that a financial and military relationship created the conditions that made it inevitable. So when food biotech emerged in Israel decades later, American money just naturally flowed there too. Our tax dollars made that possible. Our tax dollars built the ecosystem that produced Remilk, Imagine Dairy, Celeste Bio, and Kokomoto. And now, these products are heading into our food supply without our knowledge or consent. Well, I could have wrapped the show up here, okay? I could have packed it up, but your girl had to dig deeper because I wanted to know who actually built the Israeli side of this ecosystem. Because money flowing into it is one thing, but someone had to build the infrastructure that turned that money into the specific products now headed into our supply chain. And I had a feeling there was more to it. Call it an inkling. Call it feminine intuition. Well, when you pull on this thread, you find a system and two companies that show you exactly how it was built and who paid for it. The first is Tenuva. Tenuva was founded in 1926, 22 years before Israel existed as a state, not started by one person, but built collectively by Jewish farmers and backed by the Histadrut. The Histadrut is essentially a Jewish labor federation that functioned like a shadow government. The ideology behind it was labor Zionism, the belief that Jewish people needed to build an entirely new society from the ground up, and farming wasn't incidental to that, it was central to it. Economic dimension was explicit from day one, creating create a self-sufficient Jewish food economy in mandatory Palestine, buy Jewish produce only, and hire Jewish labor only. The only problem was that Palestinian farmers were already there, and they already had their own dairy produce businesses. Which, I mean, kind of makes sense considering the fact that it was mandatory Palestine at the time. Well, Tenuva's founders went door to door telling Jewish families to buy Tenuva dairy specifically to support Zionism. The exclusion of Arab farmers and Arab produce from Jewish consumption wasn't a side effect, it was the stated goal. Tenuva was the agricultural infrastructure of that campaign from the beginning. And then there's Strauss. Strauss is a private family dairy built by German Jewish immigrants in the 1930s. They made gourmet cheese, positioned themselves as the upmarket option to Tenuva, deliberately differentiated so they weren't threatening Tenuva directly. The internet will tell you that they're competitors, that they were competitors then and they are competitors now. And sure, but they always share the same goal, which was a Jewish-owned food system. Different lanes, same destination. Well, in 1959, they were struggling financially, so they walked into a government office and walked out with a loan. The man who gave it to them was Pinchas Sapir, Israel's Minister of Industry and Trade, called the father of the Israeli economy. And you know what? I might be saying his name wrong. I just might. And to be honest, I don't really give a shit. But if it bothers you, maybe you should just unsubscribe. I'm just putting that out there. But anyways, he ran the entire economy out of a personal black notebook, no transparent process, no open applications, just one man deciding who got money, who got monopolies, and who got tax concessions. He was explicitly building a Jewish private ownership class. That is documented. What is not documented is how the Strauss family got in that room, how they had the pull and the plug to get a loan that helped build Israel's dominant private dairy company. I don't know about you, but I think that's a very strange thing to not have a paper trail on. As someone who's been, doing research for a bit for these videos, I think that's weird, and I love some good documentation. And your girl dug deep. Okay, let me just toot my own horn really fast, toot-a-la-toot. I spent days researching this video, days. So could you please be so kind and just give this video a like? Let's actually pause right now, go like this video. Please, just help a girl out. Okay. Anyways, here's what the map looked like, okay? Tenuva controlled the mass market, so think bulk dairy, collective infrastructure feeds the country. Strauss covered the upmarket lane. Think gourmet cheese, private family company, government backed. And then, in the 1950s, the Israeli government installed a quota system. It capped milk production farm by farm, blocked foreign competition with 40% tariffs, and shut the market down. Palestinian farmers were excluded from this quota system entirely, or when they finally were included in 2012, they were handed 0.02% of it. Meaning, out of every drop of milk legally produced in Israel, Palestinian farmers were allowed to produce essentially none of it, or sorry, 0.02% of it. My bad. And if that quota system sounds too bureaucratic to feel real, here's what it looked like on the ground. Black goats were the primary livestock of Palestinian Bedouin communities, their main source of milk, their food supply, the foundation of their dairy businesses. In the 1970s, Ariel Sharon, at the time the Minister of Agriculture, later the Prime Minister, and one of the most powerful and controversial figures in Israeli history, kind of because he was so evil. I mean, this guy was not it. He created a paramilitary unit called the Green Patrol, whose explicit job, this was their job, to go out and seize and slaughter the black goats. And in 3 years, they cut the herds by 60%. 3 Jewish companies ended up controlling 85 to 92% of the dairy market in Israel. What was then mandatory Palestine, but now the state of Israel. 2 of those being Tenuva and Strauss, the third being Tara. It's another cooperative of Jewish dairy farmers, but all Jewish owned, all operating under government protection, and their competitors, the Palestinian farmers, their little old dairy businesses with their black goats, they weren't outcompeted. They were removed from the game before it even started. Then Strauss came to America. In 2005, they acquired Sabra Hummus in New York for $9 million. They build the world's largest hummus plant in Richmond, Virginia, and Sabra becomes the #1 hummus brand in America. Then 3 years later, they sign a 50-50 joint venture with PepsiCo. Oh, and by the way, they also supplied dairy to the IDF. Yeah, on their website, they supported the Golani Brigade, one of Israel's most active combat units deployed repeatedly to Gaza. But whatever, no big deal, who cares? Who cares? Out of sight, out of mind. Right? Then in 2011, this is where we circle back to the biotech. The Israeli Innovation Authority selects Strauss to run a government-funded food tech incubator. And this is a program designed to help early stage startups transform food and agricultural innovation into viable businesses. 4 years later, the Kitchen Food Tech Hub opens. This is big, okay? Strauss owns it, the Israeli government co-funds it. And by Israeli government money, I mean in part ours. Making sure you're tracking. Anyways, this isn't just one incubator among many, okay? This is Israel's only government-designed food tech incubator, and the companies that came out of it are the ones that we were just talking about. Aleph Farms, Imagine Dairy, and Kokomoto. Anyways, Tnuva runs the exact same play. Their Fresh Start incubator is backed by the Israeli Innovation Authority and a New Jersey-based food tech fund, so even more American investment. Tnuva holds 60% of Israel's alternative protein market, and they're now invested in, drumroll please, Remilk. Why am I telling you all this? Because Israel didn't end up in our supply chain by accident. Okay, two companies with 70 years of government-backed advantage behind them ended up as the gatekeepers to the entire ecosystem that American corporate money flowed into. This is not conspiracy, okay? This is just what 70 years of compounding advantage looks like, built on a system that was designed from the very beginning to exclude one group of people and elevate another. And then there's the thing that nobody is leading with. This is just the cherry on top, okay? Our health. These products are new. They have never existed in the human diet before and have zero long-term consumption data behind them. The FDA can tell you something appears safe to eat today. It cannot tell you what happens when an entire population eats it as a dietary staple for 20 or 30 years. Because the data doesn't exist yet. In 2023, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and the World Health Organization identified 53 potential health hazards associated with cultivated meat. Among them, the growth factors used to trigger rapid cell proliferation in bioreactors have been linked to cancer development. No big deal. And get this, most of the safety research that exists was paid for by the same companies that need this to succeed. So independent long-term studies essentially just don't exist. We are in a very literal sense the trial. Plus they want to kill us, allegedly. Plus Bill Gates gets off on it, allegedly. So let's put this all together. A financial and military relationship between the US and Israel created a pipeline. Our tax dollars built it, you know, through BARD, through $300 billion in cumulative aid, through a signing ceremony in Jerusalem 4 months ago that most Americans never heard about. That pipeline flowed into an ecosystem built by two Israeli companies that spent 70 years accumulating government-backed advantages in a market the Palestinians were removed from before the game even started. And that ecosystem produced the precision fermented dairy, the cell-cultured cocoa, now headed into our food supply. And on top of that, it's not gonna be announced. It's not gonna be no press release. Nobody is changing the packaging. The Oreos are gonna look exactly the same. The only difference is what's in it. And unless we're reading the back of the pack, the back of every single package, we're just not gonna know. But in Israel, they label it. The Israeli consumers know exactly what they're buying. We don't get that same courtesy. Same company, same product, different standard. Because I guess the people making these decisions have calculated that we either won't notice or we won't care enough to push back. It would be so cool if I could end it right here. Thank you so much for watching. Seriously, thank you if you made it this far. Again, give a girl a like. Help a girl out. Help a girl out. Comment down below, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Bye, y'all.
There is a revolution in the understanding of how psychedelics work. He compared the ratios of the other neurotransmitters to DMT, and he found that they were consistent with levels of the other canonical neurotransmitters. There was one DMT molecule for every 0.9 5-HT molecule. He found more DMT present than dopamine. You must accept the fact that DMT is there and that it is at concentrations that perhaps also exert physiological effects. David Nichols, very well respected, very important person in the psychedelic field. Now, he's wrong when it comes to DMT. The idea that in order for someone to experience a psychedelic state from endogenous TNT requires the same amount that you have to administer from the periphery.
That makes sense.
Is ludicrous.
Yeah.
Dr. Stephen Barker has been studying DMT for 50 years, longer than anyone else alive. Professor Emeritus at Louisiana State University, Vice President of the Cottonwood Research Foundation alongside Rick Strassman, his day job for 29 years was drug testing racehorses, developing the ultra-sensitive forensic techniques he then turned to psychedelics in the human brain. His team co-proved that DMT exists in the mammalian brain. David Nichols, the most respected psychedelic chemist alive, says endogenous DMT is irrelevant. Barker says Nichols is wrong. After speaking to both, well, I'll let you decide. Subscribe, like the video, and comment below if you think I should host a debate between these two psychedelic giants. You've been studying DMT longer than anyone, 50 years. What do you think a DMT entity is?
The dreams are our first experience of an altered state. This was the realm of the gods. And it also kind of led to our idea that the soul is distinct and separate from both the mind and the body. The experience of entities probably began with people seeing other people in their dreams. So what we're doing with this idea of entities is creating another religion. There are these super intelligent beings that we can only access if we go into the psychedelic space and we achieve certain levels of consciousness by so doing. We're going to get ourselves a new priesthood, and they're going to report back what the gods have to say about what we should be doing.
Stephen Barker, for the listener at home who might be unfamiliar with you or your work, what's the most important context for them to understand about you?
Well, just that I've been had a PhD for approximately 49 years now, and I've studied hallucinogens and psychedelics. I'll use those words interchangeably, of course, for 50 years. And my interest in that area came from my own experience of dream states and altered states.
Dream states and altered states. Is there a particular moment or experience that really resonated early in life that put you on that path?
Yes, I had, as a child, a recurrent dream that was quite lucid, where I would rise up out of my bed at the age of 9 or 10 and fly out my window and travel over some really awesome scenery that certainly wasn't the normal scenery of Birmingham, Alabama in the 1950s, which is where I was born and raised. And I would travel to this barren hill that had a Victorian-style house on top of it, and go in through the double front doors with stained glass and saw this spiraling staircase. So I started running the staircase, and as I looked up, there was this brilliant white light at the very top of it. And I ran toward that light, all the while knowing that if I could reach that light, I would find an answer. Not just any answer, but in my mind, the answer, whatever that was. I still don't know, but the answer. And the more I ran, the further it seemed to recede from me. So I would wake up back in my bed in Birmingham, Alabama, with the words "I'll never know" still on my lips. And I just felt, so awed, but at the same time so amazed that I could experience such a thing. And my attempts to interpret that basically led me to an interest in psychedelics and altered states.
Wow, fascinating, incredible. The level of resolution you still have on that dream. You can still recount every small detail. That's amazing. And how many years did you have this? Do you still have this dream?
No, when I was about 14, I stopped having that dream. Of course, this was while I was going through puberty, so I'm sure there was some pruning going on in my brain, and that didn't recur. But I've always been a very visual thinker, kind of a hyper fantasia, and I can use that capability to do a lot of what I've done, in terms of being both a chemist and a pharmacologist and neuroscientist. So it's fed into those capabilities really fed into my career.
Amazing. I want to really get a sense for what it was like to study psychedelics and DMT in, what is this, 1975, 1976? Like, what is this world like? Kind of paint that picture.
Well, in 1972, in 1972, I was taking a class in natural products, and the professor teaching the class was a guy named Fred Bennington. He was in the Department of Psychiatry Neuroscience program there at University of Alabama in Birmingham, where I graduated. And he told us that his laboratory was developing methods to detect psychedelic drugs, psychedelic compounds naturally occurring in human brain, particularly related to theories about their possible involvement in schizophrenia. So that environment was from the psychedelic revolution that took place in the United States in the late 1960s, which I had sampled the buffet and gone back for seconds several times, and knew about these altered states, and had thought, these are so familiar. This is so much like dreaming, and the information that I had been reading up on because of my interest about spiritual and mystical states, as well as near-death experience, and the stories in different religious texts about people having visions and visitations, by a variety of deities or creatures. So it was like an epiphany to me. It was humans. It can be shown, perhaps, that humans naturally produce a psychedelic compound in their brains. Oh, my goodness. It could answer so many things if that turns out to be true, and if we can prove it by the scientific method.
Fascinating. So what was really known about this in the time? There was this psychedelic movement, as a lot of people know, sort of vaguely now, in the 1960s, 70s. Timothy O'Leary, proud Irishman, let's go, very patriotic.
Yes.
Was it actually an easy-ish, in quotes, time to get funding for psychedelic research then? Because you are sort of riding that wave and there is a bit of momentum in that space. So talk about how research grants were given out. How did you get funding for psychedelics back then?
Yeah, well, at that point, I was a graduate student. I'd finished my master's degree and moved to California for 3 years and worked in the lab there, and then came back in 76 and started in the Department of Psychiatry Neuroscience program at UAB. And I worked for Dr. Bennington. Right? He was my mentor. He was synthesizing analogs of LSD, which he wanted me to apply myself to. But there were others in the laboratory that were already funded by NIMH and were studying a hypothesis that was put forward in the late 1940s, early 1950s by the gentleman that was the head of the department, Dr. John Smithies. He and his colleague, Dr. Humphrey Osmond, had proposed in several talks in the late 40s, along with a guy named Harley Mason, that the possibility that schizophrenia was caused by a psychedelic-like compound related to mescaline. And of course, this was because in the 1940s, mescaline had been distributed to a number of individuals, and of course, it had been used around the world for quite some time. But psychiatrists and philosophy background people that were interested in these psychedelic states of mind matter of fact, Humphrey Osmond was the gentleman who introduced the drug that became the book, The Doors of Perception. Aldous Huxley was a good friend of his, and Huxley's family. He was an Englishman. And Humphrey Osmond was brought to Birmingham, Alabama by Dr. Smithies to work in the psychiatric hospital in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, now more famous for football than anything else, but the other football. And, I had the honor and pleasure of meeting Dr. Osmond and speaking with him. He is, of course, the guy who came up with the word psychedelic. So I was in the company of people that originated basically the molecular basis of psychiatry. And the department had individuals that had been hired there that were also involved in this area. So I went to work with Dr. Terry Christian, Samuel T. Christian, who was developing the method along with Fred Bennington to examine the presence of these compounds in human brain. Of course, the theory that there had been a schizotoxin related to amphetamine type psychedelics, particularly mescaline, had yet to be proven. That several compounds had been discovered that were related to mescaline, but they were not psychedelic. They were not hallucinogenic themselves, and certainly were not different in schizophrenics than they were in normal people when anything was found. So they had moved on to the indole-related psychedelics, 5-methoxy-DMT, dimethyltryptamine, DMT itself, and 5-hydroxy-dimethyltryptamine, which is venfotinin. And we're developing methods to examine those in cerebral spinal fluid taken from schizophrenic patients and from normals. So, that data came out in 76. I think the preliminary data was introduced in 73, and more work was done on it a little bit later to quantitate it in cerebral spinal fluid in humans. But they did find 5-methoxy-DMT and DMT in human cerebral spinal fluid. And of course, the issue that arose almost immediately was not only did they find it in schizophrenic patients, but they also found it in the controls. So the original hypothesis had been, it's an aberrant pathway and only schizophrenics will make this compound, right? No. It turns out we all do, right, from that data. And so Terry, at the same time, Dr. Christian had also been working on the more basic science aspect of the psychedelics. And he had examined whether or not DMT met the criteria for a neurotransmitter. That it was synthesized in brain, that it could be taken up into vesicles, that it could be released from vesicles, that there were binding sites for the compound, that there was a metabolic pathway to degrade it, and perhaps receptors to reuptake the compound, and that it had physiological effect, that it would send a signal. Of course, we already knew what DMT could do, and we knew that the receptor that was accepted at the time as being the receptor for the psychedelics, the 5-hydroxy 2A receptor. At the time, that had not been designated as that. It was just the 5-HT receptor. This was in the early 70s. So he did all that work, published that data, and we concluded from that research and other things that we were doing that it met the criteria as a neurotransmitter, at least from all of our studies in rat brain. Right? So that was what was going on in that department at the time. And I joined to participate in that research and to do studies on synthetic compounds that block the effects of psychedelics, synthesizing analogs of LSD with Fred Bennington. But I also worked with Dr. Christian in describing the pharmacology of DMT and whether or not it was a naturally occurring compound.
I want to share a really embarrassing story. So I was working with this company to build a really awesome science product, and we were using AI to summarize the entirety of the available literature. And a hallucination crept its way into the work. It was presented to me confidently, it sort of fit the narrative, and everything just seemed right about it. But of course, as you might guess, it was a complete fabrication. It actually cost me thousands of dollars, completely blew up in my face, and has made me terrified of hallucinations. And honestly, it's changed the way I think about AI and science. That is why for every Giant Shoulder episode, I use long-term sponsor of the channel, Consensus. Consensus searches 220 million peer-reviewed papers first, then uses AI to synthesize the results. Every claim links to a real, verifiable study. It's the difference between asking an AI to remember science from memory, which is where hallucinations creep in, and actually get it to verify from first principles that that is actually what was said. I'm personally obsessed with the deep search function because it presents consensus across the whole literature, not just one confidently stated perspective, where studies agree, where they conflict, where the gaps are, even how the research has evolved over time. It flags studies for this episode that I just simply would not have found without it. Lately, they introduced an MCP integration with Claude, and this has exploded my research workflow. It basically means the two systems can talk to each other. I put my podcast transcripts into Claude, and it contacts Consensus and pulls a full list of verified citations and papers from the conversation. The way that I've started thinking about it is that Consensus is like Claude's direct supervisor. It makes sure it actually does its damn job and isn't just slacking off and being lazy. The two working together is where you unlock insane research capabilities. The link is in the description. You can access a full month completely free. It supports the channel. Consensus are awesome. Again, that is link in the description, completely free for a month, so you have really no reason not to try it out. Now back to the episode.
Beautiful. What a breakdown. Thank you so much. So interesting. I'm curious about your own personal beliefs about psychedelics in 1976. You know, you talked about being interested in these altered states of consciousness from your lucid dreaming. Right. And then you resonated with the first-hand subjective experience of trying them. You liked the sensation. You thought there was some benefit there. But was there any sort of sense in the air that these were going to be mental health tools? Was the sort of whole mental health revolution, was that on the radar? Were people saying, oh, these drugs are going to change the world, you know, they're going to take over, they're going to be so good for depression, all of this? Was this being talked about at all, or are we a few decades too early for that kind of conversation yet?
Yeah, for the most part, a little too early. Now, there had been anecdotal comments made by some of the studies that were being done, but more from the public, from the non-scientific sampling of these materials by individuals, that it relieved their depression, that they stopped drinking, that they, it opened up a new world to them. And that's the peace and love movement, that came out of that in the late 60s, early 70s, was to a large degree based on what these people were experiencing and then talking and writing about, and people sampling the drugs, experiencing for themselves, that there was something to these compounds. The psychedelic effects, of course, were completely amazing. I mean, people were awestruck, by what they experienced, and that this offered some pathway to better understand consciousness, dream states, creativity, imagination, the whole thing, right? about what goes on in our brain that creates the world that we experience.
Yes.
So that was my interest, my ability to explain altered states had so much possibilities, so many possibilities in explaining consciousness and perception. Since when you take these drugs, the primary thing that affects from that dose is perception. All right. So at the time, none of the researchers I ever talked to, the meetings I went to, were proposing that perhaps these things could be major beneficial therapeutics. Now, there were people who thought that because of what they were hearing and what they knew, but getting funding for that had become almost impossible because of the propaganda that was put forward by the U.S. federal government at the time of the passage in 1970 of basically the war on drugs, the experiences that were being reported in the press, that people were going insane, jumping off buildings, killing people, that all of this was, what these drugs were about, and that you better not take them. You better stay away from them. They're dangerous. And so doing research on them was made to be very difficult. Funding became less and less capable of being awarded, and the attitudes toward the drug, and certainly the attitudes toward Timothy Leary and Dr. Alpert, they were made into monsters.
Right.
So, that was kind of the attitude of the time, but people went on with the research. They found other ways to do the funding from other projects and other things. That's certainly what I did.
Talk about that. So how did you, first off, what was what time window was there between the psychedelic movement and Renaissance where all of this is happening and there's excitement, and then there's the government crackdown? What time length is that? And then how did you adapt to the government crackdown to continue doing your work?
Well, in 1981, I was a postdoc at the time, and we had just submitted a grant to NIMH that was going to look at the role of DMT as a neurotransmitter. And we were going to administer other psychedelics and see whether or not they were agonists or antagonists of the DMT neuronal system. Right? We put forward the idea that there existed a psychedelic neuronal system where the psychedelics bind. It was a 5-HT2A receptor, but it wasn't the one that bound serotonin, right? Because we had generated some data that showed that there was a different receptor other than the external, the surface 5-HT receptor. We didn't really know where it was at the time, but we knew it was different. So we were going to look at that and see if maybe the administration of other psychedelics caused an elevation of endogenous DMT, and that is why they were psychedelic. Whether or not they bound as an agonist to the receptor and directly mimicked the endogenous hallucinogen DMT, or other things about its pharmacology, and brain distribution, and a number of other studies. It was an excellent proposal, and it was roundly rejected. So, plus, when that funding ran out, so did my job, and I had to seek other employment. So I went to become the director of research of the Comprehensive Mass Spectrometry Center at the University of Alabama in Birmingham, where I stayed for 3 years. And in making that move, I moved into a lab that had even better analytical technology than we had in the neuroscience program. And I was able to apply that to some of my interests. And we generated income from taking samples from outside the university. And some of that money went toward psychedelic research. Right? When I left UAB, in 1984 and joined Louisiana State University in Baton Rouge, I was to set up a lab that was an analytical facility for the entire vet school, right? Doing mainly drug testing, pharmacological studies, and I had excellent equipment. I was enticed by it. I was a mass spec whore. I took it. They offered me the best instruments available at the time, and I took it. So I stayed there until 2016 when I retired. But during that time, we had a contract to do drug testing for the State Racing Commission. So I tested the blood and urine samples from the racing industry in the state as a state chemist, providing that service. And we did drug testing for the athletic department. But I also used some of the funds and the people and the personnel from samples that we would bring in from different sources to continue doing the testing on psychedelics. And that was when I kind of joined up with Rick Strassman and a number of other people in the field that were doing psychedelic research on ayahuasca and a variety of other substances.
So you really had to get creative. I mean, you had to go out a highly non-traditional route to do this much needed work. And I mean, you're a pioneer in this field. So many people would have kind of rolled over and said, oh, well, time for a career change, I guess, go into something else. But you were able to really go completely different areas to still find the funding, still do the work. And that's why, you've been able to commit so much to the DMT field and do so much valuable work. It's such an amazing story.
Yeah, it was really sad when that funding ran out, because we knew that the government attitude had shifted to the point where getting that kind of funding to continue that work was going to become impossible, and it did. But, I was, personally affected by not being able to pursue that type of research. And for the people that had worked in those labs for so long and so diligently and so hard to try to find answers to these questions. Understanding perhaps how perception worked, or how extraordinary states of consciousness occurred, which occurs in so many diseases and disorders and that these people suffer from. We were personally and emotionally affected. I promised myself that I would continue to pursue this and bring up the names of the people who had done this work as often as I could and when I could. And if I could find other collaborators, I would certainly do that. And so I managed to do that.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. I was very pleased to be able to continue this.
It just seems so criminal that the US government shut things down before we really knew anything. Like we didn't really have any solid mechanism of actions. We didn't have really just any sense for how they worked. And they were happy with just trying to destroy it all and say, no work can be done here, because of whatever counterculture movement, anti-war movement was happening at the time, which was clearly an essential cultural time, an essentially important cultural moment. And they were still just willing to say, we don't care about this. We're not even going to allow you to figure out what they do. Like we're just going to make assumptions about what they do, and then almost certainly fund massive propaganda campaigns that of just spreading lies and then just shut down the research completely. I mean, that's criminal. Before we even know what they do, before we even have any real sense for what potential they could have.
Yeah, and of course the data that's coming out now makes the actions of those people appear even more criminal.
Yes.
They probably didn't think at the time that what they were doing was keeping the world from learning about the possible and now apparent therapeutic effects of these compounds and what they were going to tell us about therapeutics for dementia, Alzheimer's disease, schizophrenia, you name it, a variety of neurological diseases and disorders that could have started being treated much, much earlier, and where we would be today if we had been allowed to do that research, starting 30, 40 years ago. Right?
Yes.
It wasn't just our lab, of course, that was affected. There were so many other labs around the United States and to some degree affected labs around the world that also kind of had to back away and drop the research that was being done on psychedelics, the personnel that had trained for so long to learn how to do these types of studies, having to move on to other things unrelated. It was truly tragic, and I understand that we are all subject to such actions by our governments, being ill-informed and ill experienced in pursuing these types of things. But there you have it. That's what we did, and I'm just really glad that we're back on the right track now.
Right.
The worst president that the United States has ever had, our current president, is making at least one good movement to make it easier to do this research, although it's still somewhat limited. But I think Joe Rogan had his ear and, helped convince them that the roadblocks that were there to do this type of research needed to be removed. And slowly but surely, with all the studies that are being done, the studies that are coming out now and being published, we're learning so much more about not only the psychedelic effects of these compounds, but their other pharmacology.
I mean, seriously frustratingly slow, though, right? I mean, like, you can give somewhat, and I don't, but you could make an argument that in the 70s, 80s, we really didn't know what they did, and maybe they did cause en masse schizophrenia. Now, I don't think anyone really believed that, but we didn't know. But, like, how many really good mental health analyses have come out since then, in the last decade, where they still haven't just responded directly to, this might be the best research that's ever been conducted across any therapeutic for mental health. And, like, no one's going to argue that we're not in a mental health pandemic at the moment, that this isn't one of the largest issues that we face from in the world today is just mental health is abysmal and horrible and it's terrible. And we have these therapeutics and we have this data and we have all this work, and it's every research paper seems to show some really phenomenal effect size, and they're still not just responding in real time to this is kind of blows my mind. And I'm still naive and young and I understand that, but like, goddamn, just move a bit faster and make some faster decisions on this, because like the burden of proof on these things are good has been cleared for a long time,
Yeah. But you know why? You can't patent any of the psychedelics.
Right. People have tried to explain this to me.
Yeah. So, the work that's being done, I mean, I agree with you. It's terribly slow, but science can be that way. But, the science that did come out, started coming out, was less about the amazing, awesome, psychedelic effects, but this what I've always called the other pharmacology of the psychedelics. And I know that you interviewed Brian Roth not too long ago.
Yes.
And his early paper, which I think was 2007 or 2009, something like that, he showed that psychedelics had plastogenic effects. And that kind of set that pathway of research on fire. He lit the fuse. Yeah, and I agree with him. He gets seldom cited, but he was the one who started that.
Yeah.
And from that have come an understanding of some of how the psychedelics have these therapeutic effects, right? So before we get deeply into the therapeutic effects, I just want to state that what we know most about psychedelics is the psychedelic effect, right? That it creates all these images and takes us to places and lets us see things that just seem impossible to exist, and like I say, are totally amazing to us. You cannot describe in words what a psychedelic trip, particularly on DMT, is really like. It's just not possible. It's ineffable. So, but what is that really, right? Well, it's an overdose. If we have a naturally occurring neurotransmitter system that uses a psychedelic as a normal neurotransmitter, right, we are overwhelming that system and causing it to do things in excess of what it normally does. So the question is, what does it normally do?
Right.
And
that's what are we doing?
What do we do when we overdose it? Right. Well, when you take a dose of a psychedelic like LSD or psilocybin or DMT, it goes to more areas of the brain than in starts to affect areas of the brain that it in its normal functions may not affect it. In the areas where it has the necessary interconnections in the brain and, of course, the receptors, it overwhelms them and alters what they should normally be doing and changes the interconnections and everything else. And that's why we experience, which we can get into more detail, psychedelic effects and why it has that effect on us. Its normal function goes more to its therapeutic effects, right? What it does normally and how we can manipulate that. There being a neurotransmitter, which I wholeheartedly believe and I think has been sufficiently proven, you can have too much of it, which would be an overdose, taking a psychedelic, or you can have too little of it. So there are some disorders that may be related to not having enough of the endogenous psychedelic like DMT, or that becomes dysregulated. There's a circadian rhythm to its production. That becomes disrupted, so you don't get the effects that you would normally get at certain times. And if it's involved in the regulation of neuronal activity and perhaps perception, then you get these alterations in perception. And it can also then start to explain what the normal conditions are for experience of things like dreams, creativity, imagination, fantasia, all of that. Right? Now, that's all hypothesis. We have yet to prove that in great detail, but we have the tools now to start doing that. Now, therapeutics.
If you're anything like me, then you thought that skin irritation was just a part of shaving. 2 out of 3 men believe this, and it's because it's what these multi-head cartridges do. They're built for flexibility, but that flexing creates uncontrollable movement on the skin, which causes deep damage and irritation. Well, Henson shaving did the science, and on this channel we love a good experiment. 59 volunteers shaved one side of their face with a Henson and the other shaved using a multi-blade cartridge. They then used multispectral near-infrared spectroscopy. This is the same imaging tech they use in neuroscience research. Quite shockingly, they found that the multi-blade cartridges that are advertised to us constantly did 50% more skin damage than the Henson blade. Why is this, you ask? Well, the team behind the Henson are literally aerospace engineers. They build parts for the International Space Station and the ExoMars rover. This razor is machined to tolerances of 5/10,000th of an inch. The blade sticks out less than a width of hair. 30-degree fixed angle, no wobble, no flex. When the blade can't vibrate, it can't flex and cause that inflammatory cascade in the skin. It's metal, it has a really premium feel, and honestly, when I use it, I feel like James Bond in that scene where Moneypenny is using the cutthroat razor. Just has a really nice feel to it, as opposed to these garbage plastic ones that I've been using my whole life that are actually causing more damage. Henson are giving Giant Shoulder listeners 100 free blades with your purchase of a razor using the link in the description with the code The Giant Shoulder. Once again, 100 free blades, that's over 2 years worth. Use the link in the description. Now back to the episode.
I want to definitely go down that rabbit hole way more. So
Yeah.
it is important to note maybe that it is somewhat controversial, the exact role of endogenous DMT. I've spoken to some people who are very skeptical that it really has any effect. I am like David Nichols, as I know you're aware. I've spoken to Andrew Gallimore, who believes that endogenous DMT might have had this really important neurophysiological role in our evolutionary history. So there's a difference of opinion. I think most would agree that DMT is produced in small amounts by the pineal gland. That seems proven beyond doubt and pretty widely accepted. But I know that you think it goes way further than that. So I really want to get into this. Why do you think that classical neuroscience is wrong on this? What does endogenous DMT do? And just go with that.
Let me disabuse you of your belief.
I don't know if I have a belief.
Yeah, well, the support of that idea coming from someone like David Nichols. I mean, David Nichols is a very well-known, very well-respected, very important person in the psychedelic field. No doubt. Now, he's wrong when it comes to DMT, and I have certainly discussed this with his son, Charles Nichols, who is at the University, I think he's at Tulane in New Orleans. We've published together, and I have met and discussed this issue with him in quite no uncertain terms. Let's put it that way. So when Dave Nichols was asked to come to I think it was the 2017 or 2014 Breaking Convention, he was contacted to discuss the role of endogenous DMT, and when he did that, let's see, I wanted to get this straight. So I'll read you a little something. It's fairly brief. Dave King, who's the co-founder and is the current trustee of the Breaking Convention, invited Dr. Nichols to participate in the symposium DMT as a neurotransmitter. Right? And Nichols said that I don't think I'm the right guy for this because I don't think DMT is a neurotransmitter. So he'd already formed his opinion. And King's response to this was, according to Dave Nichols, that's precisely why we want you to come and talk. But Nichols stated that he somewhat felt like a fish swimming upstream because he was apparently not that familiar with the applicable literature. So here's someone who had already formed an opinion, by his own words, that this was not a neurotransmitter and is not relevant without really knowing the literature. And that, of course, showed. So it was 2017 Breaking Convention in Greenwich, England, that he talked about DMT and the pineal gland, facts and fantasy. Now, of course, what David's approach here was about the idea put forward by Rick Strassman, that DMT was released from the pineal at death, and that it was responsible for near-death experiences and maybe mystical states, and I think he's gone on to prophecy as well as a number of other things. Right. Well, it was an interesting hypothesis, but it was exactly that. It was a scientific hypothesis put forward by a colleague that actually stimulated more research. The idea that this could be possible. But, when David gave his talk, he made the statement that DMT in the pineal gland was only present in trace amounts. And he published that in his paper as well that followed in the Journal of Neuropharmacology. And he cited two papers, right? They were both mine. 2012, which was a overview of blood and urine data that had identified DMT in patients as well as controls. And then a 2013 paper, which was the analysis of rat brain perfusates from the pineal gland and the visual cortex that lies on either side of it. It's just where the probe was placed. In the 2013 paper, we reported the presence of DMT, and we also found melatonin, the precursor for melatonin, serotonin, tryptamine, and 5-methoxytryptamine. It looked for 20 different compounds, both the precursors and metabolites of all three of the known indolamine psychedelics that had been found in humans. So DMT, 5-methoxy-DMT, and bufotenin, 5-hydroxy-DMT. Now, DMT was the only one of those psychedelics that we found. The report that I gave on that demonstrated with unequivocal mass spectrometric analysis by high resolution and MS analysis, co-elution on a LC column, and a number of other parameters that proved to a scientific certainty that DMT was in these perfusates. Now, he cited that as saying that DMT was thus present in the pineal in tiny amounts. We did not quantitate it. There was no quantitation of what we were finding in the brain, the perfusates of rats at that time. So there was no level given, right? And what we were looking at, when you perfuse a brain, basically you're perfusing the interstitial space that surrounds that organ, the pineal gland, and the area that it sits in. And what you're doing is you're diluting whatever is coming out. So calculating the concentration of it in the perfusate is really of no use. Right? It doesn't tell you anything about what the actual concentration in that organ is, right? Because you're looking at stuff that gets into the interstitial spaces, right? Not the vesicles, not the other mechanisms that are used to manufacture, store, and release that compound. So we did a follow-on study. After he did that, he has gone on in numerous podcasts and other venues, talks,
mine included,
and yours included. That it's only present. Yes, I agree. Yeah, it's okay. We all believe what we believe. That it was only present in trace amounts, and how could it possibly do this, right? Because of another kind of meme that he has created, that the pineal gland is so small that how in the world could it produce 25 milligrams of DMT that is required to produce a psychedelic state? Now, he got that number from the studies that Rick Strassman had done on patients published in the early 1990s. And he calculated from that what the effective dose was to achieve a psychedelic experience. 25 milligrams, right? Well, that 25 milligrams is administered IV to the periphery, right? That's the amount that is required to get through the bloodstream, right? Go to the brain, be distributed to all areas as I was describing earlier, and then to produce that effect, right? That is not the amount that would be required to be released by a neurotransmitter that is synthesized in the brain, that is secreted into the synaptic cleft, which is a very, very small volume, achieving concentrations at that synapse that are equivalent to, or sometimes could even be greater than what is achieved by an administered drug, right? And those areas of the brain are in those releases of DMT would be in specific areas of the brain and not all over the brain, right? And they're in the areas of the brain that are responsible for producing this psychedelic effect and maybe its normal biochemistry, right? So the idea that in order for someone to experience a psychedelic state from endogenous TNT requires the same amount that you have to administer from the periphery.
That makes sense.
Is ludicrous.
Yeah.
You know, do you have to administer enough serotonin, right, in the brain for it to go in the brain? Well, one, it won't cross the blood-brain barrier, right? So it's not going to get there, right? But other neurotransmitters do not have to be administered from the outside to affect the brain. What we do is we administer drugs that are agonists or antagonists of those neurotransmitter systems, right, to elevate that level, like SSRIs for depression, you know, to block reuptake, right, so we can elevate the serotonin levels. Well, the same thing would be true if there is an endogenous hallucinogen neural system, right? Now, the compelling data that there is sufficient levels of these compounds in the brain, and not just in the pineal, right? The study we did included the pineal and this area around the pineal. So some of it could have come from that area. But there have been some other studies that suggest now that it's in other areas of the brain, which is what I would expect. I would never have stated that DMT is only in the pineal and it's only released from the pineal, right? Because neurotransmitters aren't like that. We use them for a lot of different things. I mean, the largest amount of neurotransmitters we produce is not in the brain, it's in the gut, right? And we're now doing studies to try to find and measure DMT in the gut, right? Carrying out those studies with collaborators.
Interesting.
Right, so, yeah, the amounts that are released that we can pick up from perfusion studies also catches the amount of not just DMT, but also of other neurotransmitters. So two other colleagues, John Dean, I believe it's still at the University of California, San Francisco, and Nick Glinos, who is still at the University of Michigan, where Jimo Borgigian was, who I collaborated with on my 2013 study, have gone on to do further perfusion studies. And what was very interesting about their data is that in looking at the ratio of the amounts in terms of peak size or peak area for the other neurotransmitters compared to DMT, John Dean found that for every one serotonin molecule or 5-HT molecule, where was that? Hang on just one second. There was one DMT molecule for every 0.9 5-HT molecule.
Wow. Basically 1:1 serotonin to DMT.
It's 1:1. Yeah, DMT is present at the same concentration as 5-HT. There was 1.8 norepinephrine molecules per 1 DMT molecule. So it's about a 2-to-1 ratio of norepinephrine to DMT. And 1 DMT molecule for every 1.5 dopamine molecule. Right? So it's a little less than dopamine. Okay. Now, what does that say?
Right.
It says, one, DMT is in the brain. He perfused the same area that I did, that I reported in my study. It was the pineal and the surrounding areas of visual cortex. And he compared the ratios of the other neurotransmitters that were co-eluted to DMT, and he found that they were consistent with levels of the other canonical neurotransmitters. So if you accept the fact that those are neurotransmitters, and that they are at relevant concentrations to have physiological effect in the brain, then you must accept the fact that DMT is there, and that it is at concentrations that perhaps also exert physiological effects, right? Now, what is further interesting about this is we're actually measuring levels in the brain, right? We're not looking at blood, we're not looking at urine, not trying to correlate any of that with the brain, because that's not how it should be done. DMT is so rapidly metabolized, if you look for it in blood and urine, you're not going to find it, especially at the levels it might normally be produced. Right? If you administer it, you can measure the pharmacokinetics of it, you can get excretion in urine, you can do all that. But DMT is highly regulated, right? Like all the neurotransmitters are. So Lino's study, which he published in 2024, he used a slightly different type of perfusion. It's called open flow microdiffusion. And he measured the relative ratios of the neurotransmitters in the prefrontal cortex, right? And he found 1 molecule of DMT for every 1.2 molecules of serotonin.
Wow.
Yeah, he found more DMT present than dopamine. It was 1 molecule of DMT per 0.66 molecules of dopamine.
In the frontal cortex, wow. That's sort of also where you associate dopaminergic activity to be. Very interesting.
Yes. And the prefrontal cortex is very important in psychedelic effects as well. The somatosensory cortex, he found 1 molecule of DMT per 1.5 molecule of 5-HT, and 1 molecule of DMT for every 0.4 molecule of dopamine.
Very interesting.
Right? So not only is it distributed in areas other than the pineal gland or the areas surrounding it, but it's also in the somatosensory cortex, it's also in the prefrontal cortex. If we start to look at perfusion studies in other brain areas, we'll be able to map the levels of DMT, which is how perfusion studies have classically been used, right?
It's really interesting. It's great data. And you've multiple experiments there to back it up. I'm perfectly okay with the idea that DMT is a neurotransmitter and it's having an effect. I'm curious to understand exactly what you think that effect might be. I think the really controversial part, and the one that I've heard other neuroscientists push back on a lot, is that endogenous DMT effect is psychedelic. So you would agree that those concentrations and those perfusion studies don't provide direct evidence or evidence whatsoever for endogenous DMT having a psychedelic effect, right? That it's possible maybe, but we're still off in terms of concentrations.
Yeah. Well, if you believe that it's a psychedelic and it has normal functions and it has normal distribution in the brain to carry out those normal functions, then the possibility that it can exceed its normal levels and produce effects beyond that of its normal function, or it can be depleted and exert effects that are because it is absent or diminished, then you can believe that it's involved in something other than normal actions, right? Extraordinary actions. So we can get to that.
I'm keen to, yes.
Yes. Well, there have been some other studies by people in the neuroscience program at the University of Alabama in Birmingham that showed that stress elevated brain DMT in rodents. Right. Now, this was done by a guy named Bob Harrison, who was a real character, very redheaded and very red-bearded guy who applied this to several stress phenomena. My cat's going nuts back here.
I can hear it.
Must be carrying a toy with her. So he looked at isolation stress in rats and the effects on levels of DMT in the brain and in the adrenal gland. Right. He used a method that has always been successful in being able to measure DMT in tissues. Now, there have been a number of people who have reported not being able to find DMT in brain, but I've looked at their methodology and I'm not surprised. Right? In order to isolate DMT from tissues, you have to take very special precautions. DMT is light sensitive. It is air sensitive. It is very lipophilic and can be entrapped in lipophilic separation in the assay. It tightly binds to silica, so to the glass that you're using. So the method that we used and that Bob used was developed by Dr. Bennington and other people in the lab to have very high recovery of DMT and the other psychedelics from tissues. Now, it involved just completely degrading the sample by adding perchloric acid, right? It precipitates all the proteins. You go through a rather exacting extraction procedure using salinized glass under nitrogen so that there's no oxidation, and you do it in a room with a red light. And we were able to consistently recover DMT and measure it in a number of different scenarios. One was normal, the other was stress, and the other was administration of LSD and administration of chronic amphetamine. Right. So in stress, stress called the levels of DMT to go up tenfold. Right. And we liken this to, chronic stress that can cause brain damage, and that the levels were being elevated. People with PTSD might experience the same thing. Very stressful situations, people do tend to have dissociative states and to experience psychedelic-like hallucinations, visions, and things like that. So, of course, we couldn't prove that was going on in rats. Unfortunately, they don't speak our language, and we don't speak theirs. So they couldn't really tell us, but, the levels went quite high. Chronic amphetamine administration elevated it sixfold. Chronic amphetamine administration in humans, they become very paranoid and start to hear voices and have some hallucinatory experiences. The baseline levels using the method were quite low, right? So the levels were in the terms of nanograms per gram, but what we were looking at was whole brain, right? Saying that the levels are quite low in whole brain does not address the fact that most neurotransmitters are isolated in certain areas of the brain. And in some cases, some areas are quite high compared to other areas. Right. So we had tried to do area analysis but our methodology was not quite sensitive enough to really do it any service. So that's what we knew from those studies and from Bob Harrison's work. When we administered LSD, Bob and I were doing that experiment using some LSD that Dr. Bennington had left over from material he got from Albert Hoffman.
Really?
Directly, he was a good friend with Albert Hoffman. And it had been in a sealed aluminum can for quite some time. Of course, the writing on it was in German, and it was obviously old. But we used it. We used a little more than we thought we needed because it might have degraded. And what we saw was a dramatic increase in DMT, but 5-methoxy-DMT, right, which is the psychedelic analog of serotonin. When we went to reproduce the experiment, the LSD had completely decomposed, so it was inactive, and at that time we couldn't purchase any more. That was right when the funding stopped, and I was leaving anyway. Right, so that data that was generated by Bob Harrison never got published. The effects of stress, the effects of the chronic administration of amphetamine, and the LSD work.
That's such a shame.
It's a real shame. He unfortunately developed colon cancer and died not too long after that. And his major professor, Dr. Christian, and he had some kind of falling out, and they just didn't get the data published. But it's in his dissertation, which is available online. He was studying tryptophan metabolites and their pharmacology, right? But it contains all of that data. Now, I've included that in one of my recent papers about the levels and presence of DMT in different brain areas of rats, the levels of DMT in the rodent. And that data reflects the other studies that we know that in being a neurotransmitter, it must be able to be physiologically or chemically manipulated. There's something that can elevate it, there's something that can decrease it, there's something perhaps that changes it in response to some physiological state. Where in this case it was stress. Stress elevates it. Chronic amphetamine elevates it. And if it was just a background metabolite and nothing important or serious, you probably wouldn't see any of that.
Very interesting.
This is one kind of aside on the story against DMT being relevant. I noticed in the interview you did with him, he once again said that he thought that this was just an end product and a metabolite that was of no importance. In getting rid of some end product or metabolite of no importance, what the body typically does is makes it more water soluble, and that way it can be easily picked up from the interstitial spaces or from into blood, carried to the liver and disposed of. The more water soluble it is, you get it to the kidney and then excrete it. In taking tryptamine to dimethyltryptamine, you don't make it more water soluble. You add one methyl group which requires energy, you add a second methyl group which requires even more energy, and you make a compound that is actually lipophilic, not water soluble. So the manufacture of DMT by living species and the metabolic pathway that's involved is inconsistent with it being an irrelevant metabolite that it's tried to get rid of. It's intentionally produced. And as far as the evolution of that mechanism, I don't know where we are along that line. It may be trying to make us smarter, so it may still be coming up, not going away. Yeah. So, and we've certainly got more stress in our environment now than we've ever had. So we may be, in need of more DMT than ever.
You're making a very convincing case, and it's making me want to have you and David on at the same time, because I think that would make for a fascinating conversation and an important just conversation.
Yeah.
But is a way to think of this maybe, since serotonin and DMT have such similar receptor binding properties, is a way of thinking about DMT as maybe an acute, fast-acting serotonin in a very overly simplified way. And I'm not even convinced we really understand fully what serotonin does. We say that regulates mood and appetite and sleep and a laundry list of 27 other functions. So maybe saying DMT is just a faster acting version is sort of lacking explanatory power. But I'm curious, does that sort of model make sense to you? Is that the way you sort of think about DMT? Because the primary binding there is still 5-HT2A. I understand that they bind at the sigma-1 receptor and there is other activity, but primary activity there is 5-HT2A, right? So can it be thought of in similar ways, but different in the kinetics? How do you think about that?
I got you.
Please.
Are you familiar with the paper that came out of David Olson's lab by Maximilio Vargas?
I'm actually in contact with Olson at the moment to get him on the show, but no, I'm not familiar with the paper, no.
Okay. There is a revolution in the understanding of how psychedelics work, right?
Enlighten me.
And it's because of the paper published, let's see, when did they come out with this? 24 or 25? It's fairly recent. 23, yeah, back in 23. And the title of that article is Psychedelics Promote Neuroplasticity Through the Activation of Intracellular 5-HT2A Receptors. Okay? So, I didn't know it at the time. And when I read this article, it was kind of like, oh my God. This answers so many questions about the mode of action of psychedelics and other areas that we could study for therapeutics. Most of the studies that have been being done on psychedelics have all involved the binding of 5-HT to 5-HT receptors. Particularly 5-HT2A, that are external, that are on the cell surface of the molecule. Now, most of the receptors for 5-HT are actually internal. They're inside the cell, right? And of course, these are brought up through the action of the Golgi to the cell surface, and they can also invert and go to the inside, right? Well, in the research that Vargas in Olson's lab did, was they found that the binding that produced neuroplasticity, that effect of the psychedelics that increases dendritic growth, that increases intracellular interneuronal connections, that exerts the capability to repair damaged neurons, then all of that is occurring from the binding of these compounds to internal 5-HT2A receptors, right? Well, that receptor in that circumstance is mislabeled. Why is it mislabeled? Because 5-HT2A cannot go inside the cell. So the binding that occurs there is from ligands that can penetrate the cell membrane and bind to that 5-HT2A receptor. Serotonin's too polar. You cannot have serotonin penetrate the cell membrane, so it cannot get to those receptors inside the cell.
Interesting. Okay, I'm following now.
Right. So it's not a 5-HT receptor. That ligand doesn't bind there. What does? DMT. So when they put DMT into the sample, it penetrates the cell membrane. It stimulates the plastogenic effect, and you see tremendous neuronal growth, dendritic growth, and interconnections being made. Now,
super interesting.
Isn't that? So, one of the other things that they did is they did electroporation on the neurons. In other words, they made it more porous. Electroporation kind of opens up the membrane a little bit so that things that cannot normally penetrate the membrane can make it in. So when they did that with serotonin, and serotonin was allowed to get into the cell, the inside of the cell, it bound to the 5-HT receptor, right? And it promoted plastogenesis, right? So a 5-HT2A receptor on the inside of neurons is responsible for that effect, right? But serotonin isn't the one that does that because it can't get in normally.
Is it possible that a serotonin precursor is being transported into the cell and then being converted into serotonin internally? Is that possible?
They found no evidence for that.
Okay. So you would need to see the enzyme present internally plus the serotonin precursors, all the necessary preconditions to chemically convert serotonin internally. Interesting. So you think DMT then is the most likely target for that plasticity?
Yes, they suggested in their paper that DMT, 5-methoxy-DMT, and perhaps 5-hydroxy-DMT could be the natural ligand for that receptor, just like Cozy proposed DMT was the natural ligand for sigma-1, right? But in this case, DMT, if it's inside the cell, it is not competing with serotonin for binding, right? No serotonin there to compete with it. So its binding characteristics would be quite different than if you were looking at external binding. Now, of course, it does bind to cell surface receptors, right? But those cell surface receptors can also intercalate. They can come into the membrane, right? And whether or not it helps release DMT into the internal portion of the cell, the neuron or not, don't really know yet. But, certainly that's the process that appears to be going on. Now, to take this just a step further, these receptors are located at or very near the Golgi apparatus. Now, the Golgi apparatus is kind of a transit system. Proteins are made and then packaged by the Golgi and shipped to the membrane and other areas to carry out their functions. Well, in stimulating perhaps these receptors on the Golgi, this is maybe the mechanism by which the plastogenic effect occurs. That it goes out, it stimulates it to send things to repair or increase connections or growth, etc. Right? Now, they didn't say this in their paper, but just as a hypothesis,
very interesting.
Little thought experiment. If your brain neurons are being activated and new connections are being made and greater connections and stimulation of neuronal growth is occurring, how do you think you mentally experience that? If it happens from an overdose, where you're massively increasing these, the stimulation of this growth and connections, might you see things that you wouldn't normally see and have interconnections of brain areas that you don't normally have? And is that how psychedelics do what they do?
So you think the experience of neuroplasticity is these geometric patterns is these, symmetries, 3, 4, 5-fold symmetries that they see, even DMT entities, this sort of experiential components of exogenous super physiological DMT is neuroplasticity happening at an experiential level. That's such an interesting idea. I've never heard that before. It's a really cool idea.
This is what I do with my day. I mean,
how would you prove that?
Well, the experiments that need to be done, of course, is to, first of all, repeat the experiments of Maximo Milano and Olson, Vargas and Olson, to demonstrate that indeed what they reported is reproducible in other laboratories and can be confirmed. Right? That's the hallmark of science. If we're going to go down that pathway, we need to be sure that that's absolutely true. I know Olson's lab does excellent work. I get up every morning and come and check my different, websites to find out if they've published anything new. They come out with some incredible work. And I'm collaborating with him now on another project. So the ability to examine this also goes to some compounds that Olson has developed that stimulate neuroplasticity but are not psychedelic.
Right.
Right. So what's the difference there? We've got compounds we can see psychedelic activity. We've got compounds that can stimulate plastogenetic effects but are not psychedelic. So I believe they are working on that, and we may be able to unravel the exact steps and mechanisms that are involved there.
Yeah, Roth is working on that as well. We talked about this. The non-psychedelic hallucinogens or non-hallucinogenic psychedelics, whatever way you want to phrase it, but that still trigger the plasticity. Yeah,
there was a real debate about is the psychedelic effect necessary? For the plastogenic effect. Well, it seems that plastogenesis can be initiated separate from that. But the overall effect may incur interactions with other brain areas that the simply plastogenic effect does not contribute to, right? So when you give a psychedelic and it's true psychedelic, you've got many areas being affected and new interconnections in brain areas being made and strengthened, right? If you're giving a dose that only initiates the plastogenic effect and not the psychedelic effect, it may be that it's a weak binding to some other component that helps regulate that whole thing. So, that's the most exciting information we've gotten lately. It also turns out that if you look at the psychedelic potency of different chemicals, their potency is related to their ability to cross the cell membrane. Right? So the more lipophilic they are, the more psychedelic they are. And these are compounds, of course, that have been shown to bind at a 5-HT2A receptor. So getting inside the cell, inside the neuron, is where all the action is, and not necessarily all that stuff on the outside. Now, that may be part of it, certainly, because those receptors are being affected as well as other serotonin receptors, other dopamine receptors. No receptor is an island unto itself. There's so much going on, right? But it knows all these receptors and all these brain areas know how to play their parts. Right?
It's an extremely cool idea. Another thing that came to mind about the experience of a psychedelic is synesthesia, which certainly seems to link in with this idea of plasticity, right? I was just speaking to David Luke, who has studied psychedelic-induced synesthesia. Something like 50% of long-term LSD users develop at some level of, I think it's color, sound synesthesia, maybe. That would certainly seem to be in line with what you're saying, where there is underlying plasticity happening at a micro wiring level. But the way that we are experiencing that experientially, phenomenologically, is actually the connection of senses. These brain areas that don't usually talking to each other. It's a really cool idea. And thinking about that in terms of geometric patterns, and even, I'm curious what you think, how that links in with like entities. So like I've been fascinated with DMT entities in the last while, and I don't know what the hell they are. And since you've been studying, DMT longer than anyone, 50 years. Like, what do you think a DMT? Yeah, what do you think a DMT entity is?
Well, the experience of encountering some otherworldly figure or individual or whatever has probably been around, since humans first experienced dreaming. All right. So dreams are our first experience of an altered state. And how those dreams were interpreted when humans started becoming more conscious was to create, as an explanation, the existence of a different world. That different world of dreams, became an extremely important attribute in understanding the gods, right? Because this was the realm of the gods to so many cultures through history. And it also kind of led to our idea of a separate soul, that the soul is distinct and separate from both the mind and the body. So, the experience of entities probably began with people seeing other people in their dreams, right? Not, necessarily machine elves, but, I've met some people that kind of look that way, but they certainly acted like them. That there is the ability for us to conjure that through normal dream states. When psychedelics began to be part of a culture's religion, they were used to get spirit helpers, right? This is where the spirit of the shaman or the tribe member, whoever was given it, would leave their body and travel to this other world, and they would encounter spirit helpers. These spirit helpers were more often than not animals, right? But they were animals that they experienced in their normal everyday world. They were wolves or bears or something like that. Now, they may have been seeing other strange and bizarre things, but we know from the records that have been created from talking to these people and recording some of that information going very far back, that they were seeing entities, right? What we today are calling entities. So it's again, not uncommon. What has become uncommon is that when Terence McKenna reported his bizarre environments where he saw machines and these types of entities that he called machine elves and strange and other characters.
Yes.
He basically created the new set and setting and expectation for people who took DMT at high doses later. See,
I think that's all it is.
You think that's all it is? I think it is. Yeah. Larry and Alpert. Well, I'm getting there. Larry and Alpert, their best contribution to psychedelic science was a set and setting, right? That if the person comes in with expectation that they're going to have a psychedelic experience, and they've heard the descriptions of that experience from other people, or have a preconceived notion of what either they'd like to see, or they're afraid to see, or, all the other stuff that goes on, all the images in our head that are naturally there, it can greatly affect the experience. Right?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Right.
Yeah.
So, the psychedelic experience has gone from people seeing more natural type scenes, jungle, and all that, because that was their knowledge of the world at the time. Right. Now they would see fantastic colors. They may see other things that transformed into, other things, because that's what the psychedelics do. They create this ability for the brain to transmute some things. But if you look at what people report from their visions, it kind of follows the technological advance of the society, right? The Mayan and other Indian tribes of South America that was taking this weren't seeing machines. They did of course experience entities that were represented their gods and all that. Of course, that's strange enough, right? But I kind of have the feeling that what we're doing with this idea of entities is creating another religion, right? That it's going down the road of saying there are these super intelligent beings out there, that we can only access if we go into the psychedelic space and we achieve certain levels of consciousness by so doing. That we're going to get ourselves a new priesthood, and they're going to report back what the gods have to say about what we should be doing and how we should do it, right? I think all religions, to some degree, have been based on psychedelic or other than natural psychedelic or conscious states, have taken from these same ideas to create religion and the great gods of their individual beliefs. Right? So I do believe it's all in the bit. I do believe it's all being pulled from not only our own everyday consciousness, but also encoding of thoughts and ideas and information from other areas of the brain, and even down to the level of the quantum character of DNA, where information may well be stored that we can access, and that these are not real, that they're real to the people experiencing them, but you're experiencing them with the same brain that creates them.
I don't have a better explanation than that. I just want to make sure, like that's probably the best one that we have. But I just don't know if it gets us 100% of the way there. I totally get that our brain creates our reality, and psychedelics are dialing up that predictive machinery maybe even orders of magnitude. I totally get that. And I think it explains a lot of anomalous types of experiences that people do report on DMT. I think that has a lot of explanatory power, I think. But does it get us 100% of the way there to like mantoids operating people on like a table and doing like diagnostic work? And like these reports are just so bloody specific. And I was speaking to David Luke, and he said that reports of elves do go back way before Terence McKenna, and there is like elf reports that go back. So it's like maybe he set the stage for some level of the hallucinations that exist today, but does it go 100% of the way there? I don't know. And what the rest of the equation is, I have absolutely zero idea. I'm going to keep having these conversations because I find it fascinating. I don't have an explanation. I find it I think you're right, but I don't think it's the whole equation. I think there's something else because of the truly bizarre nature and the consistency of these hallucinations. I think the consistency of these reports is the main counterpoint there. I just don't. If that was the case, this was a shared cultural subconscious ingrained in our biology at 50 layers of self-organization, and the information is just flowing upwards. Why would we get such consistency in the reports? Surely in our 86 billion neurons and all of that, you would just get a bit more variability.
Yes. Well, if you introduce the variable of set and setting, and the fact that the people that are inclined to take these psychedelics probably have taken other psychedelics or know something about the psychedelic experience, you have completely screwed the ability to define whether or not these are unique to each individual.
That's true.
Yeah. So, that just complicates the thing. But, I'm a big believer in keeping a very open mind, right, about the possibilities, because one of the things I'm looking at now is not anything new, but it's, the fact of quantum experience occurring through storage of information in our DNA. How do we get so complex an individual just from all of the 4 bases that are connected and how they interact with each other? How does that cause the differentiation of cells and their ability to carry out functions that are totally complex while intercommunicating with everything else? How do you do that just from something you can't even hardly see, all right, when you isolate it, right? There must be more to that, and I believe that there is. We discovered the elements, and that moved us along a great way. We discovered, all of the components of DNA and its structure and how it acts through mRNA and all the other RNAs to create what we are here. But what else is it doing, right? What else? What other capability does it have? And, I'm a strong believer in the fact that we have been encoding information in DNA from our experience, but we also inherit encoded information from our progenitors. And what is the use of evolution if you lose all the information that you learn at the death of, your progenitors, and it's not passed on? So things like intuition. How do you explain intuition and all of that? Well, it's may already be built in, to the species through carrying that information forward through coding of the smaller components of atoms as storage devices to be able to bring that information to your existence. Right? So, it's not that I don't believe in weird. I believe in extremely weird. And I've experienced extremely weird.
Yes, you do.
Right, but, I have that question of the transformation of the experience in terms of what is experienced by these individuals and what they knew going in, they expected to experience. It makes it far more difficult to separate and address that as some other unique thing. Now, are there other dimensions? Certainly, mathematically, you can prove that they are. They do exist. I have minored in math. I'm a big believer in its truth. Right? But how do we interact with it? Right? How do we get around all the noise and energies and everything else that we experience coming at us from outer space and that we're generating ourselves and all? And what kind of level of complexity and attributes do you have to have, right, to be able to get to those levels? I'd be more than satisfied to experience the proof that those things do exist, and that's our job, is to produce hypotheses, even no matter how bizarre they are. Even the idea of Rick Strassman that the pineal gland is involved in near-death experience. Why would we say that that's pseudoscience, as Dave Nichols has said? Right? Why would you say that? It's just a hypothesis. If we can prove it, well, Dave Nichols, you look like a fool. If we can't prove it, maybe we haven't done the right experiment yet. Maybe it's not involved at all. But, that's what we do. That's how science should be, and we should not deny the possibilities of all the other weird stuff that we come up with.
Well said. You're a great communicator. I've already. I hope we have many more conversations, because this has been so much fun. I'm not quite ready to believe the idea that DMT entities are interdimensional, real species. Whatever real means. Real is kind of hard to define.
Exactly.
But that we are sort of tuning into a different frequency of dimension, and these things, say, physically exist as constituted in the same sort of matter that we're made out of, and the world is made out of. And I'm not quite there yet, but
we may be tuning into a different frequency, but it's not outside of us. It's in here.
Right.
It's in our cell.
Right.
It's in
this
DNA.
Has been so much fun. It's been so much fun. I'm curious to finish on one more question. You really are a great communicator of these ideas, and this has been so much fun. You spent 50 years studying DMT. What I'm curious about is how that changes your views on consciousness.
Yeah, consciousness and the understanding of how we experience this world as we do. Descartes tried to define and refine by separating the mind from the body. Consciousness is the result of our interactions with the existing environment that comes from us from all senses. How we create it is slowly but surely being uncovered. Right? It is neurochemical. It is our interaction with the molecules and atoms and their subatomic particles as part of the greater whole. We are interfacing with every bit of that, and we are a colony of billions and billions of other living things, right? And all of that is contributing to what we experience as consciousness. I mean, being a kind of hyper fantastic, individual, sometimes I see myself as all these living things moving through space, and, it's just, that's how we're experiencing the world. And we're getting sensory information that is not consciously available to us, but is percolating up to that conscious individual that you see, that I see, that we interact with. Right? And we're interacting from levels that we were never aware of, or can't be consciously aware of. So, I think it's a great thing to be an individual, an animal alive on this planet. Wow.
I love it. But still very firmly rooted in materialism, I guess, is the point. There's no point in the last 5 decades have you skewed towards a panpsychist or idealist ideas that consciousness is fundamental. You still see all of the joy, the wonder, the incredibleness grounded in neurochemistry, in biology, in material, physical substrate. That's still your overall belief.
Yeah, and a lot of that physical substrate was once considered to be non-physical. We didn't even know about it. We had the ether and phlogiston and all these other things. How many things that we once thought were of the spirit world or were the invisible force, that have become physical, become real. I mean, you can't see a quark, right? Not directly. I mean, you can see its effects indirectly. So that's all the things that people may be talking about